Um, I will. I'm actually kind of interested in the Barbie movie. Actually, I'm a little interested in.
I mean, it looks like visually interesting, at least.
Yeah, like I'm curious what they did with it. Like I'm just kind of curious.
And the director's pretty good, generally speaking.
Yeah. It sounds like they were trying to be a little bit subversive into it, but like with the full backing of Mattel. So, and I think Mattel is like used to like, well, people analyzing, deconstructing Barbie. They've been doing it for decades now. And so like, I imagine it's like rather than fight it, just kind of go with it. So I'm up for that. I mean, I'm not. I'm not going to actually go to the theaters. I'm not going to watch it. I'll wait for that shit to come on streaming.
As in,
Because,
like you're against going to the theater, like on principle, or for some other reason, or crowds.
I just don't like. I don't the money, and I don't make a lot of money. There's that.
Totally fair. Theaters are expensive these days, for sure.
And
testing. Yeah, looks good to me.
You're paying, a significant amount of money for experience that you can't control, that you're not in charge of, and that ends up being pretty awful.
Drugs?
Yeah. No.
Drugs?
Well, I'm totally
Movies.
I'm totally with you there.
What? Yeah.
I get your that DARE education really paying off. Just drugs on the mind.
Yeah, drugs on the mind.
The experience has gone down. What, drugs?
Drugs must be.
It's all I think about every day.
Can you?
Hello.
But
No. Keep yourself muted on StreamYard, and then you talk on Discord. No problem.
I totally agree with you. At least for me, in my experience, obviously, I'm up in Canada here with Lactoid. But the movie going experience has over the decades has I think gone down, especially with like cell phones and just like overall etiquette and all that stuff. At least for me personally.
But it's not. It's from. I think movie theaters have always been more or less the same. I think cell phones provide additional distraction, fair enough. But I think looking at that comparison of just watching it at home, setting up your own home theater. I don't have one set up here, but still and being able to eat what you want at prices that are not astronomical. For a fucking hot dog, or, a popcorn, you could just and pause when you want, in case you got to pause for whatever reason, you can do that. It's all in your control. So comparing that to the theater experience, this doesn't compete. The only reason why I ever go is for big spectacle movies, right? So I go for the Marvel movies, but yeah. I don't go for anything else. And you know what? Now that we're on this, I think it's always interesting that you hear from movie people in the movie business that Marvel ruined movies because it changed how audiences interact with theaters, right? No theaters kind of ruined it by not keeping up the times, not changing enough, not providing a good enough experience, and technology has moved past it, right? Streaming has changed the game. But Marvel becomes an easy scapegoat for their own inabilities.
I actually disagree with you. I think that the movie experience. I mean, I think.
Are you cutting in and out for any?
Right?
Yeah, you're cutting in. Sorry, friend, you're cutting in and out. We couldn't hear you, and then your camera also cut out. Try it again.
I'm not sure how to. Excuse me. I'm not sure how to stop that.
Right now you're good. So keep going.
Okay. I think the movie going experience. I'm going to go see Barbieheimer next weekend. I'm quite excited to see that. I think that there is some, not just some value, but there's such a quintessential coming of age thing with being a 14 or 15-year-old in the US. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but that the quintessential experience is doing like a soft roll out of your parents' car, so you have to pretend like even though you were dropped there by them that you're not actually dropped off by your parents or some other nonsense, and like you're all coagulating at the movie theater. I don't know. I think that I think that there's absolutely going to be a resurgence. There's something really fun about being in an audience for a movie premiere.
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna so like for me, I'm pretty much on the same page as you. Is like I will generally, at least these days, really only go for like big spectacles. Like overall, like I grew up with movies. I love the movie going experience. Seeing Jurassic Park in theaters, like a unique experience, etc., etc. But like now it's just like it's a much harder choice, just like with the costs, with just I don't know etiquette and all that stuff, and also competing with like home theaters. It really takes like the barrier to get me into a theater is like much higher these days, where like it really has to be worth it. And like one of the more recent experiences, like just like huge regret, where like during the height of the pandemic when theaters were closed and like pretty much like no movies were in theaters, but Christopher Nolan, on the topic of Oppenheimer, his movie Tenet, he like made like a serious push, like, hey, this is not going to streaming. You got to go see it in theaters. Like this movie is made for theaters. And I went to go see it in IMAX, and just like awful experience.
Wait, is Tenet also a TV show?
No.
It's
as far as I know.
What am I thinking of?
I mean, maybe it's been made into one, but it's exclusively a movie, as far as I know.
Yeah. Hold on. What went wrong when we went to see Tenet?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like my theater, or I don't know, my hearing, but just like the audio so bad that like
really?
It's just like hearing the dialogue like indecipherable, and also just like I just also could just be an idiot, but just like following the plot and like what's going on, couldn't do it.
Oh, okay. No, that last part you were an idiot, but like Tenet, I heard specifically, that the audio there was bad, like the audio mixing just did not work for theaters. So I watched Tenet like a few months ago, and like it was phenomenal. I think just like amazing. I loved pretty much all parts of it. Thought it was absolutely fascinating. I thought that was I mean, I think that the time mechanic can be a little difficult for people to follow, and of course I'm joking with your friend, but like
I may very well be an idiot. Like I would totally grant like visually and like in terms of the spectacle, like it was cool. There was pretty much I would have no problem like just watching that movie with like just like no dialogue, just like I'm just like watching the action on screen.
Yeah. But anyway, I get you. Like it's just, do I want to actually go through the process of going to a theater? Hey, Synth, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I need you on StreamYard.
There you go. I'm in there.
Okay. So Lecter, I have something I wanted to ask you, and I guess no, it's fine. I mean, maybe. But also, B is here, and she is also a lawyer. But so I just saw this commercial, and it. Okay, it was ridiculous. But like, I saw this commercial, and it was about not life insurance, but specifically like planning out like your funeral and like what that'll be like, and yeah. So I imagine this is not like in any of your particular warehouses, but like they within the commercial they said we will like listen to every word you say as we're doing the funeral planning, right? And accommodate you all your traditions and culture, no matter what they may be, right? And when they say that, like they had like a Buddhist on screen, it's like, oh, it's not just for Christians, we'll help anyone. And I was just like wondering, like, is that true? Like, I feel like that's like a challenge. like I kind of want to accept it. All right,
the Satanists, the biggest challenge, right?
Well, just like it's like, look, I understand. Look, I Like I can't have a virgin sacrifice on my behalf. All right, fair enough. But like I wonder like how far you could push it. Like, what if my request is that like part of my deeply held beliefs is that like at the end of my life I need to be like torn apart by dogs in front of a crowd, right? Like
Wait, what? Like
torn.
Because
Go ahead.
I believe there is a Mongolian ceremony where you are put on the top of a mountain and you are just feasted upon by the birds and put back into the earth. So, but I don't think that that's near death. I think you're definitely dead before they start eating you.
No, I mean dead. Yeah, dead. Yeah, dead. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, but like if I wanted to be like feasted upon, like and not by humans, sure, fine, whatever, right? But like dogs. It's like I'm just like figuring out like what barriers the laws would apply, right? What can't you do? Because I know you like there's like desecrating a body, but like what does that mean in the context of my own deeply held beliefs? Obviously, right?
You want to be strung up like a piñata and like a
yeah, whacked by the local children, maybe,
Yeah.
right?
Go for it, Lactoid. I don't know if you have an E's and T's answer, but that's also going to differ state by state or jurisdiction by jurisdiction. People have been able to do weird. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Lactoid. My mistake.
No, I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. People have been able to do some interesting things. I believe Johnny Depp put Hunter S. Thompson's ashes in a cannon and shot them off into space. Other people have turned ashes of their loved ones into diamonds and jewelry. You can, for some of my loved ones, I had them buried, like they were cremated and then they were buried underneath a tree. So you can have like a tree planted. So it really depends. When they talk about ritual, that may be referring to religious rituals that I think are commonly understood or practiced. I believe that there's sitting Shabbat or sitting in watch for Judaism. I know that there's something for Buddhism or something else. So was it a reference to that? And it is also a really, really, really great idea if you do plan on having a funeral or something else to pay that. And this is free legal advice, so it's worth everything you're paying for. Everyone here should have a will of some sort. Just go file a will. Please go have it on the notes. Please go have it in a prothonotari's office. Even you, Corey, in Canada, everyone have a will. I don't care if you don't have anything to will on, go have a will. Have it discuss what they're going to do with your dog if you die suddenly. People should just know what's going on.
It needs to be immediately killed and entombed with me, of course. But
well, number one, how dare you?
What it looks like is that one of the things I'm finding, like state by state, is that they all, under all of their desecration of a corpse statutes, they all have exceptions for licensed authorities, whatever that might be. And so, pretty much as long as you can get the license to have, like, to offer a funeral service that involves having your body torn apart by dogs, that would be legal, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And so I've thought about cool ideas like being loaded into fireworks and fired, like, by my family over their backyard. That might be kind of cool.
Could you be
catapults.
stuffed? I think the one thing is whether or not one could be stuffed.
Ooh, I think probably as long as it's a licensing authority, right? I mean, you could probably argue like, hey, my religion.
Can you imagine?
Some guy got his cat stuffed and turned into a drone. So what if I could be a drone, right?
Lactoid's head is a drone. Oh my god, that would
like. Would you be able to find it? Like, I haven't looked, but would you be able to find like a taxidermist that would do that to a human body?
Oh, I'm sure somewhere.
I bet any amount of money they will do anything. Now I need to investigate this.
Ed Gein did it for free.
Okay, if you want to say every taxidermist is Ed Gein, then I don't know if they want to take that slander.
But yeah, I just
googled taxidermist that will stuff grandma.
Only grandma specifically. If you can't prove that they're grandma, no, it's a no-go.
It's just like it sounded like interesting, like because they're like normal people with like the people who create that commercial are like normal people with like normal values, and they're like not like internet degenerates like me, right? And so like I can just imagine a few really interesting scenarios, and I'd really like to take part in those if I can make it happen, right? Like
wait, I think I know where this is going. given what I know of your position
So allegedly, it is illegal to get someone stuffed. Stupid.
Okay.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
What are you going to say, Corey?
I was going to say, given what I know of your position on sex robots, I think I know what you want to be after you die. You want to be turned into. If you can't have it in this life, you want to.
I thought we had a whole debate
Are
on
you
that.
talking about the necro brothels?
Necro brothels? Wait a minute.
Because
What?
that's legally supported. You heard
Okay.
me.
I have a money-making endeavor
Yeah.
that I've talked about. It's
See, like, come on. So
I'm a capitalist, okay?
Right, this is really coming for you. This is really coming for you. I mean, I know you've talked about like I didn't think about like an establishment though. Like it seemed like it was
That'd be the safest way to do it because then like they could have it refrigerated and monitored for
okay.
pathogens.
I was thinking like a freelance like corpse whores, but all right, fair enough. But
corpsewhorecams.com.
You better reserve that domain name pretty right now.
It's being grabbed up. Fuck.
Corpse whore is a wild name, and I honestly think that I should make that like my Dark Knight vigilante name. Corpse whore.
Yeah.
That would be pretty great.
It'd be a good band name.
Corpse whore, or a band name at least.
Yeah. All right. So why don't we get started? We have one other person who's going to come through. But we'll get started beforehand. Hey everyone, thanks for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of individuals here. Excited to have this conversation. So we'll start with that. And if you're just, finding this channel and like necro brothels interest you, we'll talk about things like that, like no joke. So hit that follow button and keep it going.
Someone's got a
you guys
squeaky chair, I think.
Oh my god, it's a thing that's happening in my house.
Okay.
I literally cannot.
Sorry.
I can't stop it. But okay. Oh boy, Lactoid,
Sounds like a ghost haunting.
stuff. Go ahead. So say your stuff.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I am curious on the noise that's happening in Prime's background, so let's see if he explains himself. Let's go.
Corey, go ahead.
Always excited and grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into these topics, which I think are great. I think there's in my mind, some good overlap on these topics. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research and news. And on Twitter, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Okay. Synth, please.
Sure, I'm Synth, youtube.com/SINTHE. Prime sent me a DM and said that you basically gave me an opportunity to rant about Pagovian taxes and like YIMBYism. So I had to say yes. It should be really fun.
B, who's only our second time here.
Yeah, I'm B. I'm on Discord as Bees in the Trap. I thought it was, or Detective Popcorn. If you understand that reference, I really appreciate you. And that's it.
Sorry. Finally, Michael, is that what you're going to go by?
Yeah, I'll go by my name now.
Okay.
Yeah, artist
I think
formerly.
your
You sound low.
audio.
You sound super low.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shit.
Is it
Okay.
because your mic is up here?
No, it's because this is like a new mic because my old mic.
Okay.
Really sad. Do I sound any better now?
No, I don't think you're using the right mic.
Jesus, hang on.
That's what seems to be the problem here.
Yeah.
On Discord,
Yeah, go into Discord and change the settings
Discord.
to your new mic.
Pro
Mhm.
streamer.
No problem. Take your time. I'll introduce our other guest who also happens to be a Michael, unsurprisingly. Aiko, thanks for being here. And coming in at the last second. Okay, can't hear me.
Leaving me. What an introduction.
You just got wrecked. Just destroyed you.
Mic test, mic test, mic test. Is that better?
Yeah, it's
Much
much
better.
better.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was the wrong mic. Yeah, Michael, for artists formerly known as LSP or A27L or S2, like that's just a bunch of stupid names. Yeah, glad to be back.
Okay. It makes sense that Aiko didn't respond to me because it wasn't in the voice call.
That'll do it.
I'll do it. But it was really funny. The timing of you getting up was great. It's really good. But friend, who's also Michael here. Aiko, thank you for being here.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Why don't we get started then? So, topic one. This past week has seen some of the most extreme heat ever recorded in human history. Furthermore, the heat has been sustained with no end in sight. Climate scientists seem to agree that this will probably become our new normal in either years or decades. Some areas will become inhospitable to human life due to the heat and other climate change related impacts. One solution is planned relocation, where a government would move impacted residents either somewhere else in their borders or in extreme cases to other countries. Should the U.S. prepare to abandon areas such as certain southeast or southwest municipalities? And should taxpayers pay for it? And should the U.S. and Canada be prepared to take in climate refugees? I want it to be inclusive for Lactoid and Corey. But yeah, I mean, the biggest story that's happening now is like the ongoing present climate catastrophe that we're having across large swaths of the earth, and trying to figure out what our response to this should be. I guess maybe we haven't even really talked about that. Like in the news and the zeitgeist, we're not even really talking about what the response should be. Just like, holy crap, it's fucking hot. So this idea of relocation, we've talked about this before on this channel, but and it's generally rejected, but I think it's different now that you can see how bad the situation is, see how hot things are getting. And we have places, because I said the southeast and southwest, like Phoenix, Arizona. I honestly don't know how long that place is going to last. I literally don't know.
Let's build there as much as possible.
Let's as much as possible, please. Right on the Jersey Shore, right where we had Hurricane, whatever it was, female name, that destroyed those houses on the boardwalk. Yeah, and then they rebuilt there. Like, oh, we're just gonna make their houses higher, and that solves the problem. No, it doesn't. So I'm curious what you all have to say. So let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so climate change is a problem. I don't deny that. Luckily, due to the green energy revolution, U.S. carbon emissions continue to fall, roughly on track with our treaty obligations. Not 100% linearly, but the overall trend appears to be going that way. So we're improving quite a bit in a direction that a lot of other countries are not. So I would argue that the U.S. is actually doing a lot more than a lot of other places on the planet when it regards climate change specifically. However, I think the real discussion here is in the later parts of the prompt, not necessarily about climate change as a whole, but more about the several questions that come afterwards. So I'm going to address them one by one. Should the government, quote, abandon places? No, and I also don't even know what that means, right? Where people live should be up to them. As long as they're willing to pay to weatherize their homes or to pay insurance premiums or to get water shipped in from wherever they live, they should be able to live on a volcano if they decide that's what they want. So I am opposed to any kind of government abandonment or relocation or any kind of forced movement of people. And even if this did happen, taxpayers should obviously not pay for it, because why would you expropriate the resources of people who have nothing to do with it in order to fund the relocation of people who prefer to live there? It's not those innocent people's fault. I would also include the constant bailouts of Florida and other southern Gulf states from FEMA. Why the country bails them out every other year whenever there's a major storm is beyond me. They should be paying those insurance premiums and paying for the cost of living in those areas, just like everybody else has to pay for the weather that happens to be in the areas that they live. Finally, as regards refugees, as long as any individual can survive without extracting resources from innocent people in a country, I'm in favor of letting anybody into the country. But I'm not in favor of giving them a bunch of money. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. B.
So when it comes to trying to save people from themselves, I think that is definitely a governmental response that is necessary a lot of the time. I think that the government utilizing eminent domain and buying out properties, especially ones that are going to be deeply affected by rising ocean, or honestly, I would not mind them buying out a majority of Los Angeles and saying, go move to any of the other very unpopulated states. We need to stop shipping water and stealing water from Bakersfield. I think doing that is a necessary thing because unfortunately, humans are wonderful, smart, deeply stubborn creatures. And because so many of us live on the coast, we need to be safe from ourselves in a big way. I do think that also, I love that our climate emissions are falling. I think that that's great, and we should continue that. Unfortunately, a large chunk of the current climate crisis does fall at the US's feet. And I'm not saying that that necessarily is how can I say this? That doesn't mean that we should be castigated, but it does mean that we should take on refugees that we've essentially created by our own actions, I firmly believe. So from Tuvalu or Bahamas or St. Thomas and Croix, any of those places, I think it would only be appropriate to not just take them here, but we have an obligation to humans to help save them from natural disasters, especially ones that were certainly helped along by our own making.
Okay, thank you. Corey.
Yeah, I think this is super easy to solve. One, where there's unprecedented heat, they should be provided, obviously, free air conditioners, government provided. Where it's now inhospitable, I think every family should just be given a private jet so that they can relocate to wherever they want. And then where there's like, unprecedented flooding, it's pretty clear they should be provided like a super yacht so that, pretty much they can also go wherever they want. I think we need more super yachts, more planes, and more air conditioners, just like for everybody as much as possible. It only makes sense. But like in all seriousness, there are, at least in my mind, there are no easy answers. To answer some of the prompt, like should Canada and the US be prepared to take in some climate refugees? Yes, absolutely. But there's obviously like a limit. And like how do you deal now with, as you pretty much correctly say, inhospitable or like just like pretty much death-inducing heat? What Canada's doing, like they are actually providing air conditioners to what they call at-risk populations, like the elderly. A lot of our infrastructure, at least here in Quebec, that wasn't designed to deal with record-setting heat, such as our hospitals. We don't have air conditioning in a lot of our hospitals because we didn't have like 35 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Celsius weather like 20 years ago. I don't know how do you deal with that, but should taxpayers pay for it? I don't think we have much choice, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Synth, please.
Sure. Yeah. So I think that the blame game stuff is not super important. Like it's very easy to be like, well, the U.S. is like historically been the number one cause of carbon emissions, not even close. Second place is far behind is a country that no longer exists, the Soviet Union. You have like third place is China, which is like catching up to the Soviet Union. But the blame game stuff is silly. It doesn't matter, right? What we should care about is what we can do in the here and now. And what we can do in the here and now is pretty clear, which is, we are going to have to take in people who want to move from one country to another. We can't like shut our borders to that. It's unfortunately not an option for us. And in terms of who should be paying for it, clearly not the taxpayers as a whole. They shouldn't be the ones paying for this. They're not the ones profiteering off of it. The people who aren't paying their fair share in taxes should be the ones paying for it. If something you're doing has a massive cost to the rest of society, then you should either be prevented from doing that or charged a fee that'll help to offset that cost because you can't make your money off of world destruction. The solution is actually extremely simple, but getting it past the mega corporations who make their money off pollution is not so simple. The solution is just to implement a carbon tax on the fossil fuel companies. It's that easy. The average American supports this. The vast majority of economists support this. It's not even close. Right? It's like wildly supported by economists. If you're a socialist like me, you'll support this. If you're a free market fan, you should be able to, just like Milton Friedman did, support this. all an emission tax does is take a cost that gets passed on to society and puts it back on the people profiteering off of causing those harms. The short way to put this is that it internalizes externalities. It's not harmful to the economy. Empirics show it's actually either neutral or a slightly net positive, depending on the specifics of the implementation. And something like a fee and dividend model, where the money that's taxed out is given to the population, helps to prevent any regressive potential downsides of a tax like this. The policy is basically just a home run. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Yeah, I'm actually like kind of stunned. I find myself in a complete agreement with Sin, which is weird because he's like a socialist and I'm like a rabid liberal. So the prompt seems to ask the wrong question to me, about like who should pay or what. Like it's going to be inevitable. Everybody's going to have to pay something. It seems important that. So one thing he says, like, it's not useful to play the blame game. We could play the blame game. We should play the blame game. There are some people. Some businesses, some corporations, some entities which are major emitters of carbon pollution that probably should shoulder the burden of the costs. And I think the solution to that is exactly what's said, which is just selling pollution rights, which is a carbon tax. If you want to pollute, pay a tax for it. I think that's pretty reasonable because the burden of fixing the damage done from that climate crisis goes on to taxpayers. So all of those externalities mentioned, all those negative externalities being mentioned, the inevitable refugee crisis, rising sea levels, extreme heat waves that end up killing hundreds plus every summer, maybe thousands. These all cost the taxpayers, right? We're losing labor, we're losing taxpayer dollars to treat these things, to help these people. Every time we have like a major hurricane or tornado or natural disaster, which is only exacerbated by our climate crisis, it is on the taxpayer to repair it, but it's not the taxpayer that is doing the pollution. This seems to be a problem shared specifically by some unique individuals, or not individuals, entities. So I agree with Sint. The solution here is to just sell pollution rights through carbon taxes.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
Yeah, Michael kind of stole some of my reaction there because I
My
also
bad.
think that no, it's okay. But it was I also think that we should be playing the blame game. The problem is if you just want to point the finger and like say ha ha and that's the end of it, yeah, then the blame game doesn't like make any sense. But we do kind of want to look at like who's most responsible because we need to be able to learn from history and like avoid repeating those mistakes. And at the same time, we do need to go after companies like Exxon who've like it's been proven that they knew decades ago what would happen, and then that they went into this like denialism that sort of like caused us to go decades into the future without like the kinds of mitigations that we now have to really start thinking about and doing. But this prompt really asks us about something else. It asks us about relocation, maybe other forms of mitigations. And it kind of reminds me of like back in the 90s, the big response to climate change wasn't like flat out denialism the way it was now. It was really more conservatives would say, well, what we really need to do is adapt. Adaptation is what we need to be able to worry about, not like stopping it from happening. And I think what we're finding now is that the cost of that adaptation is way greater than any of those sort of like flip comments at the time like showed. The fact is, if we have to, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I don't think, I think even now, even in as late in the game as we are now, prevention is still probably the number one task that we have ahead of us.
Okay. Open to the panel.
I just want to say real quick, can we not blame ExxonMobil because I own shares in them? Blame like Chevron or something. Like just penalize somebody who does.
Be one of those investors that is like trying to change the company from within. Like there's a faction of those people, and
it all falls on your shoulders, Michael. You better change the entire corporate direction of ExxonMobil.
I'm going to have to buy way more shares, guys, if we want to change this. You guys need to help me. You guys need to help me fundraise for more shares if we want to do this.
I also think.
Go ahead. You go.
Well, I just want to say, I also think there's like something really like there's something intrinsically flawed about blaming like ExxonMobil, really any corporation, for at least ones that were operating within the law and providing a service that people knew what they were buying, about blaming them for climate change because, and I've heard this before, people will make, statements like, well, the top 6 corporations make up this percentage of the world pollution. But the reality is when you look at those large corporations, it's because they're providing like a service to a whole fuck ton of people. When you look at the Soviet Union, it wasn't that far behind the U.S. It was about 80%. They were generating 80% of the pollution compared to the U.S., despite having about half the economy, right? So they were per GNP unit, they were just fucking polluting everything. They drained a whole fucking lake. They didn't give a fuck about the environment, and they didn't have the kind of private industry that America does. So it just seems weird to me that we would say, well, it's really these 6 corporations' fault, as opposed to, well, no, anybody who turned their car on is responsible because they are burning the product that ExxonMobil sold them.
I mean, we had this conversation too, like with tobacco companies, right? Tobacco companies were selling a product. They had doctor endorsements in their commercials and things like that. And then later on, they wanted to say, oh, people knew what they were doing when they were smoking. So if they get cancer, like, that's not our fault. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's, I certainly think that there's blame to go around, but that's why I said, for example, Exxon, not saying that Exxon is like the only entity that has any responsibility.
Yeah, again, Exxon didn't do nothing. Just so we're clear.
The
other corporation.
Well, no, they did do nothing.
Companies
they did nothing is exactly what they did.
I think right now, right now, smokers shouldn't be able. Like, if you're educated on the risks of smoking, I don't see how you can say, well, Marlboro is responsible for my habit. But if you but if you were convinced by false evidence that was put forward by tobacco funded research centers, then I think you may be more of a leg to stand on.
And that's what I mean.
But it would be different though if ExxonMobil or any of those other companies had warnings about what happens if you continue to use them, whether or not they are attempting to be carbon neutral, whether or not they are attempting to correct any of the things like the spill or any of the other things that they have going on, how they have invested in, like, whether or not they've done any environmental concerns, right? Because again, smoking companies and tobacco companies have had to go through great lengths to demonstrate and have that warning to make people very, very aware of what their dangers are. And I don't know that ExxonMobil or others have to.
Yeah.
Can someone make the obvious point against Lactoid so I don't have to? The very obvious rebuttal to him?
Is the point you're talking about that ExxonMobil in particular did, in fact, trot out fake experts?
They do know, yeah. ExxonMobil knows the damage of climate change. They know the damage of their carbon emissions.
When did they know?
When was the report? It was early 80s, late 70s?
When did they know? When did they know, and when did they lie about it?
Like half a century now.
Well,
I don't know about lying about it, but I don't think that's necessarily relevant. They did lie
about it. They did, right? Their internal private research at Exxon thought that it would cause warming. The company came out and said, no, it actually won't cause any warming, right? So it was just a lie. It was like a blatant lie. They thought that this thing would happen. They said it would.
Well, then the people who burned gas during that time period, that they were under the misrepresentations of ExxonMobil, I don't morally blame them for that specific part of climate change.
To be clear, people who burn gasoline in their cars do share some of the responsibility, right? Our having a supercar centric culture is a major contributing factor to climate change. ExxonMobil, in the end of the day, again, not just ExxonMobil, but they're providing a service that people are demanding. Yeah, there's
consumption drives climate change, of course.
Yes, absolutely, right.
But, well, poor consumption, or rather, like ill-informed consumption, or let's say a lack of long-term thinking consumption.
Yeah, but it's beyond that, right? And B was like going in this direction. I thought she was gonna make the next step though. Like she bought the tobacco companies and their response. And I think, and don't quote me on this, I think like Exxon like either studied like the tobacco companies and their response to this situation, or like just like hired the same people. The same law firms to help defend them, but like don't quote me on that one. But I'm pretty sure that's true. But in any case, it doesn't matter. Like they funded the opposition, right? Like the ExxonMobil like funded lobbying groups. They funded political activism. They funded everything on the right to make the Republican Party a party unlike any other in the world. Right, which doesn't acknowledge climate change. They funded the opposition. They came up with the papers. They produced them. Politicians read them. So like they did a lot more than like the tobacco companies did. They went so much further. And we're still stuck in that. So like it's like we can't even respond. Like people were saying that like, oh well, this is a necessary service. It is, right? It is, it was, and that's fair. I think that's a really interesting point. But like imagine a world, and it's very tough to do so if you're ensconced in American politics, but imagine a world where the Republican Party didn't fight climate change discussions tooth and nail.
You can just stop,
right?
Imagine a world with there's no Republican Party, and we're like,
yeah, exactly, another Republican Party, right?
It's like Star Trek. It's amazing.
But like Jetsons, yeah. But imagine a world where that didn't happen. I'll be back soon. And like we started taking mitigating responses sooner because they didn't just like lie to people about it. They kept people from taking mitigating responses. We would be literally in a much better place. The world will literally be less hotter now. So, you guys
can I ask Lactoid, what is your solution? Like, you don't deny climate change, right? So what should be done?
Yeah, that's it's the toughest part, right? Because it's a situation where it's happening, but there's no, like, again, playing the blame game or like trying to pin things on certain people, I think is almost impossible.
Sure,
especially when it comes to consumers. The companies that specifically lied, if you can show that they lied, I'd be in favor of like penalizing them for that, for sure. And companies that broke the law, or especially companies that did things like damage other people's property.
If I can, Lactoid, I mean like about climate change, right?
It's a holistic.
Yeah,
so the thing is, like, and this is going to be unsatisfactory, I know, for most of you, but there's this idea that like every problem needs to be solved. And what I see right now is carbon emissions in the U.S. falling. I think there's things that can help. I think one of the things could be ending oil and gas subsidies. I think one of the things could be moving foreign policy away from hyper-focusing on fossil fuels. I think another thing could be, again, instead of having liability caps for oil and gas companies and fracking companies, open them up for liability for the damages they cause to other people's property, right? Make it, stop protecting them financially so that they do suffer for the damage they cause. But beyond that, I don't know if I'm comfortable like going after people for using gas ranges like they're doing in some places.
If let's just say like a hurricane happens, and it's an extreme like anomalous hurricane that is pinned on climate change, right? This sort of thing has happened, right? Hurricanes that are so severe it's like attributable to climate change. I guess like what solution do we have to mitigate the damage these hurricanes do that you would be satisfied with? Since brought up carbon taxing, right, as a way of you could possibly lower emissions, you could redistribute the wealth that comes from the biggest polluters to the biggest victims of pollution, right? What's the solution you would support?
The biggest, again, I've already gone over a couple of the solutions that I would like to see, a couple things that would help alleviate the issue. I don't know if how much that would alleviate, like beyond our current trajectory, which is good in the U.S., right? Like we're on more or less on track.
No, it's well, okay. Well, first of all, like that.
I wanted to say one last thing, though.
Go ahead.
Last thing.
Go ahead.
For people who are living in like Florida or places that are affected by hurricanes, and especially they're predicting more hurricanes coming, they should have to pay the cost of living in those areas, because especially when you look at Florida, the amount of people that are moving there. And then they're buying these incredibly valuable homes and expecting the federal taxpayer to basically foot the bill every single time their home gets knocked down. That's just ridiculous. They should pay.
So yeah, I want to, I guess, understand your position better. Where Lactoid, okay, so you brought up earlier as one of your potential solutions is like opening up companies to liability. Is that correct? As one of your potential solutions.
Yep. When you can show they destroyed other people's property. Yeah.
Sure. Which I can see how that might have some effect, but it's just sort of ICAO's point, where it's like an ounce of prevention is like worth a pound of whatever treatment or medicine. It's like that is generally only good like after the fact. They're like, well, if you can show damage, I mean, do you really want damage and then just like basically climate reparations? Would you prefer that people not to be flooded, or like their houses not burned down, or not having their lungs filled with like smoke from wildfires? Or it's like, well, if you can show that you're in poor ill health, and that your house is destroyed or you need to be relocated, well, then you can be financially compensated. I think that's like a really optimal solution.
I would prefer there be no negative externalities to anything, but there are going to be negative externalities by putting a carbon tax on, and there's going to be negative externalities by making.
What's the negative externality associated with the carbon tax?
Yeah, you raise the price of gasoline, you raise the price of energy. What are the two things that are like important for an economy? It's going to be energy. It's going to be transportation.
Is there a single country that's ever implemented a carbon tax that's had like any kind of like economic harms done to it?
Well, can we just assume that's let's assume that the price of gasoline goes up though. Why is that necessarily a bad thing? That incentivizes people who would be consuming, the biggest consumers of gasoline, to find alternative and more efficient modes of transportation. You could get a healthier population because people are walking and biking to their places more. It doesn't seem like a bad thing.
I have no problem when it comes to gasoline matching the market value of what gasoline is and what consumers demand it to be. But I get uncomfortable when you start pushing that beyond the natural threshold, because what you start running into is this concept of, oh, gas is high, so people are just going to bike more. Well, that's not what happens. What happens is the trucks that are trucking in food have to burn more money to get there. And that means all the food prices go up. That means all consumer prices go up. This is what we saw when the gas prices increased. Everything went up. We thought like that was partially the reason for inflation.
I want to back up Lactoid just in this one sense. In this one, you can go right after. Like, I would love that idea of like incentivizing people to find other options, but in terms of the U.S., there aren't many other options, especially depending on where you live. Like in the South, like in the Southeast, like public transportation is just not there. Infrastructure isn't there. Infrastructure isn't there for a lot of interesting reasons, but it's not there. And so, like, if there aren't trains that run from your house or anywhere near your house to your place of business, then what are you going to do, right? You're just going to pay more for that. So it becomes a regressive tax. But Synth, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Well, so one of the reasons why it's not a regressive tax is you can use a fee and dividend model and give that same money back to the people who are hurt the most by economic inequality. So that's a fine solution for that issue. But in regards to Lactoid's idea that it's like that you'll have this inflation from it, there's not increases to money supply. So it doesn't make any sense that unless you can show somewhere else you think it's going to cause inflation. It doesn't make any sense why an increase in just the price of gasoline alone would cause inflation if that increase in price is due to taxation and thus a removal in overall money supply. It should just balance right out.
So MMT is complete bullshit. So you're just talking about removing the money supply. No, when you make a product more difficult to acquire economically, it's going to be more difficult to acquire. So either it's going to cost more resources to get, or there's going to be shortages. There's one of the two.
Hold on. Firstly, nothing I said had anything to do with MMT. What I said is that increases in money supply cause inflation. This isn't MMT. This is something that everyone agrees on, right? Increases in money supply are one of the causes of inflation. There are many different causes. That's one of those, right?
It's one of them, but also a decline of goods.
Is the cause of inflation.
It's not just an increase
in money supply. Increase in money supply.
It's not just an increase in money supply. Inflation is driven by basically. I think Friedman put it as you have too many dollars chasing too few goods. So even if you keep the money supply completely the same, if you have a massive drop in production of, let's say, gasoline, that's going to cause inflation.
No, it wouldn't cause inflation to have a drop in gasoline if that money is spent on other things instead.
It would cause inflation or shortages.
It would not cause a gasoline. Look, no country's ever implemented a carbon tax at a gasoline shortage because of it. They haven't had shortages. Like, this is pseudo-economics. It's like Austrian economics. It's like total nonsense. Every single country that implements every single economy that implements a carbon tax sees either no impact on GDP or a positive impact on GDP. It's either beneficial or does not.
This is a silly debate. I just want to put it to rest. The reason we saw this resurgence of inflation after COVID was because the price of oil went up because we didn't produce any oil during COVID. So the supply of oil went down and the demand for oil went up, which when oil goes up, everything else becomes more expensive. It becomes more expensive to transport food, goods, supplies, what have you, right? Which had a knock-on effect, made everything else more expensive. So you don't need to change the money supply to have inflation. We had inflation
the
because
argument,
we didn't
right?
produce any oil,
Wait,
and the
hold on.
demand for oil went up.
Neither side says that you have to do this, right? It's one of the, like I said every single time, it's one of the causes of inflation, right?
Yeah.
There is no change in the money supply. And all the changes you're going to see in terms of things like demand are artificial changes in demand due to the fact there's more cost to it, which would otherwise be put towards other goods, right? That same amount of money is going to be in the economy overall. So you don't have an overall increase or overall decrease in supply and demand. You just have differences in where the supply and demand exists. You don't see like an overall increase in overall demand for goods overall. Like you're not seeing that. You're just seeing like one good has decreases in demand because there's a higher associated cost. That money then isn't put towards other things that have to do the exact same job.
Can we? I feel like the debate on inflation kind of misses like some of the mark. There's a broader conversation I want to have about incentives that I think like higher oil. So I'm not necessarily against Seth's position, but so Prime brought up this idea that, well, this is going to most negatively penalize, like we can't just go on trains everywhere. This is going to most negatively penalize people. But a thing like YIMBYs have been pushing for forever is more walkable cities for forever. If gasoline and oil became so expensive because of this climate crisis, like it would spur like municipalities, states to start concentrating their investment efforts on building cities that aren't just catering to our car culture, right? We have insanely wide highways. We have poor transportation infrastructure, no trains, anything like that. We could catch up with Europe quite easily, right? If we would just modify the way we understand gasoline and oil.
Well, I think we're seeing the effects of a carbon tax, right? Because within the United States, at least, we've got California that does some cap and trade and does some carbon taxing, and they also have like the fastest like expansion of EV adoption in the United States. Like they're pretty much at European levels in California. And so I think and not coincidentally, like gas is more expensive in California than anywhere else in the country. I do disagree with just one part of what Seth is talking about, and that's on the inflation. I think it does make things more expensive, like when fuel is more expensive, because of the demand side, not because of the money supply thing. But I think it might be worth it. I mean, I think we have to look at sort of the time-shifted benefits of this. So California has been feeling the pain for the last 10 years because their gas prices are higher, because that is what's been happening there. But at the same time, you're starting to get EV adoption to the rate where smog levels are starting to drop, and you're starting to see now, none of this gives us the benefits of like public transportation and mass transit. I wish we had more of that. But it does eliminate one big problem, which is emissions. And right now, we're in an emergency situation where our top priority has got to be mitigating those emissions and getting the Keeling curve down.
I wanted to address something you also said, Lactoid. And then I kind of want to try to expand this to other parts of the prompt. But you brought up insurance, right? And said that people who are living in these areas have to pay like that price of insurance and not expect the government to bail them out. The problem is that they literally can't, and that insurance companies are pulling out of those areas. Like national insurance companies are pulling out of the state of Florida.
You know why?
One
16 so far, and another 18 on a watch list.
Yes.
The
reason is because the commissioner of insurance in every state, because this is how insurance is one of the most regulated industries, dictates what premiums they can charge. So of course they're going to leave a state if they cannot charge enough to be profitable. So that's the problem. Remove the commissioner of insurance, allow the insurance companies to compete for business in Florida for the premiums that accurately reflect the risk of living in Florida.
Okay,
but Florida can't recognize that risk without acknowledging climate change, which they refuse to do. So like that's one of the reasons they won't acknowledge it, because you have to have a model that says that acknowledges that rates are going to increase and that what are the reasons for those rate increases. And Florida absolutely will not acknowledge that.
On that note, it's a broader problem with Republicans, because Republicans have this idea that oil is just this infinite resource, drill baby drill, right? And nobody wants to hear this inevitable fact that gasoline is going to get more expensive whether you like it or not. Oil is going to get more expensive whether you like it or not. and pollution is going to get more expensive, whether you like it or not. We need to be proactive and realistic about how we handle this as a problem. And Republicans just have their heads in the sand with this idiot idea that we can just drill, baby, drill, and we won't face any repercussions for it. And in fact, if gasoline's expensive, it's because Joe Biden's failed you. We have to like grow up.
I like that meme that's asking of like showing what people think the president does and then what the president actually does, right? Where like what the president actually does is like read books, like look at policy papers and stuff like that. And then the other one is him like with levers with the economy and gas prices, and just like this is what he does. But so. Lactoid, and this kind of goes on to the next stage where I want to take this. You said that Florida needs to allow for the natural price of insurance, right?
Every terrain should, right? If you live in Kansas, I think you should pay the insurance premiums for if you get hit by a tornado, or a winter storm in the northern Midwest, or a hurricane in the South. I don't understand why basically you're punishing people who decided to build a house in the safest place by making them pay money to reimburse people who had their homes destroyed.
So this is going exactly in the direction I want to take it. So I can jump on board with that, except for the fact that one, not everyone has chosen to be there, right? You're maybe born there, and then you don't have a lot of resources. You can't necessarily move so easily, right? So there's that. But like raising that price basically would encourage people to not go to Florida in the first place. Fair enough. But there's still going to be people left behind, right? And then people who are just not going to be able to afford the price of insurance. I'm there, and I just can't adjust, right, to those market forces. And so I lack basic services, insurance, being a basic service, and other things, right? I'll be priced out of. So you'll have an increasing population who is deprived, right, and cannot live life to its fullest, and a lot of them will want to move but not have the resources. So why not have planned relocation in which you're giving people the option, right? And I would say this on a taxpayer dime, you're giving people the option to move, right? To clear out those areas. And we're not no jackbooted thugs are coming in, pointing guns and saying you have to move, right? But clearing people out, because they in the world that you have illustrated, there's some people who are going to be priced out and still can't do anything about it.
What about the people who could afford to move? Are you just referring to deeply impoverished people who can't buy the U-Haul or the moving costs associated with going to a safer area?
As a social,
if you can't afford to move, fuck them.
Give them that super yacht.
You kind of eat the bullet there, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I'll say okay, here's my problem. Okay, no, here's my problem. Here's my problem. It's because with any governmental program, once you start putting barriers up, there are going to be people who should be able to access those services who won't be able to, even if they qualify. Or they actually really need it. So if you say that there is some sort of income test, right? Well, what if I'm just above the income level, but I still really can't afford to move for a whole list of reasons, right? If you're just looking at income, that might be just one indicator, but there could be other indicators that could say that this person is not prepared to do that. So I'm fine with absorbing the price of other people who can afford to move, if I can make sure that the people below that line can. Or can access those services.
Here's the problem. We're talking about Florida, right? If you would want to base it off of net worth, the homes down there, comparably, you can look this up. Just the comparable home price in Florida compared to almost besides maybe California or New York, the other places in the country is just so much more, right? If you sell, I guess if you're being evacuated, you can't really sell your house. So yeah, for discounting the home value.
Sell to Aquaman.
Yeah, sell to Aquaman. I know the Ben Shapiro meme.
This is why I think if you have domain's a really good idea.
But if you have 100,000,
I was just waiting for that to come up.
If you have 100,000 in save or 200,000 in savings, Prime, and you can afford to move, I don't know. there's that
I'm
aspect, but here's the other. I'm not. This is like not even my actual. I'm just trying to press on like your limitations here. I hear you when you're saying like there's this conception of, well, what if you can't move? And the truth is, when you look through American history, we're more sedentary now than we've ever been. People moved way more. Like if you go back 40 years, and even more if you go back 80 years. Like the more you go back, the more people moved for opportunity, left stuff behind, and moved. I'll be honest with you. Again, it's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility. I mean, that was forced at the point of a gun, which I'm against here. It's not my responsibility to pay for somebody else's relocation into a different area for
But
any
you're the one
reason.
being asked to pay, right? Like, no, but we're over and over again. We're not saying to put the prices on the average person. We're saying put the prices on the people who cause these externalities and have them charged for the harms they cause.
Hold on. Pause on that, because I'm saying that like the taxpayers might have to pick some of up, because like I don't know, I honestly don't know if we instituted some sort of even punitive carbon tax that wouldn't necessarily cover everything. So like there might be a portion of it that would fall on. And I'm fine with a punitive carbon tax, but that would be a portion of that will fall on the taxpayer. And I'm saying the taxpayer should be able to do that. But like Lactoid, I think your point is ridiculous. Yes, the farther back in time people did move, indeed, right? But look, this is not the same as the Oregon Trail, right? Like we have like a different economy and different things that are attaching people to those places. So like, yeah, if you're in a like a settler mood, right? Settler economy, and there's no like real industrialization, and like you can like find a plot of land and start a farm there, and that's good enough, right? Like you can actually, that's a realistic option
between
for
cities.
you.
Like even between cities, people moved for work a lot more than they do now. Again, why is it why? Hold on, let me ask you this: like, why should I have to pay the cost? Like, if let's say I decided to live in
because it'll be more expensive.
Because right, a lot of people are moving to Florida right now, right? A lot of people have been moving to Florida. So Florida's massive population boom is not just the people that were there; it's people who are moving there. My question for you is, why are we rewarding the people who took the gamble to move to paradise when a lot of people didn't? And they're living in places that they don't get to wake up to a tropical beach every day, but like they don't have to pay as high insurance premiums. They don't have to like deal with their house getting hit by a hurricane. And I mean, and hurricanes, I understand they're getting more frequent, but they also existed before, and FEMA was handling them before as well.
I would suggest the reason you want to pay is because it's more expensive if you don't down the road, right? Because inevitably you're going to have some sort of a climate change induced disaster that forces people to leave. I think a more apt comparison instead of the Oregon Trail here would be the Dust Bowl. You don't want a Dust Bowl type situation to happen, right? You want to have the resources in place to relocate people before a Dust Bowl type situation happens. Because if you have a Dust Bowl type situation happens, refugees are expensive. They're more expensive than what they would be if you just help them move in the first place, help them relocate in the first place.
And you can make the corrupt incentives argument, Lactoid,
on that.
Well, you can make the corrupt incentive argument, right, like Lactoid, but like the incentive structure here isn't corrupt. It'd be like saying that, I mean, on your view, you think if somebody like robs your house, they should have to pay you back what they stole from you. The same should be true. The large corporation makes money off of destroying your house with a hurricane. There's no reason why, on your view, there should be any problem with that.
It's not like a large corporation destroying my house. It's everybody who bought gas from that corporation and then burned it in their car.
The people who bought gas from that corporation. Hold on. The people who bought gas from that corporation.
You just said you were against punishing the consumer end, though. You said people shouldn't be punished for having a gas range. Yeah, so if you're saying that it's the consumer's fault rather than the supplier's fault, when the suppliers are in charge of the narrative that goes around the product that they're selling, it makes more sense to me to blame the suppliers to a greater degree than you do the consumers.
I'm not saying so. Ultimately, consumption is going to be what's responsible. The problem is, like, finding the percent liability that somebody is, especially people who maybe don't use so much carbon, finding the percent responsibility they are for these harms, for like the hurricanes or any of this stuff, is almost immeasurable. And
we don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything like that. Literally, like, just put a tax on the carbon. It'll sort itself out. Like it'll be distributed based on who buys the most carbon. Like, there's no reason not to support this. It's like this will match. who is emitting the most carbon. The people who emit
Would
the
you-
most
would you-
carbon
would-
will pay
would
the
you
most
do
in
it-
carbon tax.
Would you do it like in a cap and trade kind of like scenario?
No, I don't support cap and trade. I support
You
a
don't
carbon
support
tax.
cap and, why don't you
No, I
support
support a
cap and
carbon
trade?
tax.
Why don't you support cap and trade?
So I don't support cap and trade because I don't think that I think one thing is like there are a bunch of bureaucracies you need for cap and trade that you don't need for a carbon tax. Carbon taxes are relatively simple. You just see who's emitting how much, or how much any particular good emits on average even. And either of those would be sufficient to give you some kind of like carbon taxation. Cap and trade's far more complicated, far more likely to have skews and how that impacts the market. Carbon taxes are relatively simple and have been tried. They're tried and true. They've been tested. We've seen that they work. There's no reason not to support carbon taxes. Cap and trade it's more wishy-washy. It's a little bit more hard to parse out.
I don't know. I've seen evidence. You can find studies that demonstrate that carbon taxes are not all that harmful. There are studies that demonstrate that it is. According to the Brookings Institute, it is. Like there
So
are
the vast
there are
what
issues-
percentage of
Hold
go
on.
ahead, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's just like not only would I point to the Brookings Institute, but I'd also point out the idea of it seems like you're just thinking this won't have a negative impact, right? We're going to make this thing more expensive to produce. We're going to make it more expensive to buy and consume, the thing that people use to burn to get around. And it's not going to cause any issues down the road. It just doesn't, intuitively doesn't make any sense, right? Intuitively doesn't make any sense. And there's evidence that seems to demonstrate that it very well might not make empirical sense. And I mean, if you could demonstrate to me that this is not going to have any impact on people whatsoever, then I mean, where's the money coming from? Is it just like you're just generating it out of thin air? It's just like we're carving it off the top of what?
So the money is not generated from thin air, right? The money is taken from money that's put towards things like carbon emissions. You're causing a harm, and now instead of that harm being passed on to society as a whole, now it's passed on to the people who are causing the harm.
You're internalizing an externality.
Exactly. That's what I said in the intro, right? Like you're taking this thing that harms a lot of people and you're putting it right back on the person who causes the harm and the person who gets the gains from this product, right? The person who gets the gains from the product, which is both the people who are selling the product and the people who are buying it, they're the ones who have to pay this extra money that can be put towards society as a whole. It's not coming out of nowhere, right? It's coming out of the pockets of these mega corporations who would have otherwise made profits off of these things, who are now making less of a profit or have to charge more if they want to make any profit at all.
And what percent of these U.S. suppliers are responsible for climate change?
So so what was the question?
What percentage of climate change is what percentage of climate change is the responsibility of U.S. oil manufacturers that we would be placing?
Not even necessary to parse that out. Look, it's not even close to necessary to parse that out because the people who purchase carbon are the people who will have to, or the people who purchase things that emit carbon will have to pay proportionally to this. So it doesn't matter what the specifics are, who's the most responsible. We don't have to figure that out. It's a simple free market policy that even Milton Friedman supported, right? This is like incredibly simple. It sorts itself out. We don't have to figure that out.
My understanding is Milton Friedman somewhat supported cap and trade, and if I was going to support a policy, that'd be the closest.
No, he didn't support cap and trade, right? He supported a carbon tax. He called it an eco tax.
I'll research more into what Milton Friedman specifically said. I always believed that it was a cap and trade policy. You might be right. Maybe he didn't actually support cap and trade. Maybe he specifically supported a carbon tax. This is difficult because my position on this is not like 100% in line with the oil and gas companies, and I'm sympathetic to the idea that climate change is a problem, and I'm sympathetic that I would like to see it fixed, right? I think the environment's a good thing to preserve, and America is doing that, and a lot of capitalism is heading that way through green technology and all that good stuff.
Your issue is just you don't want to pay for it.
No, my issue is that fundamentally, so tax is just stealing. That's all it is, and so whenever you're going to commit any kind of moral wrong, you have to independently justify that by showing precisely why you're doing it. And not only that, but demonstrating okay, I've got to steal this to remedy this specific situation. And climate change, or all the quote unquote tack on effects, I think one of the things we had before Prime, I mean, there's people in what state was it, Nebraska or something, that were suing because they couldn't play soccer anymore because it was too hot. What kind of value are you putting on there? Does that make you a proper litigant? Which party is truly responsible for that?
This is going to be theft, Lactoid. This is
even
under your view.
You're charging.
Hold on. The reason why it's not theft is because even under your view, these people are taking value from others. What they're doing is they're stealing, and now they're being charged for their theft. What they're doing is having a negative impact on a bunch of other people by putting shit in the atmosphere that they shouldn't be doing, and now they have to pay the money back in association with the kind of cost it's going to have on the average person, which according to Stanford ends up being $200. According to the EPA, it's $190 per ton of carbon. That's the SCC for these different from these different sources. And if you just put a tax on this, you're just putting a price on the impact they're having on other people. You're not stealing any money from them, even under your view. There's no theft going on. You're just charging people money for the damages that they cause others.
And is that money going to be like put in the form of a reimbursement to what people can prove they were harmed by in terms of climate change?
So we could either put it towards that, right? And that can be a solution that we have after we have the carbon tax that takes it back out. We can put it towards the specific people who you want to put it towards. I support putting it towards just a UBI. Just giving it equally in portions to everyone in society, because it's really, really hard to parse out who is being the most negatively affected by it. But as long as you're on board with the carbon tax, we can talk about where the money goes as a side issue. Like once we agree that carbon tax is something we should do, where we put the carbon tax afterwards is something that's like a conversation worth having.
Let's go. I gotta let some other people in, so let's go to Corey, then Michael. Or sorry, Eichel. It was also Michael.
Well, this is probably just going to continue along the same vein. Where it's only Lactoid to hopefully understand your position better. This is like a little bit of a loose analogy, or at least not directly one-to-one, because obviously like tobacco is different than gasoline and petroleum products, etc., etc. But as a fellow Canadian, as you might know, like here in Quebec, we tax tobacco products heavily because we have a public healthcare system, and so as a result of that, there are a lot of negative health outcomes associated with tobacco products. So there's a pretty fairly steep tobacco tax, or rather, we tax tobacco products fairly heavily. I say we should do more, but as of now, it's somewhat reasonable. So, like, are you more in line with that? Are you basically just more concerned with, like, given the fact that obviously petroleum products are different than tobacco, like there might be some unintended consequences, where you're probably presumably more on board, let's say, tobacco tax in that framework?
No, tobacco's like so much easier than this to say like to be against any taxation, because you simply say no, we're not going to pay for your healthcare if you decide to take an action that harms yourself. The reason why this is more difficult for me is it's not about harming yourself; it's about harming others. Which generally under civil liability, like there would be some kind of like compensation that you have to give them. So I almost wonder if like what I'm trying to think over is like. Instead of calling it a tax, if you just called it like a liability payment, like it sounds more appealing, to be frank with you. But like I don't know. I don't know. Like I understand the logic behind it, and I also understand now, I suppose, under that framework. Did Friedman call it a tax, or did he call it more along the lines?
He called it an eco-tax. This is the phrase he used. Yeah.
Let's go to unless Corey, do you have more to it? Then we'll go to Michael.
Well, I just want to like you can maybe understand, given a publicly funded healthcare system, why a tobacco tax at least makes some sense, or like on that principle.
Sure. Well, look, once you get universal healthcare, I mean, you can play complete dictator over people's health.
Yeah,
right?
no, I understand.
Like, if I had to pay for people's healthcare, I'm not letting them leave the house.
Yeah, I know
right?
you're probably paying for other people's healthcare.
Yeah. They don't get to eat raw. They don't get to eat raw.
I understand.
No more raw fish. They get their daily stipend of Nutriloaf. Like soil and green.
I will recognize I am
laying dog, you're out of here.
Yes, I recognize I'm laying down a faulty foundation for you, because I know you would not have. I'm just saying, like, given under that assumption that the Canada does exist, as you recognize, so given that framework, let's say you can understand a tobacco tax in that framework, right?
I understand the logic behind it. Like I said, I think the whole system is like fucked from the beginning. I guess specifically with the environmental thing, like given that the U.S. is on the right trajectory, and if we do all the things that I suggested first, like get rid of the liability protections, cut all subsidies, just stop all that bullshit, and we see like an even greater decline. I mean, I don't know at what point's enough. Like at what point? I mean, there's going to be instability caused by a rapid transition.
I just want to clarify because like you keep and I understand why you're saying it. Like yeah, the U.S. is let's say projected to meet its whatever climate obligations or rather its treaty obligations. I just want to point out
A lot
like
more than China is.
yeah, sure. But as far as I know, in terms of like treaty like more or less like it's to mitigate the damage. As in we're committed to like yeah, some warming's gonna happen. It's just 1.5 as opposed to like the extreme disaster. As in there's gonna be disastrous effects. But we're just trying to. It's not going to be, the whole world on fire, maybe just half of the world. So, like, yes, I would agree with you that the U.S. is projected maybe
Is
to
it
meet
the
that.
good half or the bad half?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Well,
Let's go to we'll go to Aiko, and then after that, I do want to like present another question to you all. But I was just thinking, if our friend Lacto was in charge of Socialist Canada, like he would redesign the showers so it's like physically impossible to fall. They're like shower cubicles, right? And so there's no way, there's no slip and fall accidents happen there. And you're just like water just drips down.
You'd
on
all
you,
be
right?
in bubble wraps, like just
You say shower cubicle like it's a bad.
Yeah, shower cubicle. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
I just want to answer like Lactoid's question about in terms of when do you know whether it's enough. And I think a very simple measure would be if we get to the point where the Keeling curve is falling rather than rising, which is the point parts per million in the atmosphere. And that doesn't require net zero. That just requires that we emit less than the planet sequesters on a yearly basis. So if we get to the point where the planet is like sucking in more CO2 than what we're emitting, I think that would be like a very good indication that we're going in the right direction. But really what I want to address is Lactoid's point that the United States was already like going in the right direction as far as total emissions goes.
It is.
And yeah, that's true, but there's a reason for that. So there was a very, very specific point in time when that started happening, and it was 2009. And you can imagine what it was that happened in 2009. So we had a new
The Steelers
president.
won the Super Bowl.
Yep, and also like we introduced several things. Two things that are very important. One is the Clean Power Plan, which is when we started transitioning from coal to natural gas, because natural gas like doesn't emit as many of the toxins that coal does, and so it's good for everybody's health. But also it emits about like half the carbon as coal, and the Clean Power Plan is responsible for that massive transition from coal to natural gas that we saw in those years. And the second thing we saw was the ITC and PTCs, like so those are both tax credits, production tax credit, and the I forgot what the I is in ITC, but like infrastructure tax credit or something like that. And what that did is it put a 30% tax credit on wind and solar. And then the third thing that we're seeing now, which just to continue that trend, is in the infrastructure bill, we saw the ITC PTC extended for a whole decade, and now we've seen it through the Inflation Reduction Act applied to things like smart grids and EVs, and well, EVs has its own subsidy, but that's also new. My point is all of this progress that we've made that Lactoid is praising has all come from sort of artificial mitigations that were put in by the government. This wasn't like some sort of sort of free market like solving its own problems thing. So if what you're saying is we need to do more of those interventions, like what has gotten us all of the gains that we've gotten so far, like I agree with that. We should continue like adding more interventions that will get us to a point where the Keeling curve can drop instead of rise.
You can respond to that if you want, Lactoid. If not, I'll ask another question.
I guess the one thing I'll say, I mean, I'm looking at some graphs are putting it starting to drop in 2000 as opposed to 2000. I mean, as opposed to 2009. We can parse that. I know.
Yeah, just send me the link to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just U.S. carbon emissions right off the World Bank information website.
World Bank, okay.
Yeah. Now, there are free market elements that have absolutely lowered emissions, and one of them is emails, right? So the carbon cost of printing out on a piece of paper and then mailing, especially for bureaucracy or some kind of major company who's mailing out thousands of letters per day for all sorts of reasons, or internal memos or internal communications we're talking about a tremendous amount of paper usage. And when you can send communications via email, that cuts down on the need for paper, right? That's simply one example
Okay.
of
Okay.
a good technology that has reduced the need for carbon in this specific industry.
But
So
that was an inadvertent side effect towards email, right?
likely, I don't think they were specifically trying to cut down on like the environmental impact, but they were trying to cut down on
Okay.
the cost of like producing paper and printing paper, and also the convenience of being able to send it immediately. There's all sorts of reasons for that.
That's why Dunder Mifflin is suffering.
So that's why Dunder Mifflin is suffering. Absolutely. So I'm not going to deny that there's obviously some government intervention as well that's caused the drop. And like I said, this is environmentalism has always been the most difficult issue for me because there is an argument of it impacting others as opposed to it impacting yourself. And I've always been in favor of removing liability caps for resource gathering companies or distribution companies, which I think could do a lot and could do more, right? If you had BP paying the full cost for their cleanup instead of getting some of the money from the government. If you had, the risks of pipeline explosions, that's paid entirely by the company instead of like the local government. I think that creates an incentive for companies to make their products safer because they realize in order to do it, they're gonna if something bad happens, they're not gonna get bailed out. And to me, that's a lot more satisfying of an answer than directly just taxing carbon. It's flat out. Even though I understand the arguments for it, and I'm not even saying they're bad arguments, they're good arguments. I'm not sure how comfortable I am on going to that stage yet.
I wanted to ask, so the panel, like going back, trying to get us back to plan relocation. Like, what if the government took a more heavy hand? And as I was saying at the very beginning, there's like the Jersey Shore that was devastated by that hurricane a few years ago. What if the government said, like, okay, we can plan out, we can see that this is going to happen again, and we will not allow people to buy homes here, right? Like, okay, we're not tossing people out, but you can't buy homes here. So once a home goes on market, they offer some sort of minimum to it to people selling. And then like the government owns that property, right? And that way there is no, like, the population is decreasing as people are moving out. The government takes properties, and then like it just becomes federal land, and it's like to avoid intervention in the future and all the prices that come with it. Like, this will just eventually become government land, and that'll be that, right? And we could do that for other places as well, right? We could do that for places like Phoenix, where it's just going to be too hot. So, and I'll start with that, but there are other interventions I have in mind as well. So, what do you think? B, let's start with you. What do you think of something like that?
Think of some forced relocation. So do you mean, so I'm going to talk about the U.S. territories like Guam. So do you mean forcing the people of Guam to move to here, or opening up our borders to anyone escaping a climate crisis?
Neither of those, as what I said.
I think he said basically a plot of land is like basically condemned or like owned by the government, and it's like you can't, at least from my understanding, you pretty much can't build here.
Oh, yeah. No, I think the best way to do that is we either make all that, like, we go around the US, make that land national wild parks so we can monitor it. We can start trying to put up some effects, get people off of it unless they pay for a park tag, and do some eminent domain. Absolutely. Then you will get at least the value of the land back. Maybe not the value of the house, but yeah, move inland.
Can I just ask point blank for your position, Prime? Like, do you just think people shouldn't, like, should there just be no beachfront property?
I think it depends. I think like California seems to be fine with beachfront, but for places that are we know are going to be destroyed.
Maybe that could be like the entire East Coast, right? Like hurricanes can strike any of these areas.
I was gonna say, yeah, like
I mean, with places like New Orleans, we need to get as much like I don't want to say culture, but that we need to stop. Like that place will never be rebuilt after Katrina. It'll never be the same. And I don't know if its historical value outweighs like the loss of human life that will come when another massive hurricane hits.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is your answer, Prime. Like we just evacuate the Ninth Ward and say, "Hey, I know Katrina took a number on y'all. Sorry, eat a dick." Like too hurricane prone, go away. Like, is this how we handle this?
It might be the case that like on the opportunity. I don't want to. It's going to sound terrible. It's going to sound really bad. On the opportunity of a disaster, that that FEMA intervention that Lactoid hates so much, right? Like part of it's like, well, this is going to happen again. We know it's going to happen, and so we'll give you money to go somewhere else, right? Like we're going to give you money, we'll give you support, so that you can move somewhere else, but like we won't pay for you to rebuild here. Like imagine another Hurricane Katrina hitting New Orleans, right? Let's just say it happened again. Should the government or anyone else, right? The insurance companies aren't going to pay for this, but we know that they didn't do it last time, right? Mm-hmm. Should the government like help rebuild there again? Should it?
Well, yeah, I think it's probably its obligation to help its people, but you can't just evacuate hurricane-prone areas. People live there because they have jobs related to fishing, shipping. Like there's whole industries in this area. You can't just like say, "Well, get fucked in this area," and nobody can live there. It's just not realistic.
I mean, it's
okay.
It's really strange to say that like these areas shouldn't be lived in because of the fact that like the hurricanes come about, right? Like the hurricanes come about and they do a lot of damage, but the amount of damage that the hurricanes do is not outweighing the entire GDP of these states. So obviously, the like people living here and people being able to reuse what does still exist after these like really large scale natural disasters. It doesn't make any sense to like create some kind of like incentive to move away from that. There's already a disincentive of staying there, which is like the risk of hurricanes. The reason people stay there is because of the fact there are reasons to stay there. There are reasons that compel them to stay there as opposed to moving somewhere else. There is still a lot of financial opportunity in these places, even after a natural disaster. It makes a lot of sense to rebuild as opposed to abandoning places like Louisiana.
What about places that are wildfire prone? Would you say the same thing there?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing there. As long as it's the case that like there's a net positive associated with like rebuilding these places, and we gain more from these places than we lose from them, then yeah, it makes sense for people to still live there. There's like, reasons to live in these areas.
The entire state of Texas is like wildfire prone. Like I don't know. Like
I'm okay with
California.
Condemning Texas.
Yeah, I'm okay with condemning Texas. It's fine.
If the property owners are willing to like hurricane-proof their homes or make their homes more resilient,
fireproof their homes.
I don't think there's a thing you can really prove.
I mean, it's possible, right? I mean,
big metal box.
They're spending,
you could try your best.
They're spending a lot of money to like, the entire country in the Netherlands, which basically built their country up out of the water, right? They built seawalls and dikes and pumps to move water away from areas in order to create arable land that people live on now. Florida can't.
Exactly. And California has made itself earthquake proof, right? They've built all these buildings that have like sort of unique code restrictions that allow it to like the buildings like to persist through a variety of
earthquake resistant. We should probably say, but yeah,
sure.
Yeah, but no. I was being a bit more hyperbolic when LSP asked me that question. Because there are areas, depending on what the area is and how valuable that area is. Like there are different options, right? Like we aren't thinking of abandoning Manhattan. We're thinking of like putting seawalls up. Or thinking of like different ways to keep the sea back. When it comes to New York, and that might be worth it. But different areas, not so much. So the reason why I asked Synth about the wildfires is because what we see is that a lot of small towns are just being wiped out, right? Like small towns that don't provide as much in terms of GDP, don't provide us like in terms of like cultural value. I'm sure it's valuable to people who live there, fair enough. But like overall, right?
You really want the
So,
government picking which cultures are valuable and not valuable like this?
But
Like,
I'm
the
saying,
Indian reservations are
It
fucking
anyways
next.
already.
I mean, yeah, they do it all the time. But like, but no, so okay, fine. We can get rid of. Don't talk about the cultural. We can talk about the economic impact, right? Like, what are we getting back from these places? In that case, it seems like, well, maybe it might be fair for these towns to literally not be rebuilt. Just like say, like, all right, this is reclaimed by the wilderness.
Well, so just to I guess clarify, like I'm potentially open to that idea, but when you say like close, like could hypothetically, if like a person wants to live there, can they just like set up like literal camp there? Like, hey, I'm just gonna live in a tent from now on here.
I mean,
What were they
so-
want?
What if somebody
Yeah.
insists? What if they're like, I want to live in Florida, I might get hit by a hurricane?
No. What I said previously was that they wouldn't get any money, right? It's like they wouldn't get any support. So yeah, you can go there, be there. That's fine, right? Even when I was talking about the Jersey Shore, like it becoming federal land, yeah, sure, you can't buy a property there, but you can go there, you know, and stay there if you.
No, what I'm saying is
Well-
like, why if you have somebody who wants to live there, like, but like
Mhm.
build a property there, like build a
Yeah.
house, like you're just opposed to them being able to come in and like set up a plot and build a house
Yeah, in
if
the
they
same way
want
I
to.
would be opposed to you living in a national park.
No, but the argument
I
is being
think the
put
federal
forward is for my own
government.
well-being.
I think the government has a duty to be stewards of not just land, but its citizens at times. People be dumb.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
that there is another solution. You can create new national parks, and Obama did a lot of that, especially in his last year in office. That was like one of his big things that he, did was like create a new sort of national park land, like to protect like more areas. Maybe we need like maybe the Everglades, needs
Just
to
turn
be
all of Florida into a national
yeah,
park.
now you're like now we're so totally losing like everything here. Now this
New
is,
Jersey becomes a
this is
national
so-
park, but
I
no one
think
did
this
it.
is
so
an excellent
ridiculous.
idea.
This is
I
so
think
Yeah,
this
because-
is an excellent idea.
Because we know, especially right now, that one of the reasons why Florida is having the problems that it's having, it's not just because the storms are more intense and frequent, although they are, but it's also because they have less and less wetlands, because a lot of the wetlands in the past have been sort of cleared away and developed over and things like that, and barrier islands that pretty much like are sinking under the sea, where that used to like provide some sort of like cushion. The same thing in New Orleans is they didn't have the sort of barrier areas that they had in times past, and so now there's really nothing from this isn't Katrina particularly, because Katrina was more about it just raining and raining and raining, but other hurricanes in the past that have hit New Orleans would have been less severe when they hit had the wetlands and the barrier islands and things like that like continued to exist, that are just
I
gone
think
now because
Hurricane
of
Katrina's issue was that the levees were like dilapidated as shit, and they knew
well
it.
the levees
fixed it.
but the levees were pushed to their breaking point because of like the severity of it was just like Harvey, where it just like sat there and just continued to rain, and the storms just didn't move. And so like that's not something the wetlands would have solved, but other problems with big hurricanes hitting New Orleans would have been mitigated by those sorts of things. And so if we're preserving more land that we know is going to have a beneficial effect in terms of like absorbing water and like reducing like wind strength and things like that, then I think we should consider setting aside some land for that purpose.
how much? Like Florida already has the Everglades, which is one of the largest parks in the country, right? Like it's a massive, piece of protected land.
Yeah, I mean, I would let like the park services or the federal engineers like decide that, but certainly the kind of overdeveloped. Let's take Harvey for example, because I live in Texas.
Sure.
One of the reasons why Harvey happened is because it was a uniquely bad storm, but also because so much of of Houston is concrete, that there weren't enough like spots that could absorb water, and so that also facilitates it makes the flooding point happen earlier in the process than it otherwise
You
would have.
get less flooding whenever you have drought resistant plants and native plants. So I would start offering tax subsidies to every company or local government that plants as many drought resistant and native plants, because their roots go impossibly deep. That's actually why the Dust Bowl happened. We'll fix that BITCH real quick.
I mean, pretty much all of Texas plants are drought resistant. They kind of have to be. Ika, where in Texas do you live?
I'm in the North Texas, in the Dallas area.
Harvey kind of killed Rockport. There's no Rockport anymore. It's really sad.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Harvey was. I had a lot of friends who were in Houston at that time, and other friends who actually went down to Houston to help out. And I was kind of obsessed with watching all the live videos coming out from that. It was incredible.
It seems strange to this policy seems really strange. It seems like probably a bad idea for people who already are having trouble moving away from their houses. To have the government step in and snatch their houses away from them. It doesn't seem like that's the kind of thing that would make people's lives any better. And it seems like if you want to reimburse these people, so it's just such a huge sum of money you need to reimburse these people for the actual value of the homes that they're in, or for giving them.
No, we don't. Not if it's eminent domain. We only have to reimburse them for the value of the land.
That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about what you have to do.
The market price of the house.
Look, I'm not even talking about what you have to do, legally. I'm talking what you have to do morally, right? If you want to take these houses from people, you have to give them someplace they can go, and that's expensive. Okay, and taking people's houses away seems pretty drastic.
No. This isn't taking people's houses away. Your house is gone, right? It's burnt down. It's a pile of ash over there. That's what that is, right? And then saying that we aren't going to help you rebuild that. We
eminent
will
domain thing that B talked about does seem like the kind of thing where it's eminent domain. You're taking away people's property. They have
okay. Sorry. If that's what you're suggesting.
And you got to you got to pay the fair market price for the property, which includes the house. So we're talking $500,000 houses in Florida. This massive.
Look, just wait 3 centuries. That market price is going to go down. Probably
less than that.
Well, the issue is
you can do it slowly over time.
The issue is that paying people just the market prices and the value they care about. It's not how much they're willing to sell you their house for. You're paying the market price. These people don't want to give you their house, otherwise you wouldn't have to use them in a domain. You could just pay for it, just buy it. But they have attachments to their home that aren't just captured the market price. They have things like sentimental value. They have reasons they want to stay in these areas. They have connections to other people around them. They have connections to places like their job. It's really, really difficult to move. And the market value of your house is not going to be enough to supplement that travel. It's not going to be enough to supplement kicking you out.
Also, the weather in Florida is
awesome.
Why do
they also judge the market value based upon what
you
it
got
would
a
be
camera?
if it was flooded?
Your camera?
No, I'm so sorry. My dog is sick and I'm trying to help it right now. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's nasty. But I can try give you 1 second and get cleaned up, but yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you drop the price down to the value of the house, if it was flooded, that's even worse. These people now have even less money that they can use to move. The issue is that they don't have enough money to move. You can't kick them out of their houses. The reason they're there is because of the fact that it's, from their perspective, that's the option they have. They don't have the option to just move somewhere else. If you want to give them that option, approaches to this aren't going to be things like eminent domain. They're going to be wildly different.
Yeah, you need more.
I think the only option would be we can either pay you now, or we will commit eminent domain by, let's say, 2028 or something with that land. So you have the option to either move, sell that land to the government for that price, or eminent domain is not going to be any more enjoyable. But again, people are dumb, and sometimes the government needs to be a good steward and protect people from themselves.
I don't think a government being a good steward means you spend I don't know how much money to take people's property, beachside's property, from them in 4 years. It's going to be a
Do you think the government's running out of cash?
Yes.
Yes, we're $25 trillion in debt. Yeah, this is going to explode.
I think that's naive. I think they can afford almost anything.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
I don't know how to contend with this.
Eminent domain would at least reimburse the property owners. You know what wouldn't? Creating and making all that land a national park. So that way you are now trespassing on that land.
Wait, I want to clarify. You said almost
just take
anything.
all their houses.
What's out of reach for you?
Yeah,
just declare their homes national parks.
Yeah.
But you have to keep in mind these
Okay.
are human beings in these houses, or these are
Well,
disproportionately poor people too.
You also
like,
can't
not
do
people
that.
at the
You
house.
can't seize private land without eminent domaining it, and you got to pay the fair market price for the houses. We're talking like a fuck ton of money.
Fair
They would
market
do wide
price,
I think
so I've
this
been
is
looking at
why
stuff. Fair market price is really difficult to determine. They don't know how exactly that's done. A just compensation is based upon that. But that fair market value doesn't necessarily have to include the price of the house.
It does
I
have to
think
include
this
the
is
house, the price of the
why
house.
Just worth mentioning. This is going to be like wildly unpopular, but what if somebody doesn't move, eh?
After I've declared eminent domain,
Yeah.
What if
yeah,
they
they're
stay
going to
there?
get lifted up and removed.
So you're going to send the police over there, arrest their happy
No,
ass?
that's what my Army and National Guard is for.
And I'm
Oh,
I'm the
okay.
bad guy for telling
And
them
if
to move.
this results in like people fighting the National Guard because you're trying to take away their property,
Because I'm trying to
In
save
Florida?
them from a hurricane. I mean, if you want to try and fight them, that would be silly, but okay.
Well, this is why
Okay.
prime solution to this seems to be more sensible, which is you just don't let new people come in and set up stakes.
Hey,
And then you let natural attrition sort of pull people out of that area over time. Maybe that's like over 50 years, over 80 years, something like that. But that's going to be the kind of time that it takes. Or maybe storms will do the job for you at some point. And so at least you can prevent the situation from getting worse by stopping these sensitive areas from being developed further.
It's
But
not natural.
you could do
if you're
that without
stopping
kicking
them.
people out of their homes.
It's not natural if you're stopping them from moving in. Again, like if somebody's willing to accept the risk of it's going to storm, but I get to enjoy Florida weather. I think about it every other fucking day in the state that I live in. Like when, there's 8 feet of snow outside. Yeah, I kind of wish I might put up with a little bit of storm, right? I might put up with the risk of a hurricane every 2 years, right? I mean, I might have to pay more in insurance premiums, but again, that's if people want to pay the
Well,
cost
this is
to do
where
that,
the free rider problem comes in, because people are always willing to accept the risk, right? Until it happens. And then all of a sudden they want help.
That's
And
what
that
insurance
whole
is
idea
for.
of accepting but you can't be insured in Florida. And I mean, pretty soon you won't be able to be insured
if
in
you
Florida.
remove the
Like-
caps on premiums, you will be able to. They will.
I agree
they'll
with
have to pay
that.
the
I
cost.
agree with that.
Yeah.
But I agree with that. But yeah. And so now you're letting the sort of the rising cost of being able to live in that area do the
Yes.
job for you.
Yes.
Which is yet another reason why, right? Which is, I agree with that. I think we should absolutely leverage market forces in that area. But of course, Florida is like, again, like what I said before, Florida's not willing to let that happen, because in order to do that analysis, they would have to admit that climate change is having this effect on the state.
It seems like the only difference between me and you than Lactoid, right? Because I think Aiko did a really good job of pointing this out, right? The difference between me and you, we're both for allowing attrition to do the job, but you simply want wealthy people to be able to theoretically move there because they'll have the resources to absorb those costs, right?
Yeah, yes, Prime. I want wealthy people to move there, and you want no one to move there. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, no,
Yeah.
but that's
the idea of a national park.
Yeah.
Right, and if wealthy people
that's
are willing to
effectively
pay the
school
cost,
rich, right?
yeah, if wealthy people are willing to pay the
Teddy
cost,
Roosevelt didn't say nobody can live there except for the rich. You can
Again,
live
I'm
in
just gonna
Yellowstone
suggest,
if you're a millionaire.
more carrot, less stick. You probably just need to work on investing in less hurricane-prone areas, and people will probably naturally gravitate there. They're going to go where the economy's good, and I think if you try to use force to force them out, it's just going to. I mean, it seems transparent. It's going to be bad.
yeah, there's obviously reasons why, despite the weather, people are moving to Florida in record numbers. There's reasons, right? There's benefits that come with moving to Florida, and I'm okay with people making that individual decision if they want to, especially with all the people that are moving into Florida. This idea that we have to stop them because we know better for them. I think first of all, it takes away their autonomy, right? It's sort of it's very paternalistic, and to be honest with you, the market forces will react in line with whatever the environmental effects actually are. Meanwhile, you are doing way more predicting, right? If you're off, if you move out a whole neighborhood and it turns out that neighborhood doesn't go underwater, well, now you've just destroyed a whole community.
But if it's a Florida community, is that so bad?
Yeah, I mean,
Florida's fine, okay? Florida seems like a great
Florida
state.
is not
fine.
fine.
It's not
Florida
fine.
is
fine. It's fine. It's a fantastic
notoriously not
state.
fine.
No.
It's perfect.
in Miami,
the
the
hurricane
streets
thing.
flood and it hasn't rained. right? Like because it's
I was just talking about
forest-
the people of Florida.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, okay. I get it. Yes.
But that
There's,
too,
like,
yeah.
there's flooding. There's bugs. There's roaches. There's all sorts of shit in Florida that's gonna suck. Right. There's alligators.
Florida, man.
That comes with living in Florida.
No. Yes. No, look. I hear you. A person who moves to Florida, they make bad decisions in the first place, right? So, like, there's only so much we can do for them. But I'm saying what I was trying to say about that Miami thing is that it's actually quite straightforward to figure out like where these areas are. We have geological surveys. We have an understanding of the topography of their like of the waterways, right? And we know, like we in Florida, and I think this is outside of Miami, right? There's a neighborhood filled with actually Haitian immigrants, and it's like outside of Miami. And these people, black people, were forced there because of racism and housing discrimination. They were forced into this area. And the land was deemed like unvaluable, like or like not very valuable. Until it turned out, oh yeah, Miami is sinking because it's built on a porous rock, and that neighborhood, that Haitian neighborhood, hey, that's built on non-porous rock, right? In a certain area where it just won't flood. So now you have all these people moving there, right? And the housing prices are going up, like gentrification happening on full bore into this neighborhood. Because these are predictable, right? So, like this is an example of your market forces. Fair enough, right? And I'm saying that I'd allow those market forces as well. I'm not stopping those things from happening. But, like, first of all, in areas that have disasters, we just say we're not going to assist you in rebuilding. Right?
Yeah,
can
but
you at least...
wouldn't they move? Wouldn't they move to like the non-porous area then in higher numbers if you're not going to let them live in the porous area?
Sorry. Say that again.
You just said was like there's a problem of like gentrification because people are moving from like the porous area to the non-porous area. But if I get you correctly, you're advocating for not letting people move into the porous area.
Porous.
So
POROUS.
porous, like in terms of like
Porous.
sediment. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're advocating for not letting people move into those areas, aren't they going to move into the non-porous, more rocky area just by default? Because where else are they going to move?
Well, I'm saying that these forces that I'm talking about, like, are already happening. That you've been talking about already happening. That people are moving
Sure.
one way or the other, and I understand that one way or the other there's going to be displacement, right? Like from people who are living in a bad area or to people who are living in a good area, and now there's an influx of individuals. So like I understand all of that. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to break this down into two pieces and to see if you agree with either one of them. In terms of a disaster area, right, a recent disaster area, would you agree that maybe the government, and one that we can predict that will happen again in the future, that the government should not assist them in like rebuilding?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've been ranting about FEMA for this whole fucking time. Yeah, the
Of
whole
course.
thing should be privately funded. If you're going to move into an area where there's like, it storms or we get snow. Yeah, we're not like Corey was like joking about buying everyone air conditioners, but like the comparison logic to this kind of is like, oh, you live in a cold area, I guess we're paying for your furnace fees. No, like you can expect it. It's cold in the northern Midwest, so you pay for your furnace. You can expect there's a hurricane, so you pay for your insurance. That makes the most sense, right? I don't see why there needs to be any kind of government intervention here at all. It just seems like the problem is going to be self-correcting. There's no reason to tell people, no, you like people who have the money who want to move into this quote unquote risky area, right? If they don't believe you, if they're like, look, I want to live here because I love beachfront and I'm willing to risk out in a storm. I got like $100,000 per premium per month insurance policy. That's on them. Like, I'm not going to tell them what they can do.
Sorry, it's not going to be self-correcting, right? Like we see this in areas, and this is not a natural disaster, but Michigan, the town with the poison water. I always forget the name.
Flint.
Michigan. Yes, Flint, Michigan. That there was a disaster that happened again, man-made. But a disaster happens, and then people can't move out. They're stuck there. They really like to leave, but they just don't have the ability to do so. So, like, this is not a self-correcting thing. There are going to be individuals who are stranded, right? And I would want to help those individuals. I'd want to give them money to relocate. Flint,
That's different though than your plan about just not letting people move in, right? If you have somebody who's rich, and
that's why I
wants
said
to-
hold on. That's why I said I was going to break this down to two pieces.
Okay, sure.
So I was asking, yeah. So you understand that people do get stranded and might need assistance.
I understand that people can that unfortunate events can befall people, right? So if you live in an area,
disaster just hit the area.
Disasters, but disasters take on all sorts of different forms. Like, you bring up lead in the water. You could also bring up, let's say you have a disaster such as the auto industry moves out of Detroit. Are you going to pay to relocate everybody that lives there because there's an economic downturn? It's basically a disaster, isn't it?
No. Okay, so I only
More devastating.
brought up. No, I only brought Flint as an example of like this happening, a disaster happening, and then people not being able to leave immediately, because that's just the one that came to mind. But like this policy is just aimed at the climate crisis. That's it.
No, I know. The example I brought up of like the economic downturn is like in the case of Detroit or other like any other economic area that experienced an economic downturn. I think some of you might disagree. I think most people would think it'd be ridiculous of like, oh, like this plant's closing, so now we're going to pay to move you to a place that has a new plant, as opposed to, whenever you live in an area, whenever economic activities dry up, whenever there's some kind of disaster, whenever anything bad happens, like you have, like, this is part of like having savings. This is part of like planning for this. At some point, like, you are responsible for taking care of yourself. I don't want other people to step in. And if you can pay for the insurance policy,
That's
then
not
you
all the
can move
motivation.
in.
Right, like the issue is, and the reason this is analogous is because in the case of economic downturns, they're not tied to the location. They're not happening because of where you are. They're happening because of other aspects. If they were happening just because of where you were, then people would be okay with saying something like, here is some money that you can use to move somewhere else. In the case of things like natural disaster, they are tied to location. In the case of things like economic downturns,
Detroit,
we're okay with using other means. We're okay with using other means. We're okay with using other means to make sure that we mitigate these economic downturns. It just turns out those means are cheaper than paying everyone to move out.
Hold on. Detroit was a very localized like economic disaster.
Yeah, it's a localized economic disaster. It's not a localized natural disaster. The reason why it's an economic disaster is not because of the location they're at. The reason why it's an economic disaster is because of other factors, which can be targeted directly. In the case of natural disasters, that is just because of your location. You are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I don't really see the distinction, because if you're in Detroit at the collapse of the auto industry because they're moving to Mexico because they can pay workers less, like, you are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Do you think that the reason why Detroit had an economic disaster is because of Detroit dirt, or because of Detroit air, or because of Detroit coastline? What do you think the reason is?
I don't think that matters when we're talking about the people that are experiencing the disaster. That's what we're talking
It does.
about.
It matters if the cause of the disaster is caused by the location, if that's the proximate cause, or if it's something else, because then it matters how we address the problem. So if we can move the problem away, that's very easy. That's much easier to do than moving all the people away. If the problem is not caused by the dirt of Detroit, like because of the fact that they've got like bad soil they're on or something, then there's no reason to move people away from that. We can fix the problem through other means. If it's the case that because of the area you're in, you are more prone to be negatively impacted by things like natural disaster, then it makes sense to move people away from those locations.
I can see how there could be a difference, but I don't think the distinction is going to be between like an economic downturn or like a natural disaster. I can imagine like natural disasters that are so, I guess, inconsequential compared to like an economic downturn, that the economic downturn is actually more devastating and more difficult to solve for. So one example,
but we're not going to have ecological disasters that are going to be minor anymore, unfortunately.
No, we can, right? One example that was brought up before by ICO is the fact that in California, they are building earthquake-resistant homes, and they decided that was more cost effective than just picking up all the industry and moving somewhere else, right? When if the industry all picked up and moved somewhere else, that would be far more devastating to San Francisco than the earthquake problem they have.
I totally agree, but even in the case of this example, we can still point out the fact that the reason why California has this issue is because of the location. The reason why California has this issue is not because of,
yes.
I'm not trying to be smug, right? But the point is because of the fact that California is where it is, not because California
I
is
understand.
what it is.
I understand your distinction, but
Yeah.
in my mind, I don't see why the distinction is relevant to the topic that we're discussing. Like, if you get hit by a red car, if you get hit by a blue car, I get it. A red car is not a blue car. But the point is, well, no, when the car hits you, what happens? So if you're a worker or a person living in like Detroit, and during your entire life, like the economy is blighted because the auto industry moves out, this could be far more devastating to you and affect your life far more than earthquakes in San Francisco.
An economic disaster has warnings. There are predictors. There's a way with which to predict and look up to that pattern. Whatever the fuck, whatever. If you really don't think so, okay, all right, mate, whatever.
Look,
That may be correct. I don't know.
Look, Lactoid, the issue and the reason why the difference is relevant here is because the solution we're talking about is moving people away, right? And if the solution is caused by location, then it makes sense to move people away. If it's not, then it makes a lot less sense. Now, I agree there are cases where we can imagine, because of some reason, right, the economic disaster is so insanely bad and so for some reason or another, just in the realm of hypotheticals, tied to the location somehow. In those cases, it would make total sense to move people away, right? The difference, though, is in the real world, it tends to be the case that natural disasters correlate with location, whereas economic disasters will happen in a location, but they're not intrinsic to any aspect of that locale, of that area, right? So we can do different things to solve the issue than move people away. We don't have to give up on the territory because of the fact that there are frequent disasters there. We can mitigate those and stop those disasters.
And again, though,
in some cases we can with natural as well.
Yeah, well, and that last part's the critical importance, right? Yeah. What you just snuck in there at the end, because that's been my objection the whole time, which is that sometimes like controlling and paying to mitigate the natural disasters can be cheaper than just like picking up an entire economic base and moving it.
Yeah,
this is why.
No, I totally agree with that.
Right. Well, exactly. But this is why the two. Right, the two are comparable when we're like discerning impact. So again, like,
but that's not all we're discerning.
What do you think is more like at the end of the day, like, what do you think has impacted like San Francisco? What do you think has had a greater impact on which city? Right, the auto industry moving out of Detroit for that area, or San Francisco's earthquakes in the past?
Right, I think it's totally the Detroit one, right? I think it's totally the Detroit one. But the point is, right? The point is the reason why this is a solution which is even proposed for one, but will never be proposed for the other, is because one of these is tied to location and one isn't. I totally agree that one of these is more significant. I totally agree that for some natural disasters, it doesn't make any sense to move people out. And I even think for these particular natural disasters, I'm not on board with moving people out, but I'm telling you there's a clear reason why there's a difference between these two things. It's a clear reason why one of these has some people proposing move people out, and one of them is never going to have that because it doesn't make any sense to move people away because it's an economic disaster. People will naturally move away, that's true. But the solution to economic disasters is not, there's nothing tied to the land that causes the economic disaster.
But wouldn't people naturally move away from areas prone to natural disasters if the natural disasters were sufficient enough to outweigh the economic benefit? Yeah, it depends it depends on the severity, it depends on the frequency, which is why people like San Francisco, people are leaving not for the earthquakes, but for a whole bunch of other reasons, like political and economic reasons. That's what's causing the people to run away.
It's a political disaster, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, but like, no, Corey, I see your hand. But like, so for Detroit, I'm an advocate for picking up and moving people. I'd advocate for massive governmental intervention.
I know you do.
So like, I would say, hey, let's get some industry started here. Let's get these people jobs. We can have a jobs program for this economy. We can build it back up. There's all kinds of things we can do. But you wouldn't be in favor for those.
No,
either.
because all roads with you lead to communism. Well, actually, it's a fucking problem. And this is the reason
I'm a socialist.
I know. And this is the reason why I'm most skeptical of all this shit, because like this tends to fucking get carried away. Like so quickly, like, oh, we're gonna stop you from buying there. Oh, now we're gonna like fucking move you into these places, and now we're gonna like give you a number.
No. I wanted to be clear. All right, so when I proposed that the government buying the plots of land, right? That wasn't necessarily because I believe in it. I just wanted a conversation starter. Like I wanted to get us on that. I am more in favor of like identifying areas that are like extremely high risk And honestly, like the thing that gets in my head more is the wildfires, right? The California wildfires. They're just areas that are just going to be extremely fire risk and that are going to burn down again, right? Like I think we can like figure that out. And so for those areas, like should we be paying people to like rebuild into that area? Some of those communities should really just be abandoned. And so like I am in favor in all cases the government helping people who are afflicted by a disaster. But we can say that, hey, this aid is contingent on you going somewhere else and not telling them where to go, right? They can go where they want. They can go, wherever, just not here. But okay. So Corey, I'll give you that and then we'll move on to our next topic.
Yeah, so like I'm a little bit on the fence because like I think I see your point, Prime, and I also see your point, Lactoid, and I might be helping you out here, Lactoid, of like, so what would you do now of like, with the wildfires burning in Canada, and now like let's say, somewhere down the road, just like the air in an entire state is now just like not fit for human consumption. You just can't breathe, whatever, in the state of Texas. Are you going to like relocate all those people, or do you like put a dome over Texas and now it's just like all air purified Texas?
This is literally happening. You Canadians are poisoning us with with all the smog coming from your wildfires.
Yeah, like I don't like would so like would you want to like relocate like this massive amount of people, especially like now where like it's just like there might just be a cloud over the entire United States at some point where you just like can't breathe. So it's like I don't know.
Are you going to pay to relocate me, Prime? Like,
you're already in Canada, Lactoid. It's solid.
I would. I would relocate you to San Francisco, obviously.
I would rather go to Canada. Fuck that.
But yeah, like I don't know, like I think that at some point there's going to be a lot of options on the table. Right, so like to sum this all up before we go to our next topic, I think there can be a lot of options at the table. I think there are going to be areas, like I said, that are inhospitable to humans, and we are going to have some level of intervention. And I think it's going to sneak up on us. I mean, from like what I'm hearing climate scientists say, like over the past week, like the alarm that they're having, because like it's not that they were wrong, is that like wrong about the results. They were wrong about the timeline, and that it's just like this happening a lot faster than they thought. So, like, I think the point where some areas become just inhospitable, like in certain months, is going to sneak up on us very quickly. I think it might happen in our lifetimes. That just certain places. I mean, you're dead. I was watching an interview today, and he talked about like what happens when your body reaches a temperature of 107 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, the proteins in your cells like start to unravel. Like your cellular walls break down and you start bleeding internally. But don't worry, that usually doesn't happen. You usually just pass out beforehand and die that way, like from dehydration before you even get to that. Like you get cooked. And there's some areas that's just going to happen. So I think this is going to sneak up on us, and we need to be able to be prepared with a whole list of options, and plan relocation. I think is going to be on that list. But okay,
shouldn't have bought that house.
Can I ask one last question? Synth, would you trade a carbon tax for abolishing Social Security? Like a
trade a carbon tax for abolishing? I don't think so. Abolishing, I'd be okay with like if you want to do some major transformations to Social Security that move it from like a the existing kind of regressive system that we have for SSN to like or Social Security to something that maybe is like less regressive, at least like flat, or like exchanging it for like if you do carbon tax plus UBI, I'd be okay with it. I'd be down with something like that.
You're so close.
Almost. You should support UBI.
No.
You can get away with flat taxes, give UBI.
You can get away with flat taxes without a UBI too.
Not for the average person. The flat taxes are like wildly unsupported, but UBI is something that like you can sort of get like this middle ground on.
All right, so let's move on. It might have been 117 degrees Fahrenheit, or I forget one of those numbers. But anyway, you at some point you're gonna cook. But anyway, let's move on to our next topic. Before then, guys, if you've been enjoying the content, be so kind as to follow the channel. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Thanks to all of you who are here, and consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, or gifting bits or gifting subs here on Twitch, or super chats on YouTube if you want to ask a question to any of these people. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we'll move on. Sorry, did someone say something? Okay. Moving on to our next topic. Talking about Arizona. I had Arizona on the brain today. Acting as a microcosm for the national housing market, the suburb of Surprise, Arizona, is in the middle of and it's called Surprise, it's the name of the town, is in the middle of a battle to keep affordable apartments out of their neighborhoods. Homeowners say that the character of the town, in quotes, will change with the new developments. They are worried about crime and traffic. City officials are trying to press on. Are the concerns of residents valid? Should a city official scrap these plans and consider other options to address the housing crisis? And beyond the housing crisis, should the concerns of homeowners supersede other safety net policies such as residential drug treatment centers? So yeah, it's a specific article. I was talking about this specific town, but this is again happening all over the country. Like they want to put some affordable housing complexes there, and all of a sudden we got to worry about crime. The neighborhood just won't be the same anymore.
The vibe's gonna be off.
Something's gonna be off about this neighborhood now.
It's gonna be black all of a sudden.
Exactly. So like this is but like we have residents and they are citizens, they're taxpayers, they're being engaged with their government, and they're saying no, like you can't put this here. So like what is the balance like when it comes to municipalities and like figuring these things out? Like should the residents, homeowners, and their needs supersede everything else, or should we like press one for the greater good? All right, so let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I think the concerns of the residents are completely valid. Urban high-density housing is associated with a very different lifestyle than suburban or rural living. I live in a suburban house, and it's fucking sick. It is fantastic to have my own yard where I can play music very loud and not bother any neighbors. In fact, I just got a new subwoofer, and it's got a really nice thump to it. And I would hate the idea of not being able to play it because I happen to live around people that like in a kind of multi-unit housing. There's pros and cons to all of them, and the residents there are concerned that their way of life that they've lived is being challenged. In my opinion, there's two competing interests here, right? You have a group of people who have this way of life and they want to preserve it, and then you have people who want to come in and, if they're using eminent domain, I'm against that entirely. But if they've bought property consensually and they just want to build a building on it, they want to build a multi-unit housing on it, then yeah, that's, I also don't want the government to get in the way of them. So I think the best solution to this is to remove zoning, protect people from government coercion, and ensure people get to live the lives they want by simply replacing it all with homeowners associations. Instead of having zones, you would have entire towns in which everybody just simply to live there would have to contractually agree to not sell their house for the purpose of building multi-unit housing. That way, everybody is in consensual agreement, and you don't have the government involved, and it's just the perfect solution. So that's what we should do for everything.
Oh wow, wonderful! Sorrow, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Communism by other means.
BC, this is what you're this is why you're here, right? Like you got to regulate Lactoid, and do it in legal terms, right? That
You
I
call
can't
me a
do.
regulator, please. That should be my fight song. So I've never. Okay. Homeowners associations are implementations of racism that have been perpetuated in order to keep Black people, Mexican people, and other unwanteds out of nice, neat, white neighborhoods. They are never something that should ever be supported or desirable, ever. Anyone complaining about not my backyard, it's pretty fucking rich for any of us to have that attitude, since this is technically the backyard of a lot of people that owned it way before us after we took it. It's very typical for people to want to scramble in and then shut the door behind them. And that is no longer something that is the most anti-American thing I can possibly think of doing. Again, this is a government that wants to build affordable housing apartments in a nice neighborhood in order to further integrate. And now they're demanding that you don't do it because it might, what's your complaint? It sounds like this is Sheriff Joe Arpaio's neighborhood. It's outrageous. Stupid. The arguments against NIMBYism are like many. It's not in favor of development, which I'm shocked that capitalists and libertarians alike don't like, because you're asking for the status quo to always be supported. It's against any social mores or any local sovereignty as well. Like, it's just, ugh.
Thank you so much in the passion of saying that Lactoid is wrong. Let's go to our
Also, I'm so sorry. I really want to be clear. There is such a significant difference from a solar farm, a wind farm, something that would actually be detracting or cause noise pollution or something else like that. That is an understandable thing to be hesitant about. New affordable housing. Just say you don't like poor people, Lactoid. Like, just say that at that point in time. Just say that. You don't want housing.
Twitch,
this isn't a solar farm. This isn't a fucking waste farm. This isn't, God, it's not even a fucking puppy mill. It's affordable housing.
I think I'd prefer a puppy mill farm.
I mean, do you allow you to pet the puppies? I mean, before they're sold off.
You don't get to pet the puppies, not until you support affordable housing. No dogs for you. No dogs for you. 1 second, excuse me.
No problem, Corey. Please, that was great.
Wait till she hears about Lactoid's position on, sex with dogs. But Lactoid doesn't have the perfect solution. I do, 100%. Just as I had earlier with the other one. Well, yeah, just given what we just talked about, it's pretty clear. Like, the entire state should be seized by the government and just like condemned, and everyone just like forced to relook. Given the fact that, from what I understand, there's like a record heat wave in like large portions of like the state of like also Phoenix, and the proximity to the Colorado River and that drying up. So I have concerns about further development of this area. But at the end of the day, like if they want to build, I'm like, yeah, like. The NIMBY argument, definitely not in favor of, where it's like, yeah, affordable housing, I'm in favor of. Do I think this is a great long-term solution of having more people there? Probably not, but I guess we'll deal with that and have a band-aid solution when that comes up.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Synth.
Sure. So Lactoid has a 2-step solution. Step 1 is to erode away zoning laws, and step 2 is to establish homeowners associations as de facto zoning laws. But hopefully me and Lactoid can work together on part 1 of that plan, and then we'll see about part 2. And by we'll see about it, I mean we'll never have that. Any attempt we can to smash the NIMBY scum flat and establish a YIMBY empire in the United States is vital to our success. Now the idea that by virtue of buying out one little house, one little property in an area, that now you get to tell other residents they're not allowed to be there is insane. You have not bought the entire city because you bought one house. If you're the guy who's leading this NIMBY movement in this particular case, it moved there in 2018. He's not a resident, or not a long-time resident, I should say. And this echoes the fact that like most NIMBY movements are not led by the residents of the area. They're unpopular by residents in the area. Residents in the area, lots of those need affordable housing. Lots of those have to pay for their housing, and they don't like it very much if housing is wildly expensive. It's clearly a weird market skew. Landlords are big fans of NIMBYism. People who own a house are very big fans of NIMBYism. People who have to rent their houses, not so much, and a lot of people have to rent. If you want to make sure that you have a society where people are like well off and have like good living conditions, making sure that people are able to build housing in the area without ridiculous barriers like over the top zoning laws is important for doing that.
Okay, let's go to LSP.
I used to be Team YIMBY, but as you can see, I've recently purchased a house. And now I have a very real vested interest in keeping the pores out. So I guess I'm. No, fuck that. I really hate my HOA actually. So I don't know. I guess I'm embracing NIMBYism again.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Let's go to Aiko.
So there's an important element of this that probably should be included in the conversation that might not otherwise, and that is schools. Because typically, if you're a family, one of the reasons you're going to want to be in one neighborhood versus another is going to be the quality of the schools. And quality of the schools typically is attached to the value of homes. So here in Texas, it's really weird that we have this, but we do have this, and it's one thing that about Texas that's really based is that we have something called the Robin Hood Law, where areas that have really high like residential home values take some of that money that would go to their local schools and sends it to the state, which then redistributes it to states that have like lower priced home values. So I don't, it's weird that we have this in Texas, but we do, and I can go into why, but it would be irrelevant to this conversation. But the fact is, when you have people that are protecting their neighborhoods from people coming in, not only are they stopping other people from like having access to the normal neighborhood things that you would think of that they're protecting, but the biggest impact, in my opinion, is that they're making sure that the people that their kids go to school with are going to other people that are similarly advantaged. And I can't think of a better way to get around Brown v. Board than that, because it has all of the hallmarks of looking as if it's voluntary. But I've actually watched a school district get more and more segregated as a result of what appeared to be like natural evolution over time. And there's actually literally one part of the city where all of the Mexicans are, and another part of the city where all of the whites and Asians are, and a lot of it had to do with the way like neighborhoods were policing themselves in both of those areas. And if you want to see like a collection of faces that look different from one area of town to another, that's the most drastic, just go to the schools. That's where you'll see the biggest contrast.
Okay, up to the panel.
Just to quickly, Aiko, I mean, school choice would just like
Makes it
nullify
worse.
that. Well, if you could,
Yeah.
if you go anywhere in the city, that makes it worse.
Yeah, it makes it work. Well, first of all, you wouldn't be able to if you're talking about school choice within a district, because it's actually that Mexican part of the town is a different district than the one where all the whites and Asians are. And
Okay,
in fact,
well then mega school choice, where it's the whole city. Like you just pick which school, like you like it's a lottery system. You enroll in like any public school you want, and then it's a lottery system of who gets in.
yeah, that doesn't work either, because I actually lived in a very famous town that had a school choice like Supreme Court case in the 1980s, and I went to a school that had the Confederate flag as its flag, so you can imagine what choices people made. And the school that I was at, which was the south part of the city, as opposed to the main part of the city. When you allowed school choice, what ended up happening is all of the black people wanted to go to the school where more black people were, and the white people wanted to go to the school where white people were. So school choice actually ended up making us more segregated, not less. And that kind of self-sorting has been going on like ever since Brown v. Ward. We're just as segregated now as we were like before that decision.
Wait, you think that so if you have a situation in which you have school choice, and like the black students want to go to the same school together, so they all like put in the lottery for one school. Do you think that's a problem?
Well, it's not that's not lottery. They're choosing a school.
Yeah. Do you think that's a problem?
Yeah, I do think that that's a problem, because the difference in the quality of education that you're getting in the schools ends up not following. Like it's not as if once that association is made, even though it's voluntary, that you're still getting the exact same education like in both of those schools. It's not the case. It's just that there are a variety of socioeconomic reasons why they would like make choices like that. I think what you have to do instead is you have to make sure that neighborhoods are set up in a way where people aren't self-selecting like to be with their own kind, which is very difficult to do because you're fighting against you're almost fighting against nature in some ways in order to make these sorts of things happen. And that's one of the reasons why I think like segregation, segregation by one means sort of gave way to segregation by another means, but you're still seeing this, like for instance, in the town that I'm talking about, like the school district where I worked for many years, there was a big difference in college acceptance rates, SAT scores, and AP test scores, and along the lines that you can predict.
We might just have like a value disagreement then, because like it seems, you brought up the school issue in terms of, yes, there's like a major problem because when people are locked into the schools, into their district, and so they have to go to these areas. But when I bring up the solution, we'll let people choose. If you have a scenario where people can choose what school they want to go to, and it just so happens that like Black students pick the same school, I'm not going to tell them what to do. I'm not going to tell them, no, you actually have to go to this school because I know.
Well, I mean, we can, and in a lot of districts we do. Like, just
I don't think we should. I don't think we should.
We allow self sorting in the South because it fits our purposes in the South, but it's not that way everywhere. And I think what happened, I worked for a long time in a lottery school, in a school that was actually a really good school that everybody wanted to get into, and the self-sorting process was such that the people like who were aware that they had that opportunity and also wanted to have that opportunity, like made like certain students like sort of pick that school. But we were a lottery school because we thought giving everybody an equal opportunity to get into the school would allow them to do it. But a second problem that we had that a lot of people didn't foresee was that you don't have that community school where everybody walks to school, where everybody rides their bike to school. Like instead, they're getting on a bus and going across town. And as a result, after school programs like collapse because people are going to schools that are going like further away from their home. And so you get less of a sense of community. And that's okay. So to tie this back into NIMBYism, like the reason we want like those, not just the schools to be more diverse, but the neighborhoods that feed into those schools to be more diverse, is so that you don't have to go across town in order for a school to be more diverse. That you can keep that sort of sense of community by going to school. Like your best friend at school is also somebody who lives on your street, that sort of thing. That's the sort of kind of community that I'm talking about, which doesn't happen when you're like going across town to go to a school.
So I want to, thank you for bringing it back there. I was going to have to step in there. Though the school choice is actually super interesting. This is what I wanted to, have a larger conversation about. It's not just on housing prices, but for anything about NIMBYism, because surely for those on the other side of Lactoid, surely there are concerns that must be valid that homeowners are making, right? So in terms of a drug treatment center, that's going to raise the amount of homeless people who are in our neighborhood. And hey, I might be a well-meaning liberal who would want to house these individuals, but we're not going to. And that's going to increase the crime. That's going to make our neighborhoods more dangerous if we have this drug treatment center in our backyard. Is that not a valid concern?
No, I think this concern's not valid, and I think the concern's not valid because what you've just done is you've just moved the problem. The problem is closer to you, and now the problem is less significant, and you think because of that, the problem is worse. The problem does not get better or worse based on proximity to you. It gets better or worse based on the actual impacts it has on these people. These drug treatment centers are going to lead to decreases overall in crime rates.
But if the other option was, it's not in our residential area, but wherever our major hospital is in some other area of town that's slightly that has a light amount of residents, and it would be safer if that major hospital handled it rather than this separate outpatient treatment center. Wouldn't that be?
Well, the issue is the reason why the treatment centers aren't near that hospital is because it's very expensive to build near the hospital. So it makes it kind of just economically unviable. Otherwise, they'd be doing it there and not near your house. So one of the issues is like if you think that there's going to be externalities, we tying back into the other conversation. If you think there's externalities from building it near you, that wouldn't exist if they were near the hospital, then it's kind of easy to just say like, okay, create some kind of Pigovian tax for that as well, and that'll disincentivize building in areas where it's actually going to be harmful on other people. But chances are, even with some kind of externality tax, the impacts on you are not going to be outweighing the impacts that would just be somewhere else. And it's just kind of like it's just a self-centered policy to say you don't want it near you.
I'll address that in a second, but LSP wanted to go in.
Yeah, I might suggest that the proximity is actually a pretty big deal. That if you have people with drug addiction issues in locations where you have other people living, you might end up having knock-on effects related to crime, property crime, or violent crime as a result of that. That if you moved your drug treatment centers elsewhere, right? Yeah, what you might end up you're distancing people who are probably the biggest threat to. Trying to think of how I want to put this. The people who are probably the biggest threat to a stable home society, you're removing them from that proximity, which is important because you can have knock-on problems with even more drug addictions if you have these people in proximity too.
You're wrong. Finland proves all of this incorrect. Yes.
You
go ahead.
Go ahead.
The Finns have housing shelters and housing groups all throughout all their cities, fully integrated in both their rich, poor, middle class, and other incomes. They've halved homelessness. They've gotten it down to less than 3,000 homeless Finnish people.
Wait, who? What?
The Finnish.
The Finnish did this? I might propose they might have a different relationship to crime and drug abuse than we have here in not in Texas, in America. That might.
Do they have access to drugs in Finland?
Yeah, but access to drugs is not the only variable involved, right?
Also probably less so.
Look, even if we take a look specifically at the ways that homeless shelters have impacts to communities here in the U.S., we still see that there are overall decreases in violent crime, overall decreases in non-violent crime and petty crime as well. So long as you're seeing a net. Yeah, exactly. So long as you're seeing like a net decrease in crime overall, I don't think who the crime is happening to is wholly morally relevant. I think that if it's people in poor communities and the crime's happening there, I think if anything, that's worse than people in these rich communities because obviously a poor person losing $1 and a rich person losing $1, it's much worse for the poor person. The poor person is going to be using that dollar to eat, whereas the rich person is using it on something like
you don't want crime happening to kids, right? Like there's some expectation that the neighborhoods people are
housing
like,
doesn't automatically mean drug junkie serial killers who are going to be moving in. You do understand that, right? Affordable housing just means
this is my first time doing
moms
this. Go ahead, explain
kids
it to me like I'm slow.
Okay, I do expect that. So I'm going to. So again, affordable housing does mean something where it's just a single mom able to actually provide her kids with more than a one-bedroom apartment. I don't understand this reluctance to allow others.
I don't have an issue with affordable housing.
LSP was talking about the drug treatment centers. Yeah.
So thanks for that. I don't know where you came in with that, but thanks.
Did this article not discuss affordable housing?
No, it did. It did.
But, yeah, we were.
I said
you just came for a totally different conversation than the one we were just having.
Okay,
but thanks.
fine, whatever.
Sure. No, it's fine. It's just that I said that like I brought up the drug treatment center when I asked the current question.
It's in the prompt as well.
Other people to break bread with them. Why would they ever allow a drug center? I think affordable housing is obviously something that's barely achievable now. Why are you making it much more difficult?
Making what much more difficult?
The argument against not my backyard.
Well, the reason why is because it was part of the prompt, right? Like we just have to. It's something. This conversation you have to have, right?
Okay.
And honestly, in the case of things like a drug treatment center, I think it's totally fair to bring something like that up. And obviously, it'd be the case that if it wasn't in the prompt, I think that somebody like Lactoid probably would want to bring that up because it'd be like a good thing for the position, right? But obviously, in the case of a drug treatment center, it's still the case these have an overall net positive, and so it's not the case that we want these things to like not exist in the area.
You're talking about an overall net positive, but like exactly. I'm a homeowner, right, in Surprise, Arizona, and I don't care about like overall. I'm being asked like, should this be in my neighborhood? Well, like this could increase crime in my neighborhood. Overall in the city, maybe it decreases crime, but it might increase crime in my neighborhood, might make my neighborhood more dangerous. So on the question whether it should be in my neighborhood, like it seems perfectly rational to say no, not in my neighborhood.
But you don't own that. You don't own the entire city, right? Like you're a homeowner. You own your home. You own the property your home's on. You don't own the entire city, and you can't make rules that stop other people. You can't make rules to stop other people. If the majority support this, then it's something that is something that I think we should have a larger YIMBY movement is willing to go to these city council meetings and put up as much of a fuss as homeowners do. And it's one of the issues is that we just don't have as much of the political forces like these homeowners do, despite the fact they're a much smaller group. Not being able to. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can see that the argument that like you shouldn't be able to tell other people what to do with their property. I'm totally like game with that. But this is more of a question of like oughts and shoulds. Like, should a drug treatment center go up in a neighborhood where there's kids, where there's schools? Like, is this a wise place to place this sort of an institution?
On the oughts and shoulds, if what you're doing is you're putting it in a place where like you're going to have richer people on average, as opposed to a place where you're going to have poor people on average. These drug treatment centers are going somewhere anyways because you want to reduce the overall rates of drug abuse. Otherwise, if you don't have this drug treatment center, what you have is a bunch of people who are untreated drug abusers who are going around poor communities, harming poor kids. I know, yeah. we have to put it somewhere, right? And when we're choosing where to put it, putting it in a poor community where it's easier to put it out there, where people aren't homeowners instead they're renters, doesn't seem to me like an ought. That seems like an ought not.
I mean, wouldn't this be the demographic that would be most likely to have drug abuse issues?
It is the demographic who's most likely to have drug abuse issues. Yeah, I agree. But
you would place it in places of population density where the biggest problem is. That would make the most sense to me.
It does. It doesn't if there's already things built there. So it's expensive to build things there, right? So it's cheaper to build things in areas where there's less stuff built. So that's the reason why the drug treatment centers aren't just naturally propping up in these areas where it's closer to these, where it's closer to people in these like poorer communities.
Seth, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Do you think it'd be an overall net benefit if these people in Surprise, Arizona, like if, at least for some of them, we like forcibly converted their McMansions into like duplexes and then allowed like one side of the house to be like low income living, and so then we could get rid of the homeless population and we could lower the overall rent prices considerably.
I'm not a big fan of doing it forcibly. I'm not a big fan of kicking people out of the houses that they live in so that we can build. I think seems really politically unviable. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't think it'd be all too positive. I think it'd have some bad social precedents. I think it's kind of like it's probably, I'm not entirely sure, but it might very well be unconstitutional. I'm not going to make that argument very strongly. Seems like an issue. I wouldn't support that.
That can be potentially solved. Of like, well, you can just provide like just like a huge incentive of like, hey, we're going to subsidize you converting your home to like this. Split.
I'd be on board with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
So if you're okay, if you're not in favor of like, let's say you got a big McMansion of like making somebody like convert half of it for a purpose that they don't want, why are you against homeowners associations where like someone has like a giant plot where like everybody builds a house on and they all agree to like certain terms? Like, why would you how would you stop that?
So the reason why, I'm not saying B, you're not able to be heard. I saw you're muted. Oh, okay, I got that. So yeah, the reason why I'm not in favor of homeowners associations is not because I want like SWAT teams to come in and like take over the homeowners association with guns. I'm in favor of advocating against them, right? I think that you ought not do the job of, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think that
they should be legal though. They should be legal at the very least.
They should be legal. I don't want the SWAT teams to come in and like gun down the homeowners associations. I just think they're bad. I think they're just bad. Morally.
I mean that's fair. Look, that's totally fair. I think a lot of the regulations of them are stupid, and the idea that like, oh, you left a potted plant in the wrong place, here's a $50 fine. Yeah, that probably rubs a lot of people the wrong way, for sure. Yeah. But I could absolutely see a situation in which, like, let's say, like a very scenic area, and like a very someone's like, okay, I'm gonna build a fucking town here, and I have a vision for this town, and this town's gonna be like, a gated, beautiful big houses, single family houses, golf course in the background, like blah blah blah, all that good stuff. Yeah, as long as everyone like they're like the person who makes it's like, okay, I'm going to subdivide all the houses that I built here. You can buy them, but if you buy it, you have to agree to certain terms, and one of them is to not put a drug treatment center next to the kindergarten, right? That's the terms, right? One of the terms is you can't build an apartment complex. Like you have to there are limits on what you can do. I think this solves the problem in my mind because you're not having. I agree with what you said before when you said when you buy one house you don't own the whole city. You're right. Like that's like the conflict here. Like you can't just buy a house and be like, okay, now you can't do this over there. Like, do you own that place? Like what are you doing telling me what I can or can't build on my own fucking land? Well, a contract does that. and it does it consensually, and I think that's the way. This is like the perfect solution.
I mean, I think it's solving for an issue that that's not really there. But I mean, as long as the HOAs are willing to pay their LVTs, then I'm fine with it, right?
LVTs.
Yeah, as long as they're willing to pay their land value tax.
baby.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God. All sorts of fucking taxes with you. We're talking carbon taxes and then
I
LTV.
love taxes.
LVTs are good taxes, dude. They're big
So-
taxes. You gotta look into this shit. It's
So
decentralized.
I've looked
Association
into it. There are
reflects
certain taxes that are
systemic
less
racism.
bad than others, but they're all.
So
We go
homeowners
ahead.
associations almost always reflect systemic racism because whenever they found out that it was illegal to redline and actually prevent young Black people from moving into their neighborhoods, they found much more clever and creative ways to do that by stating you can't have music playing at a certain amount. You can only have so many people living in your house. You can't have any things going on in your front yard. So all these things that they associate with dirty, dirty Black people, they route into their HOA agreements in order to try and keep them out. I just don't I don't know how you don't see that. I
have it on good authority that racism has been illegal since the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm about okay.
We had a Black president.
Alright.
I don't know why you're still on this.
B. Like I didn't get to bring this up previously, but like I mean, you are aware that our friend Lactoid is in favor of racial covenants, right? Like he's
I'm sorry?
okay. Racial
Oh, no.
covenants.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, racial covenants.
Like from Halo.
Covenants.
I don't know
Covenants.
what that is.
So yeah, so when for these suburbs, they said like, well, you literally can't sell to a Black person. Like a white family's moving out, like you can't sell to a Black person. This was a thing that they used to do. Now it's illegal.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Wait,
And
really?
I'm saying
Going back
lactose
to
is
the
big.
covenants,
Yeah, lactose.
That's like
he says
super
fine.
anti-capitalist. Why would you be okay with that?
I just said I'm okay. Like if before with Aiko's example of like the Black students want to go to the same school, I'm not going to step in and be like, I'm actually going to dictate what you get to do because you're not around the people that I want you to be around. No, people should be allowed to like have preferences. And while I personally don't share those preferences, I'm not going to dictate to somebody what friends they can have or what marriage they should have to get into.
But a racial covenant does dictate.
No. It doesn't, because again, it's a consensual contract, right? You agreed as part of buying the house that you were only going to sell it to XYZ person.
White people.
so the problem with
XYZ.
HOAs
Or Black
is
people,
that-
or Black people.
Is that a
Or
euphemism?
Or if you want a Catholic or Mormon community, you could do that too. I'm not in the business.
The problem with
of
HOAs
dictating
is
your
that they're
communities.
also inappropriately and disconcertingly not applied correctly or the same way. We see that with Flushing, New York. We see that it is, I mean, okay, all right. We're either going to deny that it's an implementation of systemic racism or we're not. So I don't.
I know sometimes it takes me a moment to absorb lactose stupidity too.
I would live in the integrated HOA personally.
She looks like she's
Oh,
gonna
that's
kill
so
that with
aggressive
brainwaves.
of you, Lactoid. I'm really glad to hear that.
I'm like, yeah, personally, like I don't see color personally. To me, everybody's
He's
Someone's
willing
gonna
to
see
live
color
next door to the
whenever they
I just thought
XYZ.
about black guy. I don't even know what black is. There's no such thing as color.
everybody's like a
I violated
everyone's
this contract.
everyone's a beige to me. I just don't. It is what it is, right? I don't care.
What color
But
is
like,
Brian?
if you have people
Curious.
like who do care, like if they want to set up a Mormon community where they're like, look, we're gonna go out in the middle of the fucking Utah desert and like form our own shit. I'm not in the like. Who am I to go? No, you can't. You don't have the proper.
Just find
Specific
the
proper
individual-
proportions.
They can
You don't have
avoid the
pro-
mark of Cain.
You don't have the proportions of the right
Well,
Catholics.
Just
It's like
because the Fair Housing Act has blocked the actual overt use of racism or against your ethnicity, religion, or anything else like that, that does not stop them from doing something on the lines of, you are, for example, whenever there have been Jewish people within an HOA being fined disproportionately for having a menorah out for during the Christmas or Hanukkah season, or if you're Black, even they find someone for leaving their Christmas lights out till December 26th, when every other white house has their Christmas lights out until January. They find that person $10,000. They will slowly escalate those fines for the purpose of getting you the fuck out of Dodge.
Was that in the contract?
I
See,
don't.
Stunned. Oh, sorry.
I'm curious if Lactoid, if there was a contract that said, like, if you want to buy this house, you have to like suck dick in order to do it. It's like Coconut Island, but with
It's
like
legal,
housing.
yeah.
Would
It was
you be
illegal,
totally cool with
yes.
that?
Yeah, he would.
Because I support sex workers and I think sex work is real work. Of course, I would support that. Right now.
Have you heard his business plan?
Ace.
What racist dick are you sucking, Lactoid, to have these opinions?
I'm not sucking dick. I'm not sucking any dick. I'm not opposed to people. I'm not opposed to
He's
people.
maximizing consent.
Look,
also,
it's not my business.
Lactoid-
If people wanted to make a community where all they did was suck dick, they can do it under my system. Okay.
Can,
They-
hold on, can your employer say?
I can assure you,
yes. Every employer.
Can your employer say you have to fuck me or you're fired?
Yeah, that's literally sex
cool
work.
with that?
Of course, that's sex work.
You're okay with
Are
that?
you a swerf?
Look. I think the sex work is very complicated, and I'm not as pro sex work as other lefties.
You're a
swerf. I'm not any of the parts of that acronym. Okay. So
sex worker exclusionary radical feminist here. You're advocating that sex work isn't real work.
Not any of those things. Look, I just think that your employer saying that like you get hired on to do some job that's totally unrelated to sex, and then your employer is like, hey, this week I need a fucking blowjob or you're fired.
Yeah,
that to me seems kind of fucked up. I don't think surprise sex work.
Sex
is
work.
real
Sex worker is real.
I don't think surprise fucking
work is
Yu-Gi-Oh
real.
trap card sex work is real work.
It's not Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. You don't have a right to employment, right? It's a consensual agreement.
You're like,
if you don't
hey,
want a job,
I'll work for you, but I have no idea that you're gonna make me suck your dick.
If
like
you
3
sign
weeks
a
down the line.
contract,
Now
if you sign a
can do
contract with somebody, like an employment contract, in which you said you will not make me suck dick for the next 3 years, then I agree.
So I have to have it in the contract.
Yes,
Just
yes,
assume.
yes.
I just
Like,
assume.
what if, so I need money to pay my bills, right? What if every business requires me to suck dick in order to get a job?
Sex work
What
is
do I
real
do?
work. I don't know how many. I don't know how much.
I mean, isn't it kind of rape? Like I'm being forced to do this. In order to, like,
is all
my own
labor
living.
exploitation LSP?
It is in
Can
that
nobody
situation.
consent to their
it
work?
is.
Okay,
I'm being
all right.
forced to do like
Yeah,
a
this
certain
is
kind of work I
why
don't
this is
wanna
a
do in order to
communist
live.
argument,
Yeah, that's
right?
pretty
Because you
fucking
start off by
exploitative.
this fucking thought process of it's all exploitative. Well, all labor.
I think
then is.
communism
You think the
requires
coal
a little
miner?
more
You
steps
think the
than
coal
that. I
miner
don't-
has a harder life
Let's
than your
go-
local brothel fucking prostitute?
Okay,
Come on.
hold on. Okay, all right.
What are your thoughts on child labor, Lactoid?
Let's go to B. Want to jump
Only
in?
certain kinds.
I
not
didn't
sex
want
work.
to.
Sex work.
Oh my
So
god.
unlike the Cheshire Cat, we
Make
don't
that
need to follow
crystal clear.
We don't need to follow Lactoid down these little rabbit holes in order to detract from the idea that he does support racist policies and the use of racist HOAs to keep blackies and other unwanteds out of your neighborhoods. It's
You
fucking
keep coming up with words like
unacceptable
racial.
as fuck. That's because I'm using the language you fucking won't. You might as well just tell them undesirable.
I won't use that language because I don't think that language. I just said I
You
don't see
do
color.
think that way, Lactoid.
Prime
Your
pie is
first
beige.
declaration would be a
There's no-
black man lynched
such
in your
thing.
front tree. You shouldn't lie about that, Lactoid.
Who wants to put
Jesus
like a?
Christ.
Can we create like a futures market for how long until Pete says the N word?
Yeah.
I've never said the N word, and I would never say the N word. So I don't know why you would ever think that. But okay.
If you were,
Because it's getting
raised very
progressively
thin or
worse. Like,
something, you
this
know?
I would
Lactoid
never
guy,
say
he
the
wants
N-word.
to.
I've never said
That's
the
true
N word.
progressivism right there.
No, that's very odd. If you really truly do, I don't.
The correct phrase is XYZ, people, all right?
That's why.
That's the best. It's the best one because it encompasses. Because like, look, you know, I'm also, you know, there is discrimination that happens constantly, and a huge part of discrimination that happens constantly is like attractiveness, right? Like people who are like considered to be unattractive by like the most people.
That's a distraction. That does
it's
not
not
apply to this
it's
matter.
not a distraction.
this rabbit hole, these are so fun.
So the reason why it's not a distraction is because I'd be okay with an HOA saying like you have to pass our like attraction officer test or you know some bullshit like that because and you might say well that's not fair, but like if you wanted to live in a community where there was like nothing but beautiful people around you, like who am I to stop you? That sounds like a wonderful place.
I think the issue
What's
is,
their skin
Lactoid, is
color?
if you present this like infinite power to people who have power over you, you find ways to carve people out of society, right? That they just don't have a place because not everybody has like capital. They can just start a business. Some people have to work for employers, and not everybody wants to spend their lives giving blowjobs. And yes, I understand sex work is real work, but that's voluntary. That's kind of the
This
big
is
deal, right?
voluntary. All employment is voluntary.
No,
that's not
suck
true.
my
Yes,
dick or
it is.
or die is not voluntary.
Mining coal or die. Fucking work on an assembly
You're
line or
giving
die.
other examples of bad jobs.
No. I'm explaining to LSP, the
If you-
so-called
if you
liberal,
are-
the
if you are
so-called liberal, how his
segregated-
argument leads to
This is
communism.
real
Segregated
liberalism.
Out of
It's
every possible job but coal mining, you are being forced to be a coal miner against your will.
See, what I'm trying to show to you is you said, oh, you're a reasonable liberal. You like capitalism, right? But your argument here is like if you are okay. Well, here, what about this? What about this? Let me make a slight amendment. Even though I'm not in
Capitalism
favor,
is fetish.
even though I'm not in favor of this. If you had food stamps, so people are not going to die, then would you be okay with this policy?
With food stamps or sucking dick?
No. There's food stamps if you can't get employment because all the employers in your neighborhood require you to suck dick, and for moral reasons, you are not interested. So
For the sake of the hypothetical, you're just saying food stamps, but you also mean like all the other stuff you need to survive, right?
You get like a tent, and there's like a big public piece of land, that
And you can
like,
get your
camp out
insulin.
on.
You don't have to. It's not like suck dick for
I mean,
insulin.
we're going so far, dude. Like,
Oh,
It's literally communism. Don't have to suck dick for insulin. Basically,
This is what Karl Marx had in mind.
True.
So okay,
you
let's
draw
go
an
to,
arbitrary line when it comes to sex work because it makes
United
you, because it
Socialist
makes you
Suckers
uncomfortable.
Republic.
No,
I drew that line at coal mining
no.
too.
So okay. So
Anytime,
coal
like,
mining.
being
What about
forced into
commercial?
a-
What about commercial fishermen? What about lumberjacks? What about
Literally
retail
any
workers?
industry where you are being segregated out, right? Where you are being forced only into one option. Yeah, that's not capitalism, right? That's not. It's coercion. It's exploitative. Like I am Marx and Engels. If that's your idea of capitalism.
Oh my god! So you're saying that if you live like all the people that live in a coal mining town, were like
Free enterprise means people have a right to work the jobs they want. Not that they should be forced to work jobs they don't want.
Everybody has the right to work the jobs they want. You think that's free enterprise? I can just walk into fucking Google. Hey, I work here now.
No.
Have you tried that yet? 'Cause it might work.
Quite the retarded
It
way
might
I was
work,
going to put
actually.
it.
Like the balls on that, actually. The balls on the person to do that. It might actually work.
They'll have to like get a blowjob like up front.
So
is the
Google
problem.
Google wouldn't hire me because I don't fulfill the requirements set by Google. In the same way that if you have an HOA that has requirements of you have to take the lights down on this day of the year, they can set that rule.
But we're only
Google
going
has
to unjudiciously enforce that against our black residents, but not our white ones.
If it's against the contract, then that's a problem. But if like that's
You're
in
out
the
of
contract,
pocket. You're out of pocket.
I
Lactose
just agree
Google
with consent,
does
sorry.
have a legal department, so like you should actually give it a try. So I gotta see what happens.
I like
man.
so if you own like property,
And
or
report
anything, I
back.
would severely suggest not trying to force people to give blowjobs to rent or anything.
no,
Like you'll
I
get-
don't even. You know my opinion on blowjobs, Brian.
He doesn't like
it's
blowjobs.
just-
I'm
They're
telling you.
just ridiculous. Like it's a waste of time.
You
So,
don't like blowjobs?
I would never.
What are you,
I would
gay?
never. I would never get
He doesn't
involved.
like foreplay, period.
Yeah, I've got a whole like moral argument for that. But
when I fuck people, I want to fuck them in the ass.
I'm like,
No blowjobs, no pussy eating, nothing.
It's inefficient in Lactoid's framework. You want to just get right to the chase.
Jesus.
so.
Dexter,
Good point,
you
Brian.
go.
What am I? What, okay.
2023.
What I'm trying to say here is like, you have when it comes to like any kind of consensual relationship. If I own a piece of property, I'm not going to set these rules because I'm not that kind of person, right? I'm not going to set those rules. I'm not going to have any kind of racial discrimination in terms of a business if I run it. I'm not going to have any racial discrimination
But you
in terms
are
of
permitting
friendships,
others
in
to
terms
do
of
the same.
relationships. I would have no problem
You are permitting
marrying
others
somebody of a
to
different race.
utilize your rules
Very
to
progressive.
do that
Yes,
very
but I'm not
same
going to
thing
force
that-
somebody to marry a racial group they don't want to marry because I'm not that kind of person to force people to engage with somebody they don't want to.
But you're going to watch injustices happen and just be glad it's not in your backyard.
Is marriage an economic relationship?
Yes.
Obviously. Should we force interracial marriage?
What?
Yes.
Weird segues that
White
George
genocide
Floyd-
now,
I am
bitches.
for it. You know I'm for
Those
it.
AS
Wrong crowd to ask that
these wrong
question.
sequiturs is so odd.
You say white genocide like it's a bad thing.
For consideration, I don't know. Is getting a dog a good decision? Yeah, kind of. People. What?
Okay, look, I'm gonna try to pull this topic back. I enjoy a topic on blowjobs like anyone else would, but I wanted to get us back. Drug treatment centers, NIMBYism.
To be
all
clear,
right?
I never brought up blowjobs or sex work or anything like that first. To be very clear, none of those words came out of my mouth at all.
Okay, for the record.
Okay.
Sure. All right. Buddy, before when we were talking about the drug treatment centers, you said that it would be wrong of a homeowner to impose themselves on like property that isn't theirs. But as was described in an article about Surprise, Arizona, what those homeowners are doing, they're going to town halls, they're talking to their city officials, right? This is democracy at work. There might be a larger YIMBY movement, right? Large people who feel that way, but this is not politically salient enough for them to show up. So is this not democracy in action, saying that within our neighborhood, there are people who are passionate about a certain topic, in this case, not having a drug treatment center, or the other thing, and the city officials should respond to that, right? Should like follow the will of the people.
So if you're following the will of the peoples and following your actual constituents, I totally agree. That's probably a good precedent to set. But in the case of this, they're not following the will of the people as a whole. They're following the will of a small group of people who are just a very, very, very loud, very vocal group. Obviously I understand where it's like kind of easy to be like, well, it is their vote, right? Like it is the case that like they're going to the city council and they're petitioning. And like this just seems like it's the natural democratic process, and I agree. But sometimes the natural democratic process kind of fucking sucks. And the way that we fight back against that is within the natural democratic process of the system that currently exists. The way we do that is we have to call for like more aggressive YIMBYism. Like I totally agree that they're the ones going to the city council meetings currently, but the way that we fix that problem is by calling for people who are on our side of the issue to go to those same city council meetings and put up just as much of a fuss in the opposite direction.
I want to see Lactoid at one of those meetings.
Look, the difficult thing, like leaving aside the HOA, which is my true position, so just all you can put that in the back burner for a second. Like, even when it comes to zoning, I understand their concern. I get it, right? I'm not saying that they're 100% justified, but like, this is their community, and have the potential of obliterating it, right? You have the potential of obliterating an entire community, an entire way of life that they have set up here. And it's easy for us who are not there to say, well, it's for the greater good. You just have to deal with it. Like just in the same way if we split their houses and moved in people, like, well, it's not my place. I'm not living there. I don't have to deal with that. But like the people that are living there that are like quite literally under the threat of this, of course they're going to be reacting like aggressively. Of course they're going to be maybe overreacting a little bit. They're what they believe their lifestyle and their future is at stake, and their investment, right? Their investment as well. You know how much I put so much fucking work into this house and so much of my time and like sweat and blood, quite literally, like drilling through like fingers and shit, like just like fixing up stuff and putting money into it. And like if tomorrow the whole neighborhood went to shit, yeah, that would be awful.
Wait, do you think it's a threat? Even though nobody's NAP is violated, you think it's a threat?
So fair enough. I'm not using a threat in terms of like the aggression way. I'm talking in terms of like it is very well about to cease to exist, right? And would I be upset? Would I think I have the right to stop someone from building like a drug treatment center across the street? I don't know. Probably not. But I'd be very, very upset because now I have to move.
Look, it seems strange that we're saying we're like really, really empathetic in these scenarios when rich people are like mad that poor people are coming to the area. But in the case where it's like poor people are in the area and a hurricane is being sent there by rich people, the empathy is like out the window. It's like, yeah, don't be fucking stupid. Move, pack your shit and move. In this case, if you have an issue with the fact that you don't own the entire fucking city, the one that you moved into in 2018 in this guy's case, then clearly it's the case that what you should do is pack your fucking shit up and move. And if everywhere in the U.S. has affordable homes nearby with poor families in it, then you should pack your fucking bags and move to a different fucking country. Because like if you hate poor people that fucking much, clearly there's nowhere for you here. I think we should be representing the interest of the people as a whole and not like a small group of rich elites.
I have empathy for the people who lose their homes to natural disasters.
For the poors.
I do. And in fact, I even said like, if you have I'm the group of people like I'm least sympathetic towards would be like rich people who move into a high disaster area, or rich people who move into an economically blighted area and they lose their investment, right? Like this is the group of people, they know what they're doing. I feel the least sorry. I still feel sorry for anybody who loses money and has to move, but I feel the least sorry for these groups of people. But in this case, like whenever you have somebody who is like whether it be from like a hurricane or whether it be for anything. Again, like I said multiple times, I'm not saying that they should have the right to stop them or they shouldn't just move, right? Like at some point they probably should. I don't deny that. But I do have a lot of empathy for them because in this case, to be frank with you, like this is the storm, right? This is the storm moving in. Like the risk here is that it's going to obliterate the area.
Poor people are a natural disaster.
Hurricane Katrina, not that sympathetic. Poor people, that's a problem. That's a real issue. Like, I mean, like, be realistic here. Like, even if we're talking just about rich people with poor people moving in versus rich people with a natural disaster striking through and destroying their homes. One of these seems a lot easier to empathize with than the other one would be. Somebody who's like moving into an area, well, that they know they don't own the entirety of. And like people who they don't like, who they think are stinky moving in near them. That to me doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I think is all too empathetic. You could just fucking stay there. You don't have to leave. The people who like, even rich people who with fucking beachfront property, they have to leave when a hurricane strikes. They don't have another option. They can't fucking stay there. People who are living in these areas and then poor people have like affordable housing nearby, you don't have to fucking move. You could just stay exactly where you are. You could stop treating poor people like they're weird, stinky freaks, and you could just be normal. Just like don't be an asshole. I don't know. One of those is easier to
I think that people, like I said, I feel sorry for anybody who's having their way of life disrupted in terms of crime, property values, destruction, rain, flooding, lightning, volcanoes, like whatever the fuck it happens to be. Yeah, it sucks if you no longer feel home, right? If you walk outside and there's like just you don't feel safe walking on outside anymore. Yeah, that sucks, and it sucks that happens to people. I'm sorry.
But doesn't it also suck like when because the natural end result of all of this is ghettos, right? This is how ghettos are created, is that a certain class of people can't live anywhere else because they're being pushed out of all these other areas where they don't belong, and then these people end up having to live in a part of town where they don't feel safe because everybody in like lower economic conditions get clumped together. There's blight. It becomes close to impossible to find good transportation, good jobs, any of that. And the moment somebody gets a certain amount of economic status, the first thing they do is move out, which means that places like this like remain ghettos like on an indefinite basis. Like these people also deserve like to feel safe and to be able to like safely walk down the street like near their homes and all of that, right?
Yeah. So the data that I've seen indicates that when you put affordable housing in low income neighborhoods, you actually see like way more beneficial effects. And if you put affordable housing in high income neighborhoods, you actually see negative effects just empirically. So if we're talking about where we're going to put the affordable housing, if we're like interested in the most utilitarian answer, we should just put it in the poor areas.
Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on that? Like, what do you think is the cause of that?
Well, because when you introduce like poor people into a wealthy neighborhood, you're introducing a population that is more predisposed to crime. And when you put affordable housing in a poor neighborhood, you're pulling people, like the poor people are already there and they're having trouble affording housing. So they have access now to more affordable housing, so they have more money, so they're less likely to be poor, right?
Wait, so you're saying that
they're going to commit crime.
A predisposition to crime is good in poor areas, but a predisposition to crime is bad in rich areas? That doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's about introducing. It's about it depends on like what are the actual empirical effects, right? So when you introduce affordable housing to an area where people need it, like there's other countervailing effects that can lower it, like certain issues. Like you're still gonna have some issues, but like there is research that indicates there are some just empirical benefits. But when you put it in wealthy neighborhoods, those benefits disappear. They just do, because now you're introducing a population that is more predisposed to crime in a neighborhood where it's full of rich people who don't. There's not people there who have trouble affording housing because they're rich.
Wait, so you're saying that the rich people around them are tempting them to steal when they otherwise wouldn't? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what I'm saying.
What you see is that people who are in, what you see is that poor people are more likely to steal from other poor people, even if you control for the areas they live in, just because like rich people live in things like gated communities and so on. So it's not the case there's as much of a risk associated with if you have a bunch of people in affordable housing in a rich area versus in a poor area, you don't see increases in overall crime. What you actually see is that the poor people are impacted the worst. Poor people are impacted the worst if their affordable housing is being built in areas that are already impoverished. you integrating people into these communities where there's already a lot of economic activity in an area makes people as a whole better off. There's not empirics to support the idea that building the poor housing in poor areas is going to be better for people.
And also, like
empirical disagreement, and I'll find
there's another thing here, and I hate to bring it back to schools because I don't want to distract, but I think that this is kind of relevant. So if your neighbor is somebody of more economic means than you are, like if these sorts of populations are sort of mixed more, and as a result, like children are more likely to have friends of different economic classes. As you get older, a big part of the likelihood of having economic success in the future, or job success or career success in the future, has to do with connections that you make all the way back in school, whether it be like from grade school all the way up like through college. And so if you have those sort of, for a variety of reasons, because you're maybe exposed to sort of an intellectual environment that you might not have access to in a different neighborhood, or that because, your best friend's father owns a company and they gave you an internship because of you always like spent summers at their house or whatever, that gives you a sort of salutary effect compared to if you're grouping together all the rich people so that all their connections can make them even more rich, and you create this sort of polarization of outcomes as a result. Like, it seems to me that, especially at the school level, because people go to school where they live, like even when they're school choice, then it seems to me that anytime that you can bring these people together instead of further apart, you can ameliorate a lot of those disparate outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, I just not only disagree empirically, but then again, like I also am like, I don't think it's wrong to empathize with people who are concerned about their community being destroyed or injured, and ultimately this should be solved.
Yeah, I'm just saying the empathy should go all the way around to everyone.
Yeah, it is,
not just with the rich people.
I feel bad, I guess, for everybody whenever anything bad happens to them.
I feel bad for the poor.
Yeah,
I just feel like there's
the reason policies.
Well, the reason I'm emphasizing this is because I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I think a lot of you probably don't feel bad for this community. And in fact, I'm assuming that maybe not.
Whoa,
maybe
I'm a homeowner now.
Yeah, maybe not the people here, but I assume a lot of the people in your audience probably dislike these homeowners for even being upset at the fact that this might happen.
I do. I dislike the homeowners for this, right? I think it's totally the case. Yeah, but it's totally the case that I do dislike people who have an issue with poor people moving to their neighborhoods. Like, I dislike that. If they had an issue with black people moving into their neighborhoods, which they kind of do, I have an issue with that as well, right? Like, and it's saying like, I feel bad for these people because they're made uncomfortable by the poors around them. Like, I don't feel bad for them for that. I don't think I should. I don't think that you should. I think it's really strange to feel bad for somebody because of their own negative dispositions towards poor people. That seems really strange to me. I don't understand why they deserve some kind of like extra sympathy for that.
The trick is to just move into a neighborhood that the poor people can't afford.
That's what they did. That's what they did. And now you guys are ruining that for them. They worked hard. They worked hard to fucking buy this shit.
To be away
and
from
now the fucking bums. They're just rolling in and they're taking over the whole thing. It's
bums, yeah.
But like,
I'm not sure they work hard.
LSP like put something in chat, and I'm actually curious what your answer. He says, let's hypothetically say you have nature way for pretty people and everyone agrees, but then somebody who is pretty gets in an awful car accident and becomes fuck ugly. Should they get kicked out of their house? So they went to a voluntary contract, right? But they paid for that property, and now they aren't so pretty, right?
Right.
So
yeah, if it's explicit, like, in order to remain in this community, you have to maintain a certain degree of aesthetic beauty, not only for your yard but also your face. That's the part of the agreement, right?
You don't agree to get into a fucking car accident, right?
But you knew there's a risk. Like, we all know there's risks that can happen that can cause deformations. And so,
just say it's not a coincidence. I don't think that pretty is a synonym for fair.
Oh,
right, so skin tone.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like,
bringing everything back to race. Every time.
Let's say, like, somebody's like a mega hottie, now they're fuck ugly, right? They got in that horrible car accident. They're fuck ugly. Nobody likes them
They
anymore.
look like
All
Mickey
stuff.
Rourke now.
Does Mickey Rourke is hot? You take that back. Does the HOA
He's
just
got a
like
pretty puffy
take,
face.
like how do they take their property from them? Like that's their property. They bought it, right? Like how are you getting it back?
I mean, clearly there would be like in the contract there you'd be like an explanation of like if you fail to abide by these terms, here are the consequences. Like either you get a
And what if-
fine, like or you
What
know,
if you get fat?
Okay, what if they don't pay the fine?
Wait. That's like what if you get fat? That'd be like a perfect example. of
Yeah,
something they could
fat
put in the
people are
contract,
ugly.
right? Yeah,
Contract
yeah.
violation.
If you
That's
weigh-
why I
get
gave
fat.
car accident. Like
Yeah, no,
something
but
that's-
right. Car accident is like the most empathetic one because like they didn't like control it. I understand that, but again, like when they signed the contract, they like were agreeing like if something happens, then X Y Z is going to happen. And at that point, they should buy insurance, right? Just like if a natural disaster hits, they get an insurance payout. If they get
They should
if they get a
buy pretty
facial
insurance?
disaster, they should
What?
get pretty insurance. Yes, the homeowners associations can offer that.
I'm trying to
This
like
is a
understand
perfect this is a
the-
brilliant solution.
I'm trying to understand like where the limits of this are. Like, so let's say
There
the
are no
HOA
limits.
says like there are no limits. So if the HOA says we're taking your property back, we're not compensating you. It's ours now. You signed an agreement. Get fucked.
If
You're
that's the agreement, sure.
And what if the person refuses to leave? What do you do then?
They get evicted, just like when renters refuse to leave.
Violently? You go in, you send people with guns to drag them out, kicking and screaming out of their wheelchair because they can't walk anymore because of the fucking accident.
We enforce, just like if somebody can't afford rent, right? Like when you have a contract to abide by certain terms, and when you like agree to pay rent, like that is the terms. And if you don't pay rent, you get evicted, right? They have the right to remove you from their property, just like the homeowners association has the right to remove you from the neighborhood.
And for the record, if they're in a wheelchair, they're not going to be kicking and screaming.
Fair point.
I would feel bad for them. I want to make that
You
crystal
would-
clear.
You would feel
Oh,
bad.
wow.
for them.
That's
But
what
that
matters.
feeling would not translate into action of any kind.
No, I don't.
No,
I
you
would
agreed to
like
get kicked
I
out
don't
if you fuck
violate.
ugly, so,
Yeah, I don't violate rights just because like I feel bad for somebody.
Can
I
I
don't
can I
do
also
that.
ask you, you said you feel bad when like in the cases of these people who move to an area expecting the poor people wouldn't be around them, and then the poor people move in and they're like upset about it. You feel bad for those people.
Fucking poor people.
Would you also feel bad if instead of it being the case that they're like upset that poor people are moving in near them, it was like black people? They were just like really, really fucking racist. They all moved away because they like didn't like black people being around them. Would you feel bad for them if they were like upset about black
In a
people
way,
moving in?
yeah, like in a way, if they were like they were racist, again, a preference I don't share, and like they specifically like tried to like move away to have their own little thing, and like that purpose was frustrated, like I would feel bad for them in that sense. Personally, again, I don't see color, so I don't get that I don't get that feeling of animosity nearly as much. But what
You got to hand it to him. Lactoid knows how to bite a bullet.
But
So
no,
this is
but,
because you-
but what I do get though is like I do get the sensation of like here let's remove like poor
Of rage when a dark person's near you.
No,
go ahead.
no. Let's remove poor person. for a
Lactoid
second.
sprinting across the street.
Synth. Do you feel
An XYZ person, please.
do you feel bad? Do you feel bad for somebody if like a gang of criminals takes over the neighborhood and like criminals are like moving into the neighborhood?
Well, I don't know I don't know how we got to gangs and thugs, but look, I would feel bad. I would feel bad about that person.
Listen,
Wait,
I don't know.
wait,
It
you would
sounds
feel
like
bad.
if they let
I would feel bad for that person.
No,
Why
Like, yeah,
would
they're
you feel?
scared.
Why would you feel
gang
bad?
take over their neighborhood? It sounds like they deserve it. Maybe
I
they
don't
should have
think so.
kept better and gotten that gang out of the neighborhood.
If they would have had an
No,
HOA, there wouldn't be gangs.
Yeah, well, that's
Idiot.
true. That's true. If they had an
I-
HOA, there
I-
wouldn't be gangs. But my question,
I
to
think
Seth
that
is-
somebody being substantially scared of their life is something that I do feel bad if people are substantially scared for their life for good reason. If they're substantially scared for their life for
No.
stupid reasons, like black people being around them, that is to me not something that I think is very justified. I
I'm-
would feel very bad for the person.
Sure. I mean, fair enough. But when we're talking about it from like a rights perspective, I don't feel comfortable setting like the lines of where somebody must feel comfortable.
From a
So
rights
if-
perspective,
yeah. So the sense of like you have somebody who
but no rights are violated.
you have. Well, let me explain real quick. So like if I think you would agree it'd be like ridiculous if the city was like, instead of moving in this low income housing, we're gonna move in a bunch of criminals, right? Like you would like, that's ridiculous. Like this should not be the case. But like the same kind of maybe not to the same degree, but like the people there are uncomfortable with both, right? Ultimately. And so the question comes like, what gives someone the right to refuse access to somebody to something they either they have or in their vicinity?
In this case, you agree they have no right to refuse access, right? That's what you believe, right? I think the thing that makes it justified is if you actually think it's going to be a negative impact on utility or not. If you think it's the case that it's just kind of like annoying to you, but it's better for people as a whole, then you're kind of like a piece of shit if you have an issue with that. Like, I don't feel that bad for you if you're a piece of shit.
Well, did you see the study I linked you that says that if you put in affordable housing in a high-income area, it is a net negative, but if you put it in a low-income area, it's a net negative.
Be careful with your wording. Doesn't say overall net negative.
It says property value loss.
Does it say net negative?
It only describes one negative, and then it describes the positives of when you put it in a poor neighborhood.
I will concede of the variables that it analyzed. Yes, it's found no. You want to extrapolate.
I don't think it's found a net negative even with that one. It's just property value loss, right? Which is not a net negative. It's just like the markets are adjusting.
It's people's money that they fucking spent on this shit.
You're not your money. You have a house. You don't have money. You traded the money for the house. Now you have a house, right? If you don't like the fact that your property value goes down, you made a bad investment, right? You can say that you made a bad investment. But the reason why your investment is bad is not because it's been a net negative for people overall.
Right.
Those people have houses now.
No, you're right. And I could put an oil rig, and I could put an oil rig on the fucking lot next to you and pump fucking oil up out of the ground next to your house, so you hear every night ding, 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 as the fucking giant thing spins.
Look, obviously, you have taxes for noise pollution.
Your house is literally worth like $5 now, but I mean,
you have taxes for noise pollution.
The natural
taxes for noise pollution.
The natural disaster of black people moving in happened, right? And so your house fell. I mean, it's the thing that happens.
I would let the black people move in.
I know you would.
But feel very bad if somebody else didn't want to.
Corey.
Okay, I have a hypothetical for you, Lactoid. I want to see how sympathetic and empathetic you are. Let's say
he feels very bad.
I'm multicultural.
He feels very bad. He's established this.
Let's say me and my communist comrades unite, and we set up some housing development. And we're all together, living in harmony. And then some anti-communism person moves in and really kind of like destroys our way of life or like calls into question. Would you sympathize with the communists?
Yes, I would. And in fact, the fucking communes that people were forming, especially in the 70s and shit, I love that shit, right? I want all the hippies to go and make their own little community. That's awesome. And I want them to ban me from it. I don't want to be allowed anywhere near there. And they could smoke their weed and accomplish literally nothing all day.
That's how Lactoid knows where to bomb.
Like how we associate communism with weed. I do not partake in that.
Okay, have you met these people? I mean, come on.
I don't drink.
He's fair to Lactoid.
There's
a correlation.
There's a correlation. Also libertarians, but that's different.
It's different when Lactoid does it.
I don't do it, okay? Because I'm focused on
all
productivity.
just all of your political allies, all of your friends. Like, be realistic at Lactoid.
Listen, I want a dare medal. I want to make that crystal clear.
First of all, when you just overheard me and Prime's conversation, you immediately thought drugs. So I don't know how much this dare medal
No, I thought left winger, and then I thought drugs. Okay, it's like
same thing, right?
Yeah, so I think that there are valid reasons why a municipality may not want something to happen within their borders. And sometimes those reasons are unsavory, but selfish. I'll use the term selfish. Or selfish, but like that municipality, can be selfish, right? Like, unless there's an overriding reason why we don't allow them to be selfish, that's a thing that can happen, right? Like you can just have these valid reasons, and then so this thing just doesn't get built here. Like, it seems to be politics, right? Overall, I'm very much NB. want all these things to happen, but it seems like to ignore the will of the residents is a bit of a problem.
Well, I would agree, yeah, but then it's not the consensus of the residents. It's like a small subsection of the residents, and as long as you can motivate the other people in the area who don't have these same kind of views, who lean towards already the existing view that people like me or that like you have, all you have to do is like politically motivate them, and the way to do that is by expressing the view. And that's not the only way there.
And that's politics, right?
Well,
I agree.
Like I said.
So,
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so I agree in that, like, the will of the, or whatever, taking the interests of this community into account, like that is a good thing. But at least from what I can gather from the article and, like, let's say the testimony of the people that are quoting the article, like they are concerned with, let's say, potential things, but nothing that bears out, let's say, in reality, or rather until like it actually happens, where like if you're citing increase in crime or drug rates, like until you actually like run that experiment, like this is all just a hypothetical of like, well, is this an actual legitimate concern? You can say it all you want, but until it actually like plays out, and even then, if that actually plays out, you can address those things. There are other ways to do that, as opposed to just like, well, you just can't move here on principle, as a result of an unfounded concern.
What do you think of Lactoid's proposal though, of like building an oil rig, and like you don't know it's going to be noisy and like toxic and destructive until you actually build it, right? Like you can make projections of things, right?
Yeah, you can make projections, for sure. Well, I think you can make a little bit. I don't know for sure, but I think you make a little bit more empirically backed projections about the effects of an oil rig in the ground versus an entire, an upsurge in population from various socioeconomic backgrounds and, let's say, cultural backgrounds as well, where it's like I don't know the demographics of these people. I'm pretty sure like it's just they're making an assumption that since this is affordable housing, it's going to be composed of a certain demographic, and I don't know if that actually holds true.
Let's say none of them are making that assumption that like they're colorblind, like our friend Lactoid.
They with chopsticks as well.
Yeah. They're colorblind, and so they're not making that assumption. They're just going on socioeconomic background, and it is the case that if you are more, the reason why they thought it was more dangerous because when you're more likely to be poor, you're more likely to commit a crime, and like of course, concentrated poverty just makes it all worse. But so like if you're saying we're going to bring in these people who are more likely, right, then complete baseline, they're more likely to commit a crime, right? Then what's wrong with making that projection? And saying no.
Even then, I think that can potentially, like, I might be willing, I can, let's say, open the door of like, would Lactoid be more on board, or like would these people be more on board? Like, hey, none of these people they've all passed a criminal background check, and they have no history.
They've all passed a purity check.
I'm not saying I'm not advocating for that. I'm just curious. I'm trying to tease out where their beliefs actually lie. Of like, is it actually rooted in a concern for crime, or are they using it as an excuse for something else? Of like, well, if it's rooted in a concern for crime, and you can actually somehow make an argument, or like you're willing to compromise of like, hey, they all passed a criminal background check, they have no history of crime, then they should be swayed by that, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, that's up to them.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's up to them. That's why, I'm, let's say, a little bit skeptical. Like, yeah, I think it can go either way. Like, if they have a legitimate...
Background checks are great, right? Like, the reason why concealed carry license holders are, like, overwhelmingly less likely to commit crime than the general population, and why they're safe and generally good people overall, is because, like, you're controlling for a group that's, like, background checked, right? People who don't commit crime tend to not commit crime. It's, like, a very easy, like, thing that's real. So if you like background checked everybody going into an apartment, I would assume the crime rate would be much lower than if you didn't.
I got a question for you then. Completely different. Are you against the ban the box movement?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd be against stopping employers from asking any question they want. So by ban the box, I know employers will sometimes put like a box. Have you ever been convicted of felony? Yeah, I think if employers want to know.
Yeah, like, that's what it is.
Yeah, if the employers want to know, like, whether or not a potential candidate, like, committed a felony, right? Or, like, depending on what the felony is, They should be able to know. And my state is actually pretty fucking cool because like it's all public access. You can just get on the internet and just like look up like people's criminal records.
That might be another discussion for us to have, another topic.
It's hold on, the group, and this might change your mind. The group that is like most in favor of it in my state and has found the most benefit are single women going on dates with men.
What?
And in Europe, they have something called the right to be forgotten, which is a similar concept, which is basically that like if you've done something, it shouldn't follow you like for the rest of your life.
No, if you fucking shoot up a city block, it should follow you for the rest of your life.
Well, come on, that's like the only crime in the world, right? There are other crimes that are like far less severe that shouldn't follow you for the rest of your life.
Okay, so no, but anything. So here,
Yeah, there can be a sliding scale, right?
I'll build a bridge. Anything that is a felony, anything that should be a felony in my mind, should follow you for the rest of your life. If it doesn't, then I don't think it should be a felony.
What should be a felony?
Everything that should be a felony in Lactoid's mind.
Yes,
that should be the law.
Where's
Like in Lactoid's
murder,
mind.
rape, child abuse, like
they just go ask Lactoid.
What's the least significant thing that should be a felony?
Can I spank my child?
I have
Is
an
that
idea what
child
the bar
abuse?
is.
I wouldn't consider spanking to be a felony. It seems kind of excessive.
What if I cane my child?
Depends on how hard. Yeah, if you like hit your kid upside the head with a cane, potentially.
Oh, whack him on the butt with a cane.
I guess
that's a felony.
150 times.
Then okay, yeah, it's going to be a case by case basis to determine whether or not something is gross abuse or whether or not something is not. Okay, and that's going to be the line between a misdemeanor and a felony. Okay, one cane hit, maybe not. 150
discipline and abuse here.
Oh my god!
149th cane is.
You're gonna. Yeah,
there's
there's gonna be a line that's gonna be a case by case basis. Okay, and I think we can all agree on like the hardcore shit. If you murder somebody, and your employer should have a right to know. Right? If you rape somebody, I don't want that person in my workplace. Sorry, I don't. I don't want to be around that person. And why are you forcing me? Again, everything that you guys advocate for seems to be about forcing people to associate with people they don't want to. Like
someone to serve their time, they have a right to be reintegrated and enter back into society. Full stop.
Don't I have a right to associate with who I want to associate with? Don't I have that right?
I have a right to associate with who I want to associate. Well, you have a right to get mocked.
Well, hold on, B. Okay. I think I'm gonna make this a topic because like we have a lot to talk about here, especially if we get Doobie because he's an employer. And I really like to hear his opinion on this. But B, right? Like you would agree that like you said that a person who has served their time has the right to integrate to society. Full stop. Okay. So if
how else can we not resetilize?
I hear you. But like in this case, we're talking about, and I'm going extreme. In this case, we're talking about a convicted pedophile and who's applying for like
a daycare.
Come on.
No, I said it's an extreme example.
You're giving
but like,
no, that is impossible.
They have a right to be forgotten.
That's not impossible.
You're the type of person that we all want to burn at the stake and make
They're reformed. They're reformed.
I think it's fucked up to want to burn.
Yeah, they serve their time though.
They serve their time. Yeah.
Right.
If they've served the entirety of their full sentence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Fine. Whatever.
Then in charge of the daycare.
I don't want my kid going to a school run by a pedophile.
Daycare center? No.
Pick the right school.
Yeah, under school choice I could.
Holy shit. Prime, stop setting me up to sound like I fucking support pedophiles or I'm going to say the N-word. Stop it.
Hey, to be fair,
I'm not setting you up.
Setting up
Lactoid. I thought you would just say no. Like they couldn't. I'm not setting it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no. I'm like exploring the extremes here, and I'm like, it's gonna be an immediate no.
If they have served their entire sentence, there should obviously be workplace restrictions, just like it would be unconscionable for someone who's committed a white-collar crime to work in a bank. Obviously.
Okay.
However, I'm not going to stop them from working in a convenience store.
No. We got that part. But Lactoid's argument is just going to be then, like, how is like the privately run daycare center to know this person is a convicted pedophile, right?
I don't know.
They would need the box.
What?
Sorry, what?
Sorry, nothing. I was being facetious. That's my mistake.
Okay. Smell it maybe. But yeah, but they would need the box, right? So
I think
That's
what would make
why-
sense is just have background checks as they currently are, as they already do, right? And make sure that these background checks, given whichever industry this is, certain things would be relevant to it and certain things wouldn't. I don't think that every single industry needs to know every single fact about a person's criminal history. I think that if you if you were like speeding once, then you shouldn't be able to not be hired at like a daycare or something. Or if you got like an arrest for a DUI or something, or if it's the case that you if you have like a drug abuse charge in your past, and I know Lactoid doesn't support that either, right? But like if you have a drug abuse charge in your past, I don't think it's the case you should not be able to like teach at a school or something. I think it's like insane the level of punitivity that we hold to like people who have committed some kind of crime.
Well,
So
to be clear though, real quick, I'm against like arresting people for abusing drugs. But if an employer wants to say, I don't want to hire anybody who's abused drugs or does drugs or anything like that, they should of course have the right to, because again, people should be able to associate with who they want to associate with.
So let's save it. So we got it. Let's save this for next week. I want to have this conversation. It seems like there's a lot here.
Can I ask one question before we move on? It's super quick, and I won't say another thing. Lactoid, just because it's fun to get like bullet bites. If like a doctor said that they didn't treat like patients with sickle cell anemia because they didn't like black people, would that be like okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
You don't again, the doctor is not your slave. Okay, forced labor is against the 13th Amendment. When you force somebody,
it's not actually against the 13th Amendment.
Forced labor is
No,
absent punishment of a crime. I can read.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. That's the only good part. Okay. No, sorry, all of it's all of it's good. But no, it is against the 13th Amendment, in my opinion, to force somebody to work absent punishment of a crime. Being a doctor is not a crime. You should not be forced to work against your will, regardless of what it be. Even if you're growing food that some people might need to eat to survive. No, people can't put a gun to your head and make you grow their food. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we can leave it there. I think the doctors should have to serve black patients.
The point of a gun.
It's a difference.
Crazy.
Yes. At the point of the gun, you should have to serve black patients. I will bite that awful bullet. I look so bad doing that.
Outrageous.
Let's go to LSP. You said you wanted to say something before we
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right. It was going to be something.
Can I have
ridiculous
one
for
final
Lactoid.
thing on the HOA and the Not My Backyard?
Sure, go ahead.
I think the biggest problem with Not My Backyard is that it's not just conservatives, it is wealthier liberals who, again, give a lot of lip service to supporting certain certain programs, so long as it doesn't go anywhere near them.
That's good.
I think that is one of the largest issues because, again, one of the biggest things that progress requires is all of us putting in some sweat equity. Having a little bit of discomfort because affordable housing is put up right down the street is not the same thing as, well, yes, of course we should have it. Just make sure it's nowhere near me. It's in an entirely isolated place, away from any resources, away from any government resources, any aid, any public transpo. Like there is an absolute need. It is vital that we do that. Vital.
Let's hear from one of those rich liberals. LSP, did you have something to say?
I am not rich. And I just wanted to see Lactoid. I'm sorry, I can't quit you.
I'm a drug, you lefties.
Does your free association principle, would that defend affirmative action then? Because universities and based.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. If you had a private university that wanted to only let in black
public
people,
university.
not
only.
No, never
I was talking about affirmative actions at universities as it exists
Lactoid is
now.
not for public. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah,
for
not
public
so
university.
public. It's
Oh, you just don't
government.
even want public to exist at all, right?
Well, no. If you're going to have
You
public
meant Lactoid?
if you're going to have public services, I'm not in favor of allowing discrimination that's not directly relevant to the job for those things. When it comes to private industry or any kind of private service whatsoever, because again, you're talking about somebody like an individual person, with their own rights and their own property that they're dealing with. They're not my slave. I don't get to go at the point of a gun and make them work for me. I'm against slavery personally. Unlike
I'm curious. Okay, I just want to do one more. Let's just say Prime here. There was a horrible virus that was wiping out all of the world, 100% of the world, and Prime discovered the cure for it, right? And he could cure everybody, no problem, but he doesn't want to give it up. Would you be in favor of the government taking it from him or would you say no?
So
Violate it.
well, it would violate his right, but like this gets into like something broader, which is like the purpose of this. I don't know how much deep you want to get into this, but like the purpose of morality is to like build a society that is the most consensual one possible in the future. Any kind of like situation which would then end society is like a negation of that. So
Could one say it only killed half of society? Should Prime be obligated to give up his property to save half of society?
I think the level of like destruction and like issues that would come from that would lead to coercive events that would outweigh forcing him to share what he invented. There is a line where you could find me. Like there is a line where you could say,
where is it? Like
I don't.
50%, 20%?
What if I said like I'm gonna share it with white women, but not like white men?
My man Dingo.
Look again. If we took away any of your labor against your will, this would be slavery. And so then the question is, how much do we like? What justifies us enslaving you, Prime? Like that's quite literally the question we have to ask ourselves here. And for me, it's a very high bar.
Okay.
To enslave anybody.
It's a safe. Corey, don't worry. I would make sure I'd give you the.
Please, I'm so enough as a leftist that I qualify.
Well, because we can simply rephrase the question in which you would have problems with it too, right? Let's say we had a scenario where like I'm a really strong guy, and I'm like the one guy that can like grow food. Let's say really well. I can hoe the land. All right. And without me hoeing the land, like half the community is going to die. Are you putting a gun to my head and forcing me to go out and farm for you? Like, are you comfortable doing that?
You know where he's gonna walk you, right?
No. I would say that like with this particular situation, that would be ridiculous because we could have other people do that, right? Like maybe I would like if you had the only arable land in the county, I'd be for taking it from you if you're not going to share your food.
I'm the only one strong enough to like farm it because all of you have like some like disease that weakens you. And so now I can farm the land and keep you alive, or I cannot, and then you all just die.
Oh well, then yeah, I think I would be okay. Like if you're the only one,
would force me to toil.
The rest of them are going to slaughter. I know he's going to take it to the slavery. I already know, right?
Yeah, because it's identical.
It's not identical. Holy shit, it's not identical. Chattel slavery is not the same.
It's in principle.
Oh yeah, because white people all had spindly arms and a disease that kept them from being able to work the lamp.
So no, that part, okay, that part's not the same. The only reason I put that in there, the only reason I put that in there,
not the same.
Well, the only reason I put that in there is because like what I'm trying to like establish.
Because the hypothetical is necessary for survival, but actual slavery wasn't.
Right, but like. If I could design a hypothetical for you where like the survival of the people like in the Confederacy, let's say, was dependent on slavery, would you then be in favor of it?
Dependent on slavery? Like is it the survival just of the Confederates or of like people as a whole?
The Confederacy, like and the Confederates, the people living there, the people like the women and children, like their survival is they're hypothetically dependent on slave labor. Would you support
hypothetically, there's some mechanism such where they have to be recognized as property owners over other human beings in order for it to be the case.
The recognition.
It's very strange hypothetical, but yes, I don't think that's just. I just think it's wildly out of like.
Yes,
the conclusion is as unintuitive as the hypothetical itself is.
The recognition of whether or not they're property to me is irrelevant to what was actually happening to them. If they are being forced to work against their will to give the products of their labor to another group of people that needs that work to survive, are you okay with them forcing someone to work for them?
Of course.
Yeah,
that's just kind of bullet bite. This is just everyone's okay with that.
Lacto, I'm going to go to Corey next.
I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for having me on. It was really nice talking to all of you.
Take care.
Sure. Thanks for being here. But I'm going to go to Corey in a second. But Lacto, like just to reply to what you had said previously about like you're the only one strong enough to work the land, and then everyone else isn't, and they're relying on your food, but you don't want to give it up or create it for them or whatever, right? Like, wouldn't that be like what you said before in terms about survival of society? Society is about to collapse. Everyone's about to die. So wouldn't it be then acceptable to force you? I don't know who could force you because we're all too weak to work the land. I don't know how who could force you.
Fair enough.
But
like, there is like a point where like if everyone's going to die and they're going to get better. So like if the illness is going to subside and they're going to be able to go on to form a society which is not going to be dependent on slave labor, then I think that you could use the temporary method of slavery to save the overall society. But if this group of people is just going to be weak for the rest of their life, to where the only way the society is going to survive for perpetuity is just like a constant slave relationship, then it's not a consensual society.
So okay, Corey, and then Synth, I have a response.
Yeah, Lactoid. So if I understand, let's say, we have multiple conversations, but if I understand your framework, properly, when it comes to, private property, I think you advocate, like, you have a right to defend your property even through violent means, right? Is that a fair assessment?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, you should like avoid. You should only escalate as much as is necessary.
Okay, so let's say there's this individual, they're on, unclaimed land or territory, and there's like, whatever, sitting there, lying there, and they just happen to like, fall into like a nap, or like now they're asleep, and I'm some wealthy person that has come along and like I airdrop like a fence around them. Does this person have any recourse? Can they touch that fence to get over it?
So this is really complicated, but I don't believe in like ownership of undeveloped land. So you would need to there would need to be like a construction that you'd be on top of in order for it to be property.
What do you mean by that?
Like, unless you worked
like a fence.
You have to homestead it. Like, you have to like toil the land. You have to like do something to it.
Yeah, you have to mix your labor in with it in order to generate something that's actually has a moral like right, because it's tied to your body, it's tied to your life. You can't just you can't just build a fence. You can't just build like a circular fence and say everything outside of this fence, like, this is actually an enclosing the world except for this little circle. You like now I own the world. You can't do that, right? That's not how that works.
Okay, well, yeah, but like if it has to be mixed, I don't know what. Like I understand this is often used, but
the fence itself requires labor. So like
I own the fence.
Like it's okay for you to be on the other side of the fence, right? But you can't touch the fence in escape.
Yeah, so
you would have to leap over it. Or
easements. Easements. When we get into like easements, it gets a little bit difficult. I mean, I'm in favor of like limited easements in order to like, I guess, necessarily traverse. Otherwise block property. I think that's just like a pragmatic requirement. Otherwise, you're going to have a complete collapse of society, because I'm going to build a fence again and prevent anybody from leaving anywhere.
But like, yeah, like I could even work it in, like whatever. Like before I've erected this fence, I just go in like whatever. I just mix some dirt around with my hand, and then I erect the fence. Do I now have? Does this person have no recourse anymore?
You own the fence, and you own the little area of dirt that you mixed around.
Right, but you have to touch the fence to get out.
Yeah,
no, I know. That's what I just said. Like easement. So easement is you can like otherwise trespass, but the easement is you can in a limited way traverse somebody else's property if like that's the only necessary. I mean, I think the actual standard is like it doesn't have to be the only necessary way. My idea would be it needs to be like a pretty strict standard of like this is the only necessary way of like getting around being trapped or like
how would you prove that?
Property. In a court of law, just like everything else. That's how easements are currently. That's what easements are currently established, and we have a private law system, or not? So we have a legal system that like just has easements for private land.
Let's go to Synth.
I've got the greatest pair of questions of all time. Lactoid, your policies around like forced labor and consent, do these apply to farm animals? It's about animals.
Oh God, are we going to vegans?
You know it? No, don't worry. Just what's the answer to the first question?
I've had this conversation.
Animals have no moral consideration. They are rocks and trees to us. We can use
cool. Can you? Whatsoever. Perfect. Second question: can you rape dogs? Is it morally okay?
Yes, we've had this conversation.
I wouldn't consider it to be rape. I'd consider it to be masturbation.
Can you fuck a dog in the ass while it cries in pain?
Brother, I've literally like had a whole.
Don't complete that sentence.
I have a grand time with many dogs.
Look, I'll explain this very clearly. It personally disgusts me. Okay, I've said this multiple times. It's not
anything
something
more
that I
wrong
would.
with it.
Yeah, it's not something that
feel
I would
very
like.
bad for the dog.
In fact, my HOA would have a no dog fucking rule. Okay, okay, that would make it very clear.
What about cats?
But if you can eat farm animals, I don't see why you can't do other things with them, right? Because if you're gonna,
so the answer is no.
Wait, so would your HOA say that you can't eat animals?
Well, with the contract, I can put whatever like contradictory shit in there
right.
I want to, right? I personally would allow. I personally would allow eating animals, even though I wouldn't allow having sex with animals.
Even though you think that's worse.
Right, but it doesn't suit my preference, like my aesthetic preference, like eating meat.
But morally, morally,
So
you
you're for
don't
doing
have any
worse
issue with
things
it.
than dog fucking.
He doesn't want to look over someone's fence and see them masturbating. So
What about like if a baby's born brain dead, Lactoid? If a brain dead baby is born.
I'm not gonna go into that. I don't think I can on Twitch anyway. So let's.
Okay. Is your look without going into it? Is your answer what I think would be implied?
I don't know what you think is gonna be implied, but again, I'm not gonna answer that.
Type it in chat.
Okay.
All right. We type in the pop out shot.
We finally found a bullet that Lactoid will not bite.
You motherfuckers put
I
the
think
fucking terms of service on this shit, okay? We can't like.
Whoa!
explore
You
this topic.
support the people to have any terms of service they want, like it's a private business, right?
I'm disgusted by it, even though I recognize their moral right to do so.
Much like dog fucking.
Or like poor people moving in. Terms of service are the poor people moving
Or
in.
like dog fucking poor people moving in. About the same. All right. So we'll move on from that. We'll move on. Oh, when lactates are out, it's always a good time. All right. So we're gonna go to open walk on panels. So stick around for that. If people want to join us, we'll have a panel. Before then, I'm going to do an outro to all these great individuals. So stick around. Content's not over, so stick around. Hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. And consider supporting the channel. If you come here, you like, you have a good time. If we made you laugh, and I know we made you laugh, definitely today, right? We made you laugh. Consider supporting the channel so we can be around here longer to do just that. Either gifting subs, gifting bits, or subbing yourself, of course, or using Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here on this channel. It's free for you, and it does a lot for us. Or on YouTube, consider giving us a super chat, and that'll be great. I mean, I'll answer your question whenever it comes up because these guys are going to be gone. But consider helping out the channel so we can do more of this. All right, I'm going to give an outro, but again, stick around. Lactoid, you're great, and you held up this whole conversation, which like I knew you would be able to. I wanted more people on your side, but like it's just. The schedule just did not work out, unfortunately. But my man Lactoid always comes through. And I did really like your idea of like building a tiny fence. I've
encircled the world. It's all mine now.
I've encircled the world.
Pretty much what the Spanish did, right? They landed. This is ours.
This is ours. I love that. Lactoid, thank you for being so awesome. Seriously, I do appreciate it. Like, you definitely always like raise the level of my panel. So thanks for being around.
Thank you so much, Prime. I'm always so I always feel so privileged, I think, to be on your panel. So thank you for having me on, and thank you to all of you that talked to me and gave me some interesting interesting thoughts, interesting bullets. To be honest with you, I think we all had a lot of fun with the second topic, and I'm very comfortable in my positions in that one. The first topic, I'm not so comfortable in my position, and it's a very difficult one. I think it's a topic that I've always struggled with because on one hand, I can absolutely see how pollution is aggression, and on the other hand, I can also see how shit can get carried away so quickly if you define it that way. And so it's really, really, really difficult for me. So thank you all for challenging me on that. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. Guys, head over to my friend Lactoid's spot, right? He will challenge you like all the time. He is never an easy opponent. A ridiculous one sometimes with the things that he suggests, but it's not easy. Even he'll defend his ridiculous claims with facts and knowledge, right? So thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you as well for coming through and giving us some asking us interesting questions.
I echo pretty much some of what Lactoid said about being privileged to be here. I recognize that I am privileged to be here, and I'm always grateful to be invited. And also to address what Synth and this question. Like I've had the vegan debate with Lactoid multiple times, and I'm pretty sure Lactoid will bite just about any bullet. Because I think I asked those exact same questions of like sex with dogs. That's why I know his position about sex with dogs that I brought up earlier. But I'm still working on getting Lactoid to the vegan side. It's gonna happen.
I'm the only consistent carnivore.
I'll grant you that. But yeah, like I said, always grateful to be here with these familiar and fine faces. And you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. On Twitter and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. And Synth, iCal, LSP, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. And love you, Brian.
Thank you. And we have LSP, who hadn't been here for quite a long time. Thank you for stopping by, LSP. I hope you enjoyed your time here after so long. We had a lot of good laughs. But yeah, thanks for being around.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Insofar as like shouting my stuff out, normally at this point in all of this stuff, what I do is like shill out somebody else. But I'm actually gonna level with you guys. I was kind of in retirement because I had some serious shit going on in my life, and I had to go to the hospital for a bit, and I got hospital bills piling up. So if you want to support me coming onto this kind of a show, donate to my Patreon, donate to my PayPal, help me out. I actually want to get back in this game, and it's this or I like flip cheeseburgers. So I hope I did provide you guys some entertainment. I do hope I can bring some insight into this. I normally I wouldn't shill. I promise you, normally I would just shout somebody else out. But I'm kind of in a situation here, and I'm just really glad I could be providing something for you.
Yeah, guys, hit him up. This is his Patreon or PayPal link. Spamming it in the chat, guys. Be so kind and help him out. He's experiencing a lot of trouble. And we've all been there. So yeah, consider helping out LSP, and we'd love to have him again, right? And in good health.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thank you as well for coming through. And Aiko, you always complicate things with angles that I never expect. So it's really amazing you do that all the time. So thanks so much for coming through.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, anytime. Speaking of complications, there was one that I would like to have introduced, but I didn't because it just didn't quite fit the prompt. But earlier when I talked about an ounce of prevention being worth a pound of cure, I think that these sorts of conversations about how we react to climate change still begs the question of how we prevent at least some of the worst possibilities of climate change. And on the second topic, I was really interested in asking Corey about something called the dilution effect, which maybe on another day he could tell me. But this idea of ghettoizing people so that people who are in poverty are all concentrated in one area is going to probably give you far greater impacts than if you were to dilute that effect over a broader population. And that's something that I think people should at least consider, even if we don't have time to explore that today.
All right, and then finally we have our friend Synth, who just is fantastic with his questioning, on top of it every time. And a worthy opponent always. So thank you for being here, Synth.
I really appreciate it. It's super fun to be here. I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/synth, spelled the way right there, SINTHE, and I usually cover ethics and econ stuff. I don't upload as frequently as I need to, but if you want to check me out, I'm on YouTube at that location. I kind of wish Lactoid was here because there were kind of two other things I wanted to touch on.
You can hear you.
Oh, perfect. One, that carbon tax. One of Lactoid's big struggles with understanding how do you deal with the environmental stuff is how do you figure out liability? And for things like For things like lawsuits and just allowing lawsuits, it becomes really difficult. It's really hard to figure out who's actually liable for the damage caused by something climate related. But in the case of something like a direct CO2 emission tax, all of those problems go away, and you just have a direct connection to who's causing the issue. And the other thing on the second topic, one question that's like kind of a mouthful, but I'm just like so curious about it. I wish Lactoid was here to answer it. But we don't have time for that anyways. It's just like, what about like a 4-year-old who's been brain damaged enough to be equivalent to dog intelligence? What about that? But I don't know. Vegan combos are super fun too. Yeah. That's it from me. I really enjoyed the panel. It was really cool talking to all of you guys. You're like really smart individuals. That's it.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna head out. We're gonna go to Open Walk On panel right after this. Once again, guys, hit up LSP's PayPal or Patreon. It's further up there. I'll put the link again in the chat. Please help out someone who's in need, right? Wick, our friend Wick TV, also went through something similar in the past. So and it was audiences, Twitch audiences, that helped them get out of it. So consider helping out LSP. You may be a little bit less familiar with him, but he is an interesting guy, and if I invite him back on, and yeah, let's all try to be a bit kind. All right, so Open Walk On panel, where you sitting at home may participate. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure. Lactoid.
What's up?
So yeah, I think what you said in your closing about your the challenge you have in dealing with environmental issues, and I'm curious because I think that's pretty much going on now in terms of air and the atmosphere not respecting borders. So all the people that, let's say, somewhere down the line might be feeling the health effects of all of the bad air quality from Canada. Do they have no recourse, or does Canada owe climate reparations to the United States or to these people? But you can never link.
I don't think that Canada is responsible for the wildfires, right? Unless you can show that they are. If they did something that actually caused the wildfires, that then caused the smoke damage, which then poisoned individuals, they should potentially.
Or does the world or the developed world owe these people that are feeling the effects? This is 6 degrees of separation type of thing.
Yeah, it's not only 6 degrees of separation, but we're getting to the point where, when you go back 10 or 20 years, the carbon per capita production between China and the U.S. was not even close, right? We were just so far higher than China and almost all of the developing world. Now it's surprisingly close, right? We're getting to the point where per capita, China's producing it's still less than us, but it's not that much more less than us. And compared to where it was, and it's increasing, right? It's increasing a lot, and we're gonna very quickly get to the point where, a lot of the climate change and a lot of that shit is going to be caused by the quote unquote developing world, who is then trying to meet the standards of the developed world, just because, and they're going to have more of an impact because there's more of them. There's just per capita, there's just more of them.
Sure. But we can take into account, we have a rough estimate, obviously not an exact, but we have a rough estimate of the, let's say, whatever gross tonnage of greenhouse gas emissions emitted so far by the developed world, particularly the United States and Europe. And that definitely trumps anything that China has emitted so far. I agree with you, it might catch up somewhere down the line. But I'm talking more or less now, or the next, coming decades. Are these people, assuming this is an ongoing thing?
But then you get into a lot of issues, though, because then are we going to start charging the third world for all the technologies that came from the developed world as a consequence of the pollution, right? The industries that we built in the developed world in America, that those industries, the vehicles, the electronics, the phones, all that shit, which now the developing world is using to catch up. Like
Hmm.
they are benefiting from all that. They benefited from that pollution dramatically, and like they, and then we're like, there's a paycheck on top of that. I don't know. That doesn't, like, there's other externalities.
I
you have to
think
take into
I think
consideration.
maybe you can kill two birds with one stone here. And what you can do is the first world can help the third world or the developing world uh, develop ways of generating energy that aren't polluting. And so we can help them develop like wind and solar and things like that. Much like in the past, the developing world has been able to sort of leapfrog us in terms of telecommunications. Like you were able to go straight to like wireless, like cell phone communications and stuff like that, and not have to like build out like all of these like older like infrastructure things. And that's one of the reasons why Japan got so successful in the 80s, is because after World War II they were able to sort of like build modern factories that didn't have to deal with old existing infrastructure. And if the first world can sort of pay its debt to the world in that way, then you also get the added benefit of having like a developing world that doesn't emit.
Well, does the developing world owe the developed world for those technologies?
No, because we didn't. That wasn't a condition upon which we did it, right? Like,
well, the polluting
it's
also
sort
we
of
never
like
made
saying,
conditions.
right? But that's just like if that's like saying like if I do something like that in which that benefits my neighbor, that my neighbor doesn't owe me because I didn't like tell my neighbor in advance, like this is a condition for doing this. But that doesn't mean later on I get to like shit all over my neighbor just because without that person's permission. Like at some point, like you owe for the downstream effects of the things that you do, but you are not owed for the downstream effects of what you do that are positive.
That's not no, that's not always
Those aren't.
true. That's not always true, right? So, first of all, downstream effects.
So if I make
are-
you a hamburger, you have to pay me for it, even though you didn't order it.
well, if you make me a hamburger and then you hand it to me, and then
Right.
and then you hold it your other hand and you say $10, and I say,
Oh, we didn't do that.
I'm not paying the $10.
Right, but we never
back.
Right. So that was never a precondition of the technology.
Right. But that's what I'm saying though. Like if
we
I
never held out our other hand.
I
At the
agree.
same time.
Well, no, hold on. But if I grab the hamburger that you handed me, and then you say $10, please, and I say no, and then I turn around and walk away with the hamburger, the cops are going to make you hand the hamburger back, even though.
But if I walk up to you and hand you a hamburger that you did not ask for, I just handed it to you, and then you take it, and then all of a sudden I want to charge you. Like,
yeah, you're gonna have to give it back for sure.
What? No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
No, well, no.
If you hand me something and I take it, and then after the fact you tell me that I owe you money for it or that I have to give it back, I mean, at that point, possession has been exchanged, and there was no.
This is clear. This is like obvious when you like think about services, right? So like, I talked to
like the guy who cleans your windshield on your car, right? And then later, and then after that, tells you owe them $10. You're saying I have to give them $10?
Well, no. In that case, you wouldn't have to, because you can't like give them back the clean windshield, I suppose.
Dirty my windshield the way it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But like,
I insist.
But like,
throw some dirt on there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like. So you're saying like, what if we made that like the contract where like we'll give you phones, but you have to promise to not like in the future hold us responsible for climate change.
Right.
Like what if like right now
if we had done that would have been.
Well, what if we do it right now? If you want the next iPhone, you got to agree to not come after us for climate change.
I don't know how you get every single person in the developed world like to sign that contract.
Well, I mean, you'd have to do it by companies. I mean, or companies and countries if we're going to be holding them responsible for the climate change in the first place.
Yeah, and I think we are. Well, put this way, the first world is now insisting to Brazil that they not like continue to like clear out their rainforest, even though they own the land that the rainforest is on, right? But the world deals with,
and we consume a lot of the agriculture as a result of the clearing of the rainforest, the animal agriculture, a lot.
But because it might be like an existential issue for the planet, does the world like have the right to tell Brazil, hey, we're stakeholders in this rainforest that you're sitting on, even though we've long ago like cut down our own forests and stuff. Like we still insist that you like stop doing so, even though you're not a developed world yet, and we've already benefited. We've already, amassed the benefit that came from all of that, but you don't get to do the same.
Right. I mean, I guess I would just disagree when you're talking about like a massive benefit. Going back to Japan or other examples where they can kind of leapfrog over technologies, I think the whole world's benefited dramatically by the economic and technological expansion of America and the Western world generally. And when you have the whole world that benefits off that, it feels unfair that it's almost like that benefit is not being acknowledged, and instead the claim is, well, really, you guys just fucked up everything, and now you got to pay.
More and more every time I hear this, because of the complexity of what it is that you would have to like calculate in terms, figure out like who owes what. It sounds more and more to me like a sense idea or argument for the carbon tax just makes a lot more sense, because all of the complexity that's in the markets ends up like matching the complexity that's necessary for like compensating for all of these things. And so just the fact that carbon prices go up means that all of those different complexities sort of like get accounted for in the system just by doing that one simple thing. So you don't have to worry about like what percent is this person responsible versus that person like the markets will just handle that.
I get the point. The problem with this though is like, and this is why I'm more in favor of like finding out who's owed what and who did what, because you can say, well, we'll just everybody, and the markets will just handle it. Well, I guess I get that. And if you're measuring it per carbon, that's the other thing. Like if you're measuring it per carbon,
right? That's the idea, right? Like it becomes almost impossible to figure out exactly how much carbon.
But if you have somebody, and if you have somebody who's not affected by it at all, like that's like. Like I said, I don't know if I'm in favor of it. I would like to try other like more, I guess, conservative things first. But if this was to be done, I would almost insist that the money be like specifically given to people who can prove they were harmed by XYZ pollution event.
But that's such that's like a virtually impossible to meet barrier. So going back to like my original. Yeah, going back to my original like question of like if it's like this is like a reoccurring like event of just like whatever, a blanket of like smog and bad air quality and just like settles over a large portion of the United States, are these people just like out of luck, or they have like no recourse? Like you just have to deal with the health effects, and like that's just an extra expense on you.
I mean it's easier to prove things. It's easier to prove things in the aggregate, right? Like you can say, oh, look at this area, like around, around this like negative event, like let's say it was like a nuclear power plant melting down or whatever, and like thyroid cancer is like tripled in that area. Okay, so that event is responsible for 2/3 of the thyroid cancers. You don't know which.
Right, exactly.
Right, so you could say that individual got thyroid cancer, but there's a 1 in 3 chance that they would have anyway. So at an individual level, you can't do it, but in the aggregate, you can.
I think you can calculate risk as like an independent harm, and there are like ways you could calculate that. So the analogy I always go to is, if I am shooting at somebody but I'm a bad shot, just because I miss them every shot doesn't mean like they aren't being harmed, right? Because they're having bullets fly at them. So if I expose you to like ionizing radiation, which can like cause thyroid cancer, like of a dose that is known to like increase the risk of thyroid cancer, and you can have like a medical expert testify to that, I think that'd be sufficient. I think that'd be sufficient to get compensation.
If it just requires expert test, like, is that your bar, or just like your bar to prove something in that context? You just requires an expert testimony.
If you can, I mean, I guess currently you probably have to prove that you got thyroid cancer and that your chances of getting thyroid cancer were increased by the ionizing radiation. But let's say you never got cancer. So literally the ionizing radiation never affected your life. Like you died at 98 by getting hit by a bus. Like, is it really fair that now you get to sue the like? I guess, but then you could argue, well, just because you didn't get hit by the bullet, you get to sue the person shooting at you. Yeah. So we get into like really weird scenarios because currently in the law, like you could absolutely go after somebody for shooting at you, but I don't think you could go after somebody like I don't think you could go after like a polluter unless you could show some kind of harm. So.
Hey, Electrode, I have another unrelated question. Did you hear about this Tesla thing in China about?
No.
Okay, I sent you an email. I sent you a DM on it, but you probably didn't see it. But it was like a week ago. But Tesla has signed a contract with China, with the government, promising that they have they are committed to core socialist values. And I was really curious as to what your take was on that, because I know you've like, I know like he's kind of sort of presents himself as a libertarian leaning person on the right. Like how do people, especially Elon supporters, like react to something like that? Did you see the link? I think it was Fox Business.
I'm reading it right now. Here's
okay.
So I think Elon Musk is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of like him. I think that.
For what?
I think.
I mean, he's a socialist, so what's not to like?
Well,
right?
hold on. I think he's like an example of how like capitalism can make things better. So the space flight, for example, SpaceX made things better than NASA could. They just did. And when you look at like cost per pound launched, efficiency.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's an example of doing something better. I think pioneering EVs, I think that's what's fucking awesome. Like he's involved in industries that I think it's cool because like environmentally, I love the idea of like electric vehicles, right? You have a scenario where we're not losing our cars and we have like a market solution where someone's inventing a better mousetrap, right? A better car that can do it without polluting.
Right.
Without
polluting
as much. Look, everybody in my fucking
the kind of pollution that's coming from like greenhouse gas emissions is, I mean, existential is a heavy word, but it's a much larger impact than maybe a lot of the localized or even regionalized impacts of like pollution that comes from mining and things like that. Like, I mean, we have to prioritize the environmental problems that we face, right, Corey? Like, you have to.
Yeah, like I don't think I would agree that EVs are a step. They're an improvement over combustible engine, but like I don't think the long-term solution is everyone just migrates to EVs. Like, I don't think they should be tax subsidized. Like that's a really stopgap measure. Like, I understand like. We're just like kicking the bucket down the road of like at some point, unless there's some sort of like major technological innovation, which might happen, but I don't know that we can count on that. Of like, I don't think everyone just whatever 330 million combustible cars or whatever million, they just like all electric vehicles.
They're getting better every year, and Musk and his companies are making them better. And I think he's improved Twitter, in my opinion. There's some weird shit.
Okay, that's where I draw the line. Yeah, I agree with you about the other two companies, but.
There's some weird shit that comes up every once in a blue moon. Oh, I'm gonna like rate limit. It's like, yeah, okay, that's weird. But like overall, you can.
Oh no, the rate limiting I understand because Twitter's literally not capable of operating if it doesn't do that, because he's fired so many employees that he can't keep the company going unless he like limits some people in some way in terms of bandwidth. And he just tweeted, I think 2 days ago, that his advertising revenue is still 50% below what it was year over year, like for the previous year. And he just can't afford to make any improvements to the site, let alone like, or even stop like the site from degrading the way that it has.
Everyone's said, like, people have been saying it's like it's going to go bankrupt or that I haven't, in my user experience, I haven't seen anything bad.
I mean, he's the one saying that the revenue is like continually falling.
I could be, yeah, and it could be the case.
It's now valuated at being worth $10 billion. He paid 44, so he's like it's worth consider. Like at some point, he's going to hit a wall, and he's been saying this himself, like to his employees internally, like in memos and emails and stuff like that, that yeah, at some point, if things don't turn around, bankruptcy is in their future. I just don't. I mean, like his own tweets are saying this. His own memos, emails are saying this. The companies that like professionally evaluate companies like his are the ones saying this, and they're getting like continually like reduced valuations. I don't see how he can even keep Twitter going in the next couple of years without selling a bunch more Tesla stock in order to do it. Like he's just
And
burning through cash.
Yeah,
Advertisers are not returning.
I believe there's like a deadline coming up as well. I think at the end of the month, where I think he might be forced to sell more Tesla stock based off of a cursory reading that I did.
Well, that's another issue. Like, right? Like he also promised that he wouldn't sell Tesla stock until like it hit a like certain point where it's nowhere near yet. And he promised that he wouldn't sell it because that was the way he was able to get investors to invest in Tesla at that time. And he's broken that promise multiple times by selling like tranches of stock over and over again. And now he's signing a document that that says that like he confirms like, his commitment to core socialist values, which is clearly a lie, right? Or he's a socialist. I mean, I don't think he, from your point of view, Lacto, I don't think either one of those is a positive. At some point, you have to ask yourself, okay, like how trustworthy is this fellow if he keeps blatantly lying about stuff like this, in terms of things that are actual commitments that he's making on behalf of his companies.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stand to be proven wrong. I don't think Twitter's going to go under. I also, for the thing you linked me
Right.
about socialist values.
Core socialist
I mean, it's
values.
pretty
Yeah.
fucking clear the only reason he did this is because to keep his factories there. From the beginning.
Right. In other words, he lied.
Yeah.
Again.
Which, by the way, lying to communists, arguably, especially if they're going to violate you. Like, would you lie to the Nazi? Like, be searching your house for Jews?
Well, this would be the argument.
Wait. Why did he make factories there to begin with? Then
I have criticized that from the beginning, and I've been staunchly opposed. I think his warming up with China is like the worst thing about him. In fact,
so this tells you something about his principles too, right?
Yeah, it does. And we actually had I think this was a Prime panel a while ago, and I even said Musk is wrong on Taiwan because he had a terrible Taiwan take too, because he has invested too much into China. And I have long thought that I really wish he would have put his factories, obviously the goal would be America, but if not America, India, Mexico, some country where it's not like ruled by an authoritarian communist regime, but he didn't. And, there's probably reasons for that are beyond my understanding.
You think he's maybe putting profits and money making over his core principles?
Potentially, yeah. And
if he even has any core principles.
And also him whenever an authoritarian regime says, I want you to censor on this basis, I don't want criticism of this government here, or we're gonna, he accedes to all those demands. So he'll get rid of anything for instance, in Turkey, when Erdogan said, I don't want any tweets censoring, my government, while my election is coming up, Twitter under Musk gave him what he wanted. So this is the guy who calls himself a free speech absolutist.
Yeah, he's not perfect.
I mean, he's defending that as a correct decision. He's outright saying, well, what did you want me to do? Lose business in Turkey? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I can't do that. So I don't know about, I think that sounds a little more than just not perfect to me. That sounds pretty reprehensible. Especially if
I have less, I'm not going to criticize that as much. Look, I have a lot of criticisms about Turkey, but I think that you have to understand geopolitics and companies to some extent with a level of pragmatism and a level of diplomacy. And when the survival of a free speech platform, just sometimes the survival of a society might involve something terrible. It might involve something terrible here, right? It might involve censoring on behalf of a Turkish dictator, which sucks. And I think it shows that he's not a free speech absolutist for sure. He might have like the goal of free speech, like ideally, but I don't, he's willing to sacrifice.
I mean,
that when it
he
needs to be.
also wants to censor cis on Twitter. The word
That
cis
was
as
a
a
joke,
slur.
wasn't that a joke?
No. Like, no,
No, come on.
he doesn't say that it's a joke. Like he's saying that it's a slur and that it's like genuinely harmful, and that it will be considered a slur by the terms of service on Twitter. I mean, I think it's laughable too, but he was saying it very serious. Like I don't think he's retracted that or clarified it or said it was a joke or anything like that. Keep in mind, like, his feelings about trans people are pretty, like, I don't know if it's because his trans daughter disowned him, or I don't know what it is, or if it's because Grimes like dated a trans person, but he's very like adamant about those kinds of things.
I'm curious, Lactoid. How far your admiration or I don't know respect for Elon Musk extends to. Do you think he's like a good or present father?
How many kids does he have now?
10.
Probably not, but I don't know. Well, he definitely provides for them, I'm sure.
Do you? Yeah, I'll absolutely grant you that he probably has. He provides the material conditions to survive or maybe thrive, at least economically.
And that's the main goal for a father. So.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
His trans daughter doesn't seem to be thriving non-economically at any rate.
But let's like at the end of the day, we should criticize him for the bad shit he does. But leaving the China shit aside, which I think is a problem. Like, is this man not a testament of the fact that a capitalist gets involved and makes space flight and cars better than they were before? Just flat out better.
No, I was an Elon like booster for a long time, and large part of it was all of it really was because of Tesla and SpaceX. Like especially SpaceX, like you can pretty unambiguously see SpaceX as like a successful company that has like pushed the state of the art forward. It's a little bit more of a mixed bag, like with Tesla. Because it is sort of being compromised by everything that's happening over at Twitter. Like he's, I'm not even sure if he'll end up, continuing like to run Tesla in the next 5 years, just because of all of the liability that he's like put onto the brand because of Twitter. But there's no questioning that the technologies of his cars and stuff are like well above the competition, and I don't really see anybody catching up in the near term. Just from a straight sort of tech viewpoint at any rate. But I don't think, but the fact is, like, there are plenty of bad people who have owned companies that have had like remarkable accomplishments in the world. I'm not sure that you can judge him entirely just on the success of companies that he's bought, which, to be clear, he didn't found either one of those companies. He just bought them.
He was a major part of their success. Come on.
I think SpaceX was on the same course before he bought it as it was afterwards. I think Tesla, he bought it a lot earlier, so you could make more of a case for that. But I think a lot of that really more had to do with the fact that he hired the right people, and then he let those people go and do the things that they needed to do. And a lot of that has to do with timing, right? Like, you can invest in electric cars too soon or too late, and you won't get the same like level of success. But he invested at the right time. Yeah. And a big part of his skill too was being able to secure government subsidies at various times for both of those companies in order to ensure their success. Like, I remember in 2012, in the presidential debates, Obama was being blamed for Tesla because but the Obama administration chose to back Tesla. And I remember Romney saying Tesla's a loser, right? Like, you don't know how to pick companies. So yeah, if I said at the time Tesla was by all metrics seems to be a successful company. I didn't understand why Obama was getting that grief, but I think that that's a big part of it, right? Like government had a big hand to play in its success of both of like Elon's more successful companies, and then he's got a lot of other companies that don't seem to be like so successful materially, like his brain augmenting company or the Boring Company or Twitter.
And I will grant that sure he's making electric vehicles better, but I don't view electric vehicles as like intrinsically good. Like I can kind of to me it's like saying someone's making statins better. I think I don't see that as intrinsically good. Like sure there's something to be said for improved statins, but I think we can do well without electric cars. I have no problem with abolishing electric cars.
Why?
Because
Well, hold
I
on. You
don't-
wouldn't abolish electric cars. You would abolish cars, maybe. But
yeah.
not just
Okay. Yeah.
electric.
No. Like
you
I can
wouldn't
see.
stick with gas powered cars.
No. Yeah. I'll be. Yeah. No. Where like I can see a use for, let's say, electric cars for, I don't know, like mass transport vehicles. If we can actually solve, I don't know, all the logistics of like if that's even possible. But like, yeah, I don't see them as like I said. I don't think the solution is just like everyone just migrates over to electric vehicles. I think that's pretty clear.
I think that's a great solution, especially as the technology gets better. Because, I've ridden on mass transit. It sucks. I think the idea of a self-driving autonomous electric vehicle is fucking awesome. Like it's awesome in terms of like a dramatically reduced environmental impact. It's awesome in terms of, I have the privacy of a vehicle and the freedom to go wherever you want to go. And that's built into American culture. You're not going to convince Americans otherwise. And so the only solution really is going to be electric vehicles, right? There's a reason why America doesn't have as much public transit. And there's something cultural about it, right? Car culture in America was different than anywhere else in the world. And it's lessened so dramatically, but it's still there. And it's
Can we price in the externalities at least so that we're paying the
that would be
like,
so that would be more that would be better than mass public transit.
because it seems to me that if we just allow it to go unabated, those externalities will be so great that like the price of an individual car, if you were to truly price in the externalities of all of the impacts of climate change, like cars would become prohibitively expensive in that case.
I think most things would become like, I don't know. I've heard that like burgers would cost like $50 a burger without any kind of government subsidies or something like that. Ridiculous shit.
That's not ridiculous. They should be.
But you're against subsidies, so you want
I am in favor of that, but like, good luck convincing Americans to want to pay $50.
Well, yeah, so you'd agree, like we should convince Americans to maybe like maybe car culture is a bad cultural value. Maybe whatever, $2 hamburgers is a bad cultural value.
Again, it's easier when you're like directly subsidizing the industry, but then when you're trying to like price in a bunch of externalities that you don't really know how much is impacting like the problem, it gets iffy, right? It gets iffy.
Well, but in this case, you don't have to, right? Like if you're just talking about getting rid of subsidies, like for the meat industry, like you don't even have to price in the externalities. All you have to do is just get rid of the subsidies, and then you'll find out.
That's easier. But I'm talking about with like
you'll wake up the next day and hamburgers are $50.
Right.
So then
I'm talking about.
Then what do you do?
I'm talking about like with electric cars specifically. So you're talking about like pricing in a bunch of externalities. Like, I mean, that seems more difficult than just cutting all subsidies.
It is difficult, but but those external costs are real, right? Like there are going to be people who are impacted by any given, like if you frack a certain area, for instance, like, that the chemicals that go into fracking, like going into that water table is going to have some sort of a cost. It's calculable. But getting people to pay that external cost, it can be difficult. But it's what we have to do, right? Like if we're going to avoid like the worst impacts of climate change, we're gonna have to figure out a lot of these costs.
Yeah, I agree. Where in my province, like I said, we appear to be essentially whatever subsidizing or providing a tax credit for people that buy electric vehicles. That doesn't seem like the best long-term solution.
But do you think like if your alternative is the status quo, like you don't have like some sort of counter plan to
You're right.
invest
Like,
in mass transit or whatever,
as an improvement on the status quo, I will grant
Yeah.
it as an improvement. I just think that
it's a
there
pretty
are-
major one though, isn't it? Like you can reduce your total emissions by a lot by moving over to electric cars.
Yeah, from what I understand, from an emission standpoint alone, but there are other
Right.
things that go into electric vehicles that I don't know we can continue to manufacture them in perpetuity, and also like especially mass produce them for an entire population. Like there's a push in Canada to put up I think specifically a Tesla EV battery plant
Right.
that has
And there's a lithium. You guys have a major lithium find in Canada too, which I
Right.
think is one of only 2 in North America. The other one's in Nevada. So yeah, we don't know like what the total environmental impact of that lithium mine is going to be, but I think what we do know is that if you can reduce the killing curve, like the impact that has, like climate change is like orders of magnitude bigger than any sort of localized or regional environmental impact, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. In terms of like an overall improvement on a global scale,
Right.
Obviously, I can't really like a 1% improvement on a global scale. It doesn't matter if it's like a 50% improvement on like at a local level, right?
Yeah. Although I would argue that's way more than a 1% impact, right? Like,
yeah, and I'm being conservative. Like that's where I fully granted it's way more than 1%. It's just like I do think there are other questions that we have to contend with, but like I might be naive, and there might be some sort of revolution that happens that whatever we can actually mass produce electric vehicles and have everyone, every single person on the planet have a single serving car. I'm a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd much rather have mass transit. I just think that if you're talking about implementing a solution that has a high chance of success in a relatively short period of time, I don't see anything realistically that can compete with that. And I live in the real world where like I can't like I don't have the option of living in the best case scenario like theoretical world. I have to live in the real world that has to live with the actual results of like a real policy.
So, yeah, totally fair. I agree with you. Like, I agree with you that if someone is shot, you got to treat the bullet wound, and that
Right.
solving crime is way more
Right.
difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, call Batman. And
yeah, exactly. For sure.
yeah. So I kind of feel like a lot of like we do a lot of navel gazing when it comes to trying to figure out like why our solutions are imperfect, instead of saying, okay, let's go with the best imperfect solution, but then at the same time try to figure out like how we can get those better solutions in place.
Yeah, I might be too much of like an idealist, where it's like like
we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yeah, I try, and I even express that sentiment,
Right.
Even for like clients that I've coached in the past, of like at the gym. It's not about perfect form and technique, and don't let perfection be the enemy
It's the
of
fact
progress.
that you walked in the door of the gym in the first place.
Yeah, 100%. But also at the same time, it's like I'm all like for solutions and ideally practical solutions that are realistic. But then like there's something to be said of like a lot of these things that we are trying to get solutions for appear to be kind of like self-imposed as like the example that I bring up most often of like leading causes of death in let's say whatever North America of like heart disease. Like we have solutions to those now, but we're banking on like some sort of like the next drug or like whatever. Right. It's like well we have solutions. I don't think we need to like I don't think the solution is like bariatric surgery for everyone. Let's put it that way.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Changes in diet and exercise can, at least at the individual level is, but of course, like we need to pursue all of those things, right? Like, I don't know.
but it seems like it's probably for I don't actually know for sure, but it seems like it would be more palatable of like, hey, if we just like massively subsidize gastric bypass surgery, like you might have some high uptake for that. I don't know if that's the greatest thing in the world.
Right.
I'm going to
Right.
read. This is off Wikipedia. Climate endgame is a term used to refer to the risk of societal collapse and potential human extinction due to the effects of climate change. Citation. The chance of it happening is considered small. However, the usage of the term seeks to improve risk management by putting a higher priority on worst case scenarios to, quote, galvanize action, improve resilience, and inform policy. And those are from sources that are not, climate skeptic.
Mhm.
Do you think that perhaps some of the potential effects of climate change are overstated in order to, quote, galvanize action, improve resilience, and inform, and most importantly, inform policy?
Well, of the article that you're citing, of like like you mentioned something about probability, and the probability is low. Of like, so what are they specifically referring to? Like probability of like the Earth ending, or like probability of like 2 degrees Celsius increase in temperature? Because I will fully grant that the probability of like the human species being wiped out is exceedingly low, but the probability of 1.5 to 3 degrees Celsius warming, I think there's a much higher probability of that. So what is it specifically referring to?
World ending, like shit. That's what.
Okay, yeah.
Because that's how climate change has always been sold to me, which is like you have to do this, otherwise we all die.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like it. Yeah, like for instance, that's what Al Gore did, like in his like famous documentaries from like 20 years ago and stuff. And I think it's a bad idea because what he's doing is he's taking like long tail predictions, like 1% like probability that New York will be underwater by this date or whatever, and then he's pointing to this study says that New York could be underwater by this date. And of course, then that date comes and goes. It turns out not to have happened, and then they're like, "See, Al Gore predicted this," and it ends up that sort of shit always backfires. But to me, those big disastrous like world-ending predictions are kind of go way beyond what's necessary. What's necessary is this: the things that we need to do in order to avert climate change have a certain price, and if we can show that climate change itself has a price that's higher than the first price, then that's all you need to know, is that it's more expensive to ignore climate change than it is to address it. And so, for instance, like all of the like real estate that's lost for like from sea level rise and all those like high level properties or whatever sort of like no longer existing because of it. Yeah, it's true. You can just move away from those regions or whatever, but that's an extremely expensive solution to lose all that real estate. And the things that we would have to do in order to have in order to like bring get rid of fossil fuels and replace them with green energy is considerably less than the cost of that. But that's not a like humanity doesn't end because like we no longer get to live on the beach or what's currently the beach. So we don't have to make that claim. We just have to show that it's like climate change itself is very expensive. And it seems as if in the conversation like that we've had for the last 30 years, conservatives will often say all of these things that we're supposed to do to avoid climate change are very expensive. And climate change itself is something that we can adapt to, like it won't wipe out humanity. But those are two different standards, right? Wiping out humanity and something being expensive are two different things. And it seems like it's not an apples to apples comparison. If you're going to say, okay, avoiding climate change is expensive, then you have to also say, okay, how expensive, not how world ending, how expensive is living with climate change? It seems pretty clear at this point that living with climate change is pretty darned expensive.
Is it clear?
Well, did you think Katrina was expensive? And that was just one event.
Was Katrina because of climate change?
Okay, that's a bad faith question. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think you're willing to admit, at least during the panel at any rate, that these impacts like are happening. that we have the increase in intensity and increasing frequency of these storms. So you can just take whatever percentage of increase that is and say, okay,
Sure.
that percentage of storms like is because of climate change.
Because of climate change.
Again, it's the sort of thing you can say in the aggregate, but you can't really say for any individual thing.
Or is it your position that, let's say, a poor diet, however you define it, has like no bearing on your heart disease risk?
No, clearly it does.
So okay, so then I would ask you, like, would you go to your doctor? Well, what meal did result in my heart disease?
Right. No, it's fair.
Yeah, we have to.
What if like I don't know, don't have this, but what if I showed you like let's say I showed you like a graph, and it actually demonstrated that the overall like cost benefits that came from industrialization and the continued industrialization those benefits outweigh the cost of climate change. Would then like that change your mind? Would you then be like, okay, we can just get rid of like all this attempt to stop climate change?
Well, no, because I think that the Industrial Revolution and the way that it like improved our lives globally was greater than the impact on climate change to a point. But there comes a point where if you haven't like averted it with new technology, because you don't have to go to like a pre-industrial society in order to avoid climate change. All you have to do is like transition to green energies at some point, probably in the 1960s or 70s, before the worst impacts of climate change were starting to mount up to a degree where they can compete with continued like technological advancement. And in fact, these green energies are themselves a technological advancement. So you're not having to go backwards at all. Like I think moving to renewables, and I'm in favor of nuclear energy too. So moving to nuclear or investing in like future like fusion projects and stuff like that. None of that like takes us to a pre-industrial society, but it helps us like walk back emissions. So I think we should have done all of that sooner. And I think if we'd done all of that sooner, not only would we not lose the Industrial Revolution benefits, but we would have more of them because we would have more of an advance in technology. Honestly, like a lot of our economic production, I think like the single most profitable sector on the internet is porn. Like we waste a lot of we waste a lot of our investments on things that are really just worthless. So if we had invested those things in cleaner, more advanced technologies, I think it's a false choice that we have to choose between technological advancement and the environment. I think you can have both.
I mean, do you have like that graph, or this is just like a hypothetical?
It's hypothetical, right? The hypothetical is like it just feels like sometimes like the benefits are just never calculated in. But like when you push and shove it, like they're like, yeah, like industrialization was incredibly important for XYZ reason, but like, and I just feel like there's going to be costs from a forced transition, and especially if you're like like I think you would cause inflation if you raise gas prices, and you would make most people's lives harder, and there is a cost to that. And then like you got to factor that in, and not only got to factor it in, but you got to be willing to bear the brunt of that. Like you have to like tell the people, look, we're gonna raise your gas prices by $2, and it's to save the world. Sorry.
Well, I'm curious. Even just granting your well, actually, first of all, a couple of things. I want to retract what I said earlier about a bad faith question. I don't want to accuse anybody of being bad faith, so I no longer, retract that. But I do think it's an unfair question. But even your concern of like stalling technological progression, I don't even view that as inherently like what technological progression like do you want to see that you're concerned that is like not going to happen? Like even if we like stall it here for the United States, why is that inherently bad?
Why is it inherently bad to slow technological progression?
Yeah, or even just like pause it now of like, hey, we got a problem. Let's redirect resources here.
Okay, you can. That's the justification that you're trying to like. That's what you're trying to justify. You're trying to say like, there's going to, like, I just want people to emphasize the cost as well. To say like this is going to cost money, and this is going to cost you, like the people. There's no way to get around it. And like in order to save the world, to save the Floridian beach houses.
Well, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't say save the world, but like.
Well, sure, but like in order to like stop like the climate change, like you're going to have to do X, Y, Z. And
So what if you reverse that formula and you said, we have to end the world, right? But the good news is you save $2 on gas.
yeah. I
Right? People wouldn't accept that either, right? Like,
yeah, true.
okay.
I just don't think
I just think that we look at costs and we give it way more emphasis than we do benefits.
I think that's just general human psychology.
Yeah. Right. So if we don't think it's worth like $2, now personally, I didn't bring this up in panel because it would have taken us down like a rabbit hole, but I was gonna say the mirror image of what you were saying, because you said, well, let's not like subsidize green energy. Let's just like, get rid of all the subsidies on fossil fuels. But of course, that would fuel inflation if you were to do that. I'm for keeping the fossil fuel subsidies, but giving green energies all the same subsidies so that energy in general can be cheap, and that when fossil fuels gets pushed out of the market, it'll only be because green energy had gotten so cheap and so plentiful that the demand for fossil fuels like diminishes.
Basically,
which is why
level the playing field.
You level the playing field. Yeah.
I'm going to, this is sort of a,
we're both leveling the playing field, to be clear. I'm just leveling the playing field in terms of subsidizing everything. So
right.
so as to make everything cheap.
I'm leveling the playing field in a way.
By making everything more expensive.
Well, to try to, most in line with
with market value.
Yeah. With not violating people's rights, as I would assert it. I'll link you another thing. This is from NASA. And this is entirely like devil's advocate, but because of carbon emission, there's been like a significant greening of the planet. Overall, like there's more forests now, more trees, more leaf cover, more there's just more overall plants around. And so because results.
Did you link that to me?
I linked it to ICO. I can link it to you too. Results show that this is from NASA. Results show that carbon dioxide fertilization explains 70% of the greening effect, says co-author Rangamiani, professor in the Department of Earth and Environment at Boston University.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a big caveat.
Yeah.
The caveat is that the amount of extra greening that happens as a result of that is a very, very tiny number as a percentage of the whole. So you're talking about a fraction of 1% or whatever. So that the total there's an easy way to you can even get rid of all arguments you might have on this by simply looking at the Keeling curve. If it were true that the greening was enough to counteract the extra emissions, then you would see a drop in the Keeling curve as we emitted more. Like we would emit more, and it would all get eaten up by this extra vegetation that we have. Would you
be in favor of using military force to force China to lower their carbon emission?
No, but only for pragmatic reasons. I think we would have every right to do so, morally. But I think that it wouldn't have the effect that we would want it to have. There are other ways to force China to do that, and one of them, although you don't really have to, because China is doing a tremendous amount, to increase the amount of wind and solar that's available, and they've built out dozens of new nuclear power plants. They've done a tremendous amount of green technology expansion in their economy, and they're gonna surpass us in terms of green energy, net as a percentage of per capita of what they use for energy generation. They're going to surpass the West by far because of the way new technologies are scaling there, and also they're scaling EVs at a faster rate than anybody other than Scandinavia. And so I don't think we have to, but The reason I do think there are ways we can force other countries to do so, like for instance India, which isn't doing as well as China on that front, and that is we should tie trade status, like most favored nation trade status, to the per capita emissions of any given country, so that you can incentivize like the lower their emissions rate or the faster it's dropping or whatever, the higher the more favorable a trade status they get. That'd be the way to do it, not with money, not with arms, but with dollars.
So I'm also looking at the NASA article, and it's saying that the greening effect also applies to like food plants, so like crops.
Mhm.
So crops, it's easier to grow
So-
crops.
Yeah, that. So, can you please send that to me? Because there's a lot to unpack there. Where, like, yes, as a result of increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, that also has an effect on plants. But there's so many like downstream effects that like need to be taken into account. Like, yeah, greater plant vegetation. On one hand, you can make the argument that is good, but then there's also soil depletion as well to contend with as a result of that. And then not to mention with increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, good for plants, not so good for the much larger ocean and the acidification of the ocean, bleaching of corals, effect of sea life, and algal blooms and all that stuff. So it's like you're honing on one thing of like, I agree with you, taken in a vacuum, the greening effect is a good thing, but you are discounting a whole host of other things as a result of increased carbon dioxide.
No, I'm convinced that the overall effect is harmful. I guess I'm looking through, and especially after reading the first thing that I read to Aiko before, in which he said, yeah, like this was something Gore did, that it's not a good thing.
I agree with that.
Like,
yeah, I'm a big critic of Gore on that.
Yeah, like it does sort of like spark my interest in terms of like, well, what else were they lying about? Like, what other benefits could there be?
Well, keep in mind, this is a politician who was lying to you, or I should say,
honestly, I don't remember this from Gore. This is everybody who's ever explained climate change to me, besides, I guess, in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but these are people who are mischaracterizing studies. And I don't think it's good to mischaracterize studies, right? But you can't blame the study for the fact that other people are mischaracterizing it, whether it be on purpose or whether it be well intended or whatever. Like, I don't think like predictions of like world-ending consequences are the way to go. But I do think that pointing out the costs of climate change are the key, because all of these actors, like the reason these corporations are starting to, not just starting to, but for a long time now, have been supporting a lot of these messages on climate change, is because they, as corporations in the world, also like are harmed by the impacts of climate change. And the industry that's most affected by it is the insurance industry, which is why insurance companies are very concerned about climate change, because all of that disruption is like affecting their business, because climate change makes things unpredictable in the world. And if there's anything insurance companies hate, it's not being able to predict risk. So they want a world that's more predictable. And corporations in general do too, which is why, you'll see, the stock market like reacting poorly to things that make the world less predictable all the time.
Yeah, and I just want to point, so thank you for sending it. Obviously, I didn't get a chance to read the entire thing. I just get a cursory glance. Where so they're describing the effect, but they don't appear to be describing it as like good. They're just saying like, yeah, this is an effect. Where they don't seem to be making any judgments of like, hey, increased carbon dioxide. It's sort of like saying, right. I can say at least there's been a positive effect for me here in Quebec of like, hey, my winters are more mild. I like more tolerable winters as opposed to like minus 20, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Although that's a foreign scale to you, they appear to be more milder. But then I'm like discounting like the rest of the year, where like now my summers, at least this summer, is not so bad. But like I just got a tornado warning literally like last week that in all my 3 decades, I never recall getting a tornado warning ever
Right.
in Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like when people talk, this is called the CO2 as plant food argument, and when people make the CO2 as plant food argument, the assumption there is that because you can grow more plants, and like I said, it's a very small percentage increase, but regardless, the fact that there more plants can grow when there's more CO2 implies that that new growth will then compensate for the increase in emissions. And if that were true, like if that were an accurate thing to conclude as a result of that, then you wouldn't see parts per million going up year after year. Right now, it's 425 parts per
No,
million.
you could still see it going up if the carbon production from like developing countries like China or India are like exceeding the like by I guess a magnitude, or maybe not magnitude, but like exceeding like significantly the
Well, that's the
greening-
point. But
greening
these
effect, right?
people, right? But the people who appeal to this argument, they're not conceding that. They're saying that we don't need to do anything because the plants are growing faster now, so they'll just eat up all the carbon. And the fact is, like, no, that's not what's happening. Like, it might be to some very, very, very small effect that we're getting a little bit more plants as a result of this of the CO2. But it's nowhere near enough to like start reducing the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. If anything, like it's increasing faster now. So yeah, it's true that that like effect is like part of the whole mix, but it's not it doesn't really mean anything if it's not causing CO2 to go down.
Um, I'm gonna send you another thing.
Okay.
But like, it's your overall, let's say, position. Is like whatever. Just like let market for, or at least pretty much deregulation and just let market forces, or like, are you relying on some sort of technological advancement that will address climate change, or do you recognize that you might need to leverage government spending to do something about it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm like I said, start by removing the subsidies for sure. It's not something. It's not like these industries shouldn't be supported at all for sure. But I don't think we should just destroy them. I'm looking at the Keeling curve, and the latest data that they're showing is 2020. But that seems to
No, they have data all the
they
way
have it
to
right
today.
now. Okay, but like, doesn't
Yeah.
that contradict like this? This is like a .gov, right? Berkeley Lab. Between 2002 and 2014, the rate in which CO2 increased in the atmosphere held steady, about 1.9 parts per million.
The rate at which it increased
Right, so
means
it's
that
increasing.
it's continuing to increase steadily. Yeah. So if you go to keelingcurve.uscd.edu, I can just send you the link.
Hold on.
You can see.
The proportion of the CO2 emitted annually by human activity that remains in the atmosphere declined by 20%. So like there is, but that's not keeping pace with the overall increase in CO2. So like it's absorbing the CO2 that's already there, but we're just pumping out so much more right now, probably because of developing countries.
Also, be careful.
Right.
CO2 is not the only greenhouse gas emission. Just
Right,
Right.
there's
beware.
methane and water vapor.
Yeah, I mean, CO2 is the greenhouse gas that remains in the atmosphere the longest, so it's the thing that we're the most concerned about because, like, CO2 can remain in the atmosphere for centuries, whereas methane can like fall to Earth in 20 years or 30 years. But on the other hand, like methane, like absorbs more heat than CO2 does. But if we're really concerned, like solve and also water vapor like falls from the atmosphere within a couple days. So water vapor is really not the concern, because water vapor, if you can fix the stuff that stays that has the longest half-life, they call atmospheric half-life. If you can stop the stuff that has the longest atmospheric half-life, if you can stop emitting that, then you can, as a result, like reduce the amount of water vapor, like fundamentally, because it's that heat that's keeping the water vapor up there longer to begin with. And so if you can reduce that, then you can get like sort of a whatever the what do you call it when it's like a virtuous circle where, you know, the fact that you're reducing it, the greenhouse gases means that you reduce the water vapor, all that stuff. Like it all kind of like, you know, starts to accumulate. The benefits accumulate. So CO2 is definitely like if I could stop either CO2 or methane, I would stop CO2.
Yeah, sure. That's it.
All right, hold on a second.
But yeah, there's obviously a lot to unpack. But like, I'm just curious. Like, have you just been on the like? It seems like you accept, or rather, like you recognize that climate change is a thing, and you're not denying it. But then, it seems like it just boils down to you're not sure what to do, and you just like by default kind of like a hands-off approach.
Yeah. So my general philosophy is like there's this idea, and this came up multiple times in this panel, but just generally, where, and this would make sense to like, I guess progressive people would say we have to change something, we got to fix something, we got to do something different. But I don't always think that I don't think all diseases are worth all cures, right? So sometimes in certain situations, cures are worse than the illness, and so. Whenever I'm approaching an issue, that's what I'm thinking about, right? And already, like, this is a relatively high bar because we're talking about infringing upon people just like doing the shit in their own backyard, right? They're mining, they're doing something productive, they're out there like pulling stuff up out of the ground that's then being used to provide some kind of like economic purpose. And so if you have like this happening, in my mind, you need some kind of justification to go stop someone from doing something that's that normally would just be totally fine. And so then the question becomes, well, if you can show what they're doing is causing irreparable damage to other people, then that could be sufficient. And so then the question is that what is happening? And to what extent? Like, are we going to start regulating gas stoves? Are we going to tell people they can't go grilling in their backyard anymore? Like, are we going to have the police like trolling? And everyone says, well, no, like obviously that's ridiculous. But like, why though? Like, if carbon's this much of a problem, why don't we like ticket people who are grilling in their backyard? Why don't we, like, assuming we have the political capital to do so, like, why don't we like you have a bonfire? Well, you're killing the planet, right? Look at you.
I mean, bonfires are stupid, and you shouldn't have them. Like,
no.
yeah.
See, like, there's just like a level of infringement upon like individual.
Although I'm not saying like I'm not.
So
I wouldn't pass a law, just as I wouldn't pass a law banning hamburgers or the consumption of animal products. I would want you to make that choice. Where like I just highlighted as that's a poor choice. You just want to like burn crap for the sake of burning crap.
It's incredibly fun. It's incredibly fun.
I just think you're just kind of stupid.
Is incredibly fun. Burning things, like fireworks.
Really, all the higher order, optimal human endeavors.
Yes.
Burning,
yes.
and shooting.
Yes, coal,
Absolutely.
lifted trucks, man. Like, I get it. Like, I understand, right? To some extent, it's like this is ridiculous, but then like.
Really,
on the other hand,
the
like,
exceptional
right,
outlier of the American experience, burning and shooting.
I just want, I guess what I want, and I'm not asking for this from either today or from you guys, because this is a very complicated ask. I would want like with specificity, like someone to hand me a fucking piece of paper that says, okay, this is exactly what we've done all the analysis we can. This is the absolute minimum we need to do to fix the problem, and here are all the terms. We're not going to go and add more next year, which always seems to be the case. Like, this is it. Like, this is what you do, and there's going to be a massive sacrifice now, and will not be a problem in the next 50 years or whatever the fuck. Like, that would just be so much more satisfying than this kind of than the insecurity I have of, today it's the gas companies, tomorrow it's your gas range.
Okay, so let me give you an analogy, because we just went through this whole like COVID thing, right? And there were people you could say the same thing at the beginning of COVID, which is, you give me one thing that we can do that would stop COVID, and then once we're done with that, there's no more COVID. And there is something, but it's such a big ask that it can't be done. Like, couldn't even be done in China, where they have like all of this authoritarian control. And that was, if everybody just stayed home, like every single person stayed home for like 3 weeks, or just to be safe, double it to 6 weeks. At the end, there would be no more COVID. But we can't.
No. A self-imposed hazmat suits for everyone on the planet for 3 weeks.
There is an action that's extreme enough to where COVID would be over within a month. But the problem is, we could never do it. Like, no one would agree to it. Or I should say, not everyone would agree to it. And that's the point, is that you would have to get 100% compliance for that to work. But it would, like, if we could do it, it would be worth it, because COVID would have been over in a month. Like, it would have saved a ton of lives. But humans don't work that way. We just don't. We're not willing to take that kind of like sacrifice all in one lump sum. We have to do it in the frogs boiling in water like method, where you're slowly like adding another measure until you finally get to a point where you can solve the problem. If we were to just do everything at once and say, okay, we're gonna do this one massive thing, this huge sacrifice that everyone has, we especially Americans, we don't sacrifice. What do you do? Maybe during World War II, like maybe 100 years ago, we were capable of sacrificing for the greater good or whatever. And we were willing to like save our pennies and like not like, turn in all of our scrap metal and ration foods and things like that. But that's not something that we're capable of doing anymore. That's not who we are as a people anymore.
Real quick, I got a super chat. I think this is for you, Corey. I attended a bonfire.
Congratulations on a super chat.
Thank you. It's a very unofficial one. I attended a bonfire tonight. You soy cuck, suck my smoked cock. Is specifically what he said. So,
is this from? Do you wanna? Who is this from? Do they say who is it from? Do I know them?
You might know him. Do you know who Parallax is?
Yeah, they've been on panels. They're calling me soy. What?
He's very upset because you said something denigrating of bonfires.
Absolutely. I think bonfires are stupid, and if you just like gather, like you're just, well, I think he's proven my point. Calling me like, I don't know what his bar for soy. I'm pretty sure
he likes bonfires. I like bonfires.
I'm pretty sure I have way more testosterone in my body than that person.
But less bonfire smoke because
totally, yes, absolutely. If that puts me as soy, absolutely.
Would you discourage indigenous people from having bonfires? What do you think?
Yeah, I would. Like I said, I wouldn't outlaw it. Just like I said, I'm not here to outlaw your food choices. Like, is it controversial to say like, hey, you probably shouldn't eat whatever you consider a bad diet? Like, whatever, you shouldn't have a high fat, high cholesterol, high processed food diet. Is that? Am I being too prescriptive now?
What would your carbon tax be?
That is, yeah, I don't have a firm answer on that.
Fair. I mean, that's what I said before some other things. So
But just as like I would like to get to a place where people also like don't consume alcohol, but I'm not going to outlaw alcohol. Like I think,
I don't want to
yeah,
tax it though. That's the thing. Like, again, for me, it's like you have to justify every dollar you take, and I mean, and this is kind of why like it was like a little bit of a meme when I said like, "Will you trade it for Social Security?" Where like if there was some compromise here, where it's like, okay, you're saying climate change is like the fucking disaster, great, end Social Security and end like 4 types of welfare, and then we'll raise a carbon tax. But like that would solve the world's problems. And like if that became the political choice, let's say, now the ball's kind of in your court because now if you say no, we're going to keep all this welfare, then you've doomed the earth to climate change, right?
uh, yeah, that's fair. But like, I think, uh, like I don't know if the analogy is like 1-to-1. But like, yeah, people. I think just generally speaking, like my overall heuristic, which could be faulty, is like I think just at an individual level or at a population level, like people are poor at risk assessment, at least long-term risk assessment. I mean, like, and I think alcohol is a great example of like there are massive, wide societal costs as a result of alcohol. Both whatever, not just the effects of addiction, not only its effects at an individual level, but its effects on families. I'm pretty sure you probably recognize that addiction to alcohol or substance use disorder to alcohol has effects on families at a population wide. You know, drunk driving, intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and just a whole host of things. But like for the sake of hey, whatever, and for the sake of people not knowing how to find other forms of enjoyment, or like yeah, not being able to regulate their own emotions and turn into substances, are not finding other alternative forms to regulate their emotions that are probably more healthier, or for people that instead of developing social skills, use alcohol as a social lubricant or liquid courage. I think you probably should cultivate actual courage as opposed to relying on alcohol. But since people want an easy solution, which I understand the roots of alcohol addiction are complicated, and I never stigmatize anybody for these things. But I think at a population level, I think the cost is like way too high, and I would strongly discourage any consumption of this substance, but I would never outlaw it. But I think it's fair to say that it's a poor choice. Just as I don't, I think it's fair to say that whatever, like, would you, if you're, let's say, if you know someone who is a father or a parent, and they're saying, "Hey, I'm looking to buy a motorcycle," would you say, "Hey, go for it," or would you discourage it?
I mean, I want a motorcycle, and motorcycles for carrying one passenger have a lower mile per gallon rating than cars. So
Sure.
really, for the environment and saving the planet, motorcycles would be an overall boon, right?
Yeah, but that's not what I like. I recognize that they are better than cars and they have less greenhouse gas emissions. I'm just saying, hey, if I'm a parent,
Yeah, if you're a parent,
and
it's
I'm
probably not a good idea. Yeah.
uh,
What if we made prisoners plant trees to solve climate change? Like, if you got arrested, like you had to go like do environmental work, and like that was the new program.
uh, well, okay, it's like yeah. So I'll grant you, just as like sort of what I did to you was a little bit unfair in saying, hey, given a public healthcare system, I will take your hypothetical. Yeah, given the current prison system, and its state, I can I can be on board with that. Or that is.
I have a dream that all like the prisons just become like just large groups of prisoners wandering through forests planting trees for like 50 years, and then we have like we have all these massive forests. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, right?
Uh, is
That would
that
have to
let's
be
say,
a place for those forests to exist. Like,
We
is
have
that
the Great
better?
Plains, don't we?
Yeah, is that better than the status quo of our current prison system, or at least whatever what I understand of the
Yeah,
American prison?
it would get
Like,
them
yeah,
exercise. We would solve the climate problem, and
uh,
we would be paying for their housing because they would be sleeping on the ground.
would you be in favor of them like coming to your backyard and self-imposing trees on your backyard?
I mean, they can't go on my property, but I'd be okay with them like planting trees in my neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
There's an overseer, right? So
Actually, in the city where I live, it's part of the Dallas like Metroplex or whatever. So it's like a big like suburb. They value trees. They give an economic value to trees. So if you're in, and they give an economic value to the city for the trees. So if there's a big tree in your front yard and you cut it down, then you've deprived the city of like all of the benefits of that tree, like the carbon sequestration like benefits of that tree. And so if you cut that tree down, they charge you for that loss of economic benefit to the community at large. I think there's also benefits that you get for having that tree on your property as well. Like it works both ways.
what about urban farming in the sense of like on the top of all like I've actually thought about this as a company idea, and somebody might do this, but like, what if I had a company where my whole like idea was, I went to like businesses and said, hey, I will plant trees on the top of your roofs, and I get like whatever grows there. And I've read that if you put trees on top of roofs for buildings, it lowers the heating and cooling costs pretty dramatically, because of just how it works. And
Well, they have that on top rooftops, especially in New York, and they also like they have whole farms on these rooftops.
see, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think they're called urban farms, and they become like produce that gets sold in the local supermarkets and on like carts and things like that.
Yeah, that's pretty
So
cool.
like there's an economic benefit to it. People get like locally produced food. You get all of the benefits that you're talking about from like inside the building having shade or whatever. You get some of the pollution in the atmosphere of New York City gets absorbed by the plants or whatever, and like turned into oxygen. Like yeah, there's a lot of benefits to all of that. Just like I think rooftops are underutilized more broadly. Like one of the criticisms of solar power is that every acre of land you use, like for solar farms, is an acre, that could be whatever used in some other area. So you're using up like parkland or farmland or whatever. But if you put solar panels on top of a roof, then that's like zero marginal land cost, because already that's an unutilized like meter of space or whatever. So you put a solar panel on top of a roof, and now something that's unutilized is utilized, and it costs you nothing in terms of like land. So yeah, rooftop solar is
Yeah, I think there should be more. Well, not only solar panels, but like more greenery incorporated into cities. I'm all for more greenhouses, more local gardens, trees on rooftops. I think those are all a step in the right direction. I definitely like as much as I advocate for, let's say, cities, and I don't like urban sprawl and all that stuff. And the suburbs, I think, are, no offense, Lactoid, pretty awful. I think I'm not for like this hyper industrialized city that like there's like no trees or like no like I think there's some balance to be struck there. I don't want this cold industrial city that, let's say, you would see maybe on whatever.
Blade Runner.
Exactly. That's a good example. I would just say not cyberpunk, I guess. Like
Right.
I like parks, I like greenery, but I also like the city. And I think there's a solution there. For sure.
Would you be okay with people growing tobacco on top of the roofs, like drug farms or whatever, like weed, tobacco, stuff like that, on all the roofs?
All the as in you're forced to grow tobacco and weed, or people like if they're voluntarily I think more or less whatever. If you want to grow something on your roof, I think just
it beats corporate farming, right? Like if you're growing your own tobacco, out loud, then you're hurting the tobacco companies. So.
I'm not opposed to it. Yeah.
All right. Well, friends, I gotta go to bed. Good talking to you guys.
Likewise. Always a pleasure. I'm gonna head
I
over
want to
as
see
well.
a stream on Elon's based socialism.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I had such high hopes for him, and I still do, but sometimes he lets me down. Like, but I understand. I understand why. Fuck. Yeah, sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I know you have to go, but like, do you not take issue with like, I recognize, even though it's a strong disagreement, I recognize that like you appear to be a person, individual principles, and like you'll stand by your principles, and you will hold them in high regard. Like I can respect that, but do you not see it a little bit strange? Like at least why admire Elon then, who is so willing to like appear to like abandon the principles at the drop of a hat?
Because I think overall he does more good, and
So this is a utilitarian.
well, no, it's a
thing.
judgment. It's a judgment of character, right? And it's like people you meet are problematic, and you can criticize the actions they do without throwing out the person. And when I look at this person overall, I think there's things you can admire there, but there's also things you can criticize. I'm kind of a proponent of, you should avoid admiring people, and instead you should admire accomplishments, because accomplishments are really the only important part.
There's lots to
So,
unpack
oh
there,
wow!
but
So
yeah.
you
Yeah.
are a consequentialist.
To some
I always
extent.
kind of thought you were a little bit. I mean, I knew you weren't as anti-consequentialist as Fabian because nobody is, but I thought you were kind of like more in that direction.
I would consider myself to be like, the best way I describe it is like a consent consequentialist, which is, like my vision is like a society in which you have like as little coercion as possible and as much consent as possible, and my goal is to achieve that, right? And
Oh, well, in that case, like when Elon said, "I'll coup whoever I want,"
right.
meaning he'll coup governments in order to get the mineral resource extractions that he needs from that country. Like, surely you weren't okay
Well,
with
as
that.
long as he's only like if you coup, I think coups can be just. I think I've even defended coups publicly on Prime's panel. Like when you coup socialists and communists, this is like or fascists, like this is a good thing, right? Because you're removing a like authoritarian coercive government and you're replacing it with
But
one that's less so.
but he just meant that he would coup any government he needed to in order to get the minerals that he needed. Like that's the tweet that he was responding to.
Yeah, I mean that's excessive.
Uh,
But like for
Yeah.
example, like if you said like I'm gonna coup, like we're gonna coup China and replace it with like a transitional government, which is then gonna like turn into a democracy. If you can pull it off, I mean, holy shit, right? It's not that
well, yeah, you couldn't in China. You might be able to say something like that about Russia because, like Putin is pretty much like a sole dictator in Russia. In China, it's a lot more complicated because it's like committee after committee after committee, like all interconnecting and buried inside of each other. Where if you were to get rid of Xi, you would get a Xi clone. Like it wouldn't, like nothing would change.
right.
Because Xi doesn't really run that country as a sole dictator. He just happens the most powerful like single individual within the country. But even he can't like if he wanted to make, in fact, if Xi himself wanted to make China a democracy tomorrow, he couldn't do it because he doesn't have that power as an individual like dictator of that
Look,
country.
Anybody who supports wars is going to be consequentialist to some extent, right? And this is one of the big
Right.
disagreements I have with Scott, because I'm very much in favor of the Korean War, because it stopped communists from quite literally turning the South into a hellhole. And
What about the Ukraine war?
less so than the Korean War, because I think it's a little bit more unclear what we're fighting. But overall, I think it's beneficial for American imperial hegemony to do so, which I'm somewhat in favor of. So, but definitely less so than the Korean War. I was actually, I think we fucked it up, but I think if we didn't fuck it up, Vietnam would have been justified.
I actually agree with that. I actually think the domino theory is real, and I think that I think I think the Russian and Chinese governments, as they existed at that time, would have just kept on rolling, like nothing, if there wasn't something to stop them. And I think that that's true of like Putin's Russia today. I think he's testing the waters to see if anybody would stop him. When he took Crimea, and when nobody stopped him, like that's what encouraged him to go on. And so I think we're seeing our own sort of domino theory happening, playing out in Ukraine today, for sure. Yeah. So to that extent, yeah, I actually am more supportive of the Vietnam War than one might think, even though it was like a disaster militarily for us.
Well, so I've read some stuff into it. Apparently, like, and this is also the case with for several things with Cuba as well, the Bay of Pigs, which is it's just like in the Bay of Pigs. The reason it got fucked up is we pulled back air support at the last minute. So in Vietnam, there was a withdrawal of air support at like a critical moment, and there's some analysts who believe that the South could still have won, and that there could have been some kind of victory, but it was complete defeat because of just the abject failure of commitment.
But then if you look at Vietnam today, like I think you would argue that their success as a government now really is more that capitalism sort of creeped in, right? Even after all that loss.
It creeped in, but like even now, Vietnam is not. I mean, look at the fucking horrific shit that happened there after we left, and the fact that the Hmong people had to come with us, and the fact that like all the shit they did and continue to do. It's not a free country, and won't be. It's better now because they realize, well, they gotta buddy up with somebody because they keep getting bullied around by China, but that was going to happen regardless.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I have so many more questions, but I also gotta go to bed.
All right.
Sounds
I'll talk
good.
to you guys later.
Yep.
All right.
Talk to you later. Always a pleasure. Take care.
Yeah.
Be well.
Aha, I am the last one. I am the last one in the video chat, which means I get to say my goodbye on video. Perfect. Well, wanted to start off, as always, by thanking you all so much for tuning in. I'm sure you guys could probably tell at the very end, the last 20 minutes, I've kind of hit a little bit of a wall, so I decided, might be best just to wrap it up. I thought this was a good debate. I thought this was a difficult debate. The climate. There's a couple topics that I think are difficult for me, and the climate's one of them. And I admitted that during the debate, and I admit that now. And it's something that I'm always thinking about. So I think we should be probably focusing on more, less extreme measures. But I think that there is an argument that pollution could be aggression. I don't know. Regardless, then the question becomes, well, is the harm de minimis? Like, are we talking about bonfires, or like a single drive in a car? What's the kind of behavior that you punish and why? It gets difficult. It gets very difficult. So, but anyway, I thought it was a good discussion, and it was a challenging one, and it's one that I continue to that continues to challenge me. I mean, it was very similar to the water question I got a couple months back about water tables. That one's good. That's a good question as well. Second question, not hard at all. That was incredibly fucking easy. Yeah. Climate change is way more difficult than anything else. Everything else is super easy. The second topic, people were, basically consistency testing me, but I put forward I think fairly strong positions. Act like it. it shocked some of them, but I think the positions were very strong, and I'll defend them, and I'll continue to defend them. I don't think people are my slaves. I don't think that I get to dictate through some kind of social engineering campaign who gets to interact with who and who gets to associate with who. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts wrapping up. Thank you to all of you who donated anything. Thank you all who kept the chat active, kept it fucking degenerate on sometimes. Thank you for not using slurs and or breaking TOS as always. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. I mean, it's just so fucking cool. Every day I think, well, I got the best fucking audience, and I do. I think I told you guys last time I free passed 300 how thankful I am that you guys sticking around and building, I think, a little bit of a community here, which is just so cool. So, if you'd like to be part of that community and you're not already, please consider giving me a follow. And that way, any content that comes on in the future, you'll be able to get a little notification saying that I'm streaming. And then you'll be able to jump on in and say all sorts of fun stuff in chat and have a conversation. Yeah. Good shit. So what we're going to be doing now that we've gotten all that kind of rambling out of the way, it comes when it's a long Monday and you're trying to get the right words out. We're going to raid on it out into somebody. And I think what we are going to do, we are a community of well-adjusted individuals. If you're not a lefty, well, that's not true. Non-lefties are disproportionately well-adjusted individuals. And my community is, with exception to a few people, a few fantastic people, are very well adjusted, I would say. I won't go before you ask your question, Feder, so I'm just basically looking at who we should raid on out into. I think I'm going to raid on out into Beckett. I think it looks like he's doing something interesting. So, and Prime is no longer streaming, it looks like. I think he stopped. So let's confirm here that he's not, because it's not even coming up for me. Hold on. Yeah,
It's
it looks
a
like
natural.
Yep, looks like Prime's done for the day. So we're gonna go ahead and raid on out into Beckett of Crabs. Our favorite discount Ed Sheeran, super cool. I will take a look at that Nina debate versus Sanvi on abortion. I'll be honest with you. I'm not I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical as to how convincing the arguments are that I'm guessing were made. So anyway, we'll take a look at it. We'll see how it is. So before I just keep fucking rambling, we're going to go ahead and raid on out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As always, have a beautiful night, and I will see you next time.
Check out the house, man. There's something there. I heard a noise. All right, Vince. Hit him in the head, right between the eyes.